Goodbye, California, by Alistair Maclean. Chapter 1. Ryder opened his tired eyelids and reached for the telephone without enthusiasm. Yeah. Lieutenant Marler, get down here right away and bring your son. What's wrong? The lieutenant customarily made a point of having his subordinates call him Sir. But in Sergeant Ryder's case, he'd given up years ago. Ryder reserved that term for those he held in respect. No friends or acquaintances, to the best of their knowledge, had ever heard him use it. Not over the phone. The receiver clicked, and Ryder rose reluctantly to his feet, pulled on his sports coat and fastened the central button, so effectively concealing the .38 Smith & Wesson, strapped to the left-hand side of what had once been his waist. Still reluctantly, as became a man who had just finished a 12-hour non-stop duty stint, he glanced around the room. All chintzy curtains and chair covers, ornaments and vases full of flowers. Sergeant Ryder clearly was no bachelor. He went into the kitchen, sniffed sorrowfully at the aroma coming from the contents of a simmering casserole, turned off the oven and wrote, "Gone downtown," at the foot of a note instructing him when and to what temperature he should turn a certain switch, which was as near to cooking Ryder had ever come in his 27 years of marriage. His car was parked in the driveway. It was a car that no self-respecting police officer would care to have been found shot in. That Ryder was just such a policeman was beyond doubt, but he was attached to intelligence, and he had little use for gleaming sedans equipped with illuminated police signs, flashing lights and sirens. The car, for want of a better word, was an elderly and battered Peugeot, of the type much favoured by Parisians of a sadistic bent of mind, whose great pleasure it was to observe the drivers of shining limousines slow down and pull into the curb whenever they caught sight of one of those vintage chariots in their rearview mirrors. 4 blocks from his own home, Ryder parked his car, walked up a flagged pathway, and rang the front doorbell. A young man opened the door. Ryder said, "Dress uniform, Jeff. We're wanted downtown." "What, both of us? Why?" "Your guess." Marlowe wouldn't say. It's all those TV cop series he keeps watching. You gotta be mysterious, or you're nothing. Jeff Ryder left and returned in 20 seconds, tying position and buttoning up his uniform. Together they walked down the flagged path. They made an odd contrast, father and son. Sergeant Ryder was built along the general lines of a Mack truck that had seen better days. His crumpled coat and creaseless trousers looked as if they'd been slept in for a week. Ryder could buy a new suit in the morning, and by even fall a second-hand clothes dealer would have crossed the street to avoid meeting him. He had thick, dark hair, a dark moustache, and a worn, lined, lived-in face that held a pair of eyes dark as the rest of him, that had looked at too many things in the course of a lifetime, and had liked little of what they'd seen. It was also a face that didn't go in for much in the way of expressions. Jeff Ryder was 2 inches taller and 35 pounds lighter than his father. His immaculately pressed California Highway Patrolman's uniform looked like a custom-built job by Saks. He had fair hair, blue eyes, both inherited from his mother, and a lively, mobile, intelligent face. Only a clairvoyant could have deduced that he was Sergeant Ryder's son. On the way, they spoke only once. Jeff said, "Mother's late on the road tonight. Something to do with our summons to the presence, Why, your guess again." Central office was a forbidding brownstone edifice overdue for demolition. It looked as if it had been specifically designed to depress further the spirits of the many miscreants who passed or were hauled through its doorway. The desk officer, Sergeant Dixon, looked at them gravely, but that was of no significance. The very nature of his calling inhibits any desk sergeant's latent tendency towards levity. He waved a discouraged arm and said, His Eminence awaits. Lieutenant Marler looked no less forbidding than the building he inhabited. He was a tall, thin man with grizzled hair at the temples, thin, unsmiling lips, a thin, beaky nose, and unsentimental eyes. No one liked him, for his reputation as a martinet had not been easily come by. On the other hand, no one actively disliked him, for he was a fair cop, and a fairly competent one. Fairly was the operative and accurate word. Although no fool, he was not overburdened with intelligence, and he'd reached his present position partly because he was the very model of the strict upholder of justice, and partly because his transparent honesty offered no threat to his superiors. For once, and rarely for him, he looked ill at ease. Ryder produced a crumpled packet of his favourite Gauloise, lit a forbidden cigarette. Marler's aversion to wine, women, song, and tobacco was almost pathological, and helped him out. Something wrong at San Rufino, then? Marler looked at him in sharp suspicion. How do you know? Who told you? So it's true. Nobody told me. We haven't committed any violations of the law recently. At least my son hasn't. Me, I don't remember. Marler allowed acidity to overcome his unease. You surprise me. First time the two of us have ever been called in here together. We have a couple of things in common. First, we're father and son, which is no concern of the police department. Second, my wife, Jeff's mother, is employed at the nuclear reactor plant in San Rufino. There hasn't been an accident there, or the whole town would have known in minutes. An armed break-in, perhaps? Yes. Marler's tone was almost grudging. He hadn't relished the role of being the bearer of bad news, but a man doesn't like having his lines taken from him. Well, who's surprised? Ryder was very matter-of-fact. For any sign of reaction he showed, Marler could well have remarked that it looked as if it might rain soon. Security up there is lousy. I filed a report on it, remember? Which was duly turned over to the proper authorities. Power plant security is not police business. That's IAEA's responsibility. He was referring to the International Atomic Energy Agency. One of the responsibilities of which was to supervise the safeguard system for the protection of power plants, specifically against the theft of nuclear fuels. God's sake! Not only had Jeff failed to inherit his father's physical characteristics, he was also noticeably lacking in his parents' massive calm. Let's get our priorities right. Lieutenant Marler, my mother, is she all right? No, I think so. Let's say I have no reason to think otherwise. Well, what the hell is that meant to mean? Marler's features tightened into the preliminary for a reprimand, but Sergeant Ryder got in first. Abduction? I'm afraid so. Kidnap? Jeff stared his disbelief. Kidnap? Mother is the director's secretary. She doesn't know a damn thing about what goes on there. She's not even security classified. True. But remember, she was picked for the job. She didn't apply. Cops' wives are supposed to be like Caesar's wife, beyond suspicion. But why pick on her? They didn't just pick on her. They took about 6 others, or so I gather. The deputy director, deputy security chief, a secretary, and a control room operator. More importantly, although not, of course, from your point of view, they took 2 visiting university professors. Both are highly qualified specialists in nuclear physics. Ryder said, "That makes 5 nuclear scientists to have disappeared in the past 2 months. 5 it is." Marla looked acutely unhappy. Ryder said, "Where did those 2 scientists come from?" San Diego and UCLA, I believe. Does it matter?" "I don't know. It may be too late already." "What's that meant to mean, Sergeant?" "It means that if those 2 men have families, they should be under immediate police guard." Marla, Ryder could see, wasn't quite with him, so he went on. "If those 2 men have been kidnapped, then it's with a special purpose in mind. Their cooperation will be required. Wouldn't you cooperate a damn sight faster if you saw someone with a pair of pliers removing your wife's fingernails one by one?" Possibly because he didn't have a wife, the thought had clearly not occurred to Lieutenant Marla, but then thinking was not his forte. To his credit, once the thought had been implanted, he wasted no time. He spent the next 2 minutes on the telephone. Jeff was grim-faced, edgy, his voice soft but urgent. "Let's get out there fast. Easy. Don't go off half-cocked. The time for hurry is past. It may come again, but right now it's not going to help any." They waited in silence until Marla replaced his phone. Ryder said, "Who reported the breaking?" Ferguson. Security chief. Day off. But his house is wired into the San Rufino alarm system. He came straight down." "He did what?" "Ferguson lives 30 miles out in the hills in the back of nowhere. Why didn't he use his phone?" "His phone had been cut. That's why. But he has a police-band car radio. That had been attended to also. So had the only 3 public phone boxes on the way in. One was at a garage. Owner and his mechanic had been locked up. But there's an alarm linked to this office." There was. "Inside job? Look, Ferguson called only 2 minutes after he'd arrived there. Anybody hurt?" No violence. All the staff locked up in the same room." The $64 million question. Theft of nuclear fuel? Well, that'll take time to establish, according to Ferguson. You going out there? I'm expecting company. Marla looked unhappy. I'll bet you are. Who's out there now? Parker and Davidson. We'd like to go out and join them. Marla hesitated, still unhappy. He said defensively, What do you expect to find that they won't? They're good detectives. You said so yourself. Well, 4 pairs of eyes are better than 2. And because she's my wife and Jeff's mother, and we know how she might have behaved and reacted, we might be able to pick up something that Parker and Davidson might miss. Marla, his chin in the heels of his hands, gazed morosely at his desk. Whatever decision he took, the chances were high that his superiors would say it was the wrong one. He compromised by saying nothing. At a nod from Ryder, both men left the room. The evening was fine and clear and windless, and the setting sun was laying a path of burnished gold across the Pacific, as Ryder and his son drove through the main gates of San Rufino. The nuclear station was built on the very edge of the San Rufino Cove. Like all such stations, it required an immense amount of water. Some 1,800,000 gallons of seawater a minute to cool the reactor cores down to their optimum operating temperatures. No domestic utilities supply could hope to cope with the tiniest fraction of this amount. The two massive, gleamingly white and domed containment structures that housed the reactor cores were at once beautiful, in the pure simplicity of their external design, but sinister and threatening. If one chose to view them that way, they were certainly awe-inspiring. Each was about the height of a 25-story building, with a diameter of about 150 feet. The 3.5-feet-thick concrete walls were hugely reinforced by the largest steel bars in the United States. Between those containment structures, which also held the 4 steam generators that produced the actual electricity, was a squat and undeniably ugly building of absolutely no architectural merit. This was the turbine generator building, which, apart from its 2 turbo generators, also housed 2 condensers and 2 seawater evaporators. On the seaward side of those buildings was the inaptly named auxiliary building, a 6-story structure some 240 feet in length, which held the control centers for both reactor units, the monitoring and instrumentation centers, and the vastly complicated control system which ensured the plant's safe operation and public protection. Extending from each end of the auxiliary building were the 2 wings, each about half the size of the main building. These, in their own ways, were areas as delicate and sensitive as the reactor units themselves, for it was here that all the nuclear fuels were handled and stored. In all, the building of this complex had called for something like 1/3 cubic yards of concrete and some 50,000 tons of steel. What was equally remarkable was that it required only 80 people, including a good proportion of security staff, to run this massive complex 24 hours a day. 20 yards beyond the gate, Ryder was stopped by a security guard wearing an indeterminate uniform and a machine carbine that was far from menacing, inasmuch as the guard had made no move to unsling it from his shoulder. Ryder leaned out. "What's this, then? Open house day? Public free to come and go?" "Oh, Sergeant Ryder." The little man with the strong Irish accent tried to smile and succeeded only in looking morose. "Fine time now to lock the stable door. Besides, we're expecting lawmen, droves of them. And all of them asking the same stupid questions over and over again, just as I'm going to do." Cheer up, John. I'll see they don't get you for high treason." "On duty at the time, were you?" For my sins." "Sorry about your wife, Sergeant. This'll be your son, Ryder nodded. "My sympathies. For what they're worth. But don't waste any sympathy on me. I broke the regulations. If it's the old cottonwood tree for me, I've got it coming. I shouldn't have left me box." Jeff said, "Why?" "You see that glass there? Not even the Bank of America has armored plate like that. Maybe a Magnum 44 could get through it. I doubt it. There's a 2-way speaker system. There's an alarm buzzer by me hand and a foot switch to trigger off a 10-pound charge of gelignite that would discourage anything short of a tank. It's buried under the asphalt just where the vehicles pull up. But no, old smarty pants McCafferty had to unlock the door and go outside. Why? No fool like an old fool. The van was expected just at that time. I had a note on my desk. Standard fuel pickup from San Diego. Same color, same lettering. Driver and guard with the same uniforms, even the same license plates. Same van, in other words. Hijack. If they could hijack it when it was empty, why not on the return journey when it was full? They came for more than the fuel. Yeah, that's so. You recognize the driver? Nope. But the pass was in order. So was the photograph. Well, would you recognize that driver again? McCafferty scowled in bitter recollection. I'd recognize that damned great black beard and moustache again. Probably lying in some ditch by this time. Didn't have time even to see the old shotgun, just the one glance, and then the van gate, their side loaders, fell down. The only uniform the lot inside were wearing was stocking masks. God knows how many of them there were. I was too busy looking at what they were carrying. Pistols, sawn-off 12 bores, even one guy with a bazooka. For blasting open any electronically locked steel doors, I suppose. That, I suppose. Fact of the matter is, there wasn't one shot fired from beginning to end. Professionals, if ever I saw any. Knew exactly what they were doing, where to go, where to look. Anyway, I was plucked into that van and had hand and leg cuffs on before I had time to close my mouth. Ryder was sympathetic. I can see it must have been a bit of a shock. Then, one of them jumped down and went into the box. Bastard had an Irish accent. I could have been listening to myself talking. He picked up the phone, got through to Carton. He's the number 2 man in security, if you recollect. Ferguson was off today. Told him the transport van was here and asked for permission to open the gate. He pressed the button, the gates opened. He waited until the van had passed through, closed the door, came out through the other door and climbed into the van that had stopped for him. And that's all. All I know. I stayed in there. I didn't have much option, did I, until the raid was over. Then they locked me up with the others. Where's Ferguson? In the north wing. Checking on missing articles, shall we say. Tell him I'm here. McCafferty went to his guard box, spoke briefly on the phone, and returned. That's okay. No comments? Funny you should ask that. He said, Dear God, as if we haven't got enough trouble here. Ryder half-smiled, a very rare half-smile, and drove off. Ferguson, the security chief, greeted them in his office with civility but a marked lack of enthusiasm. Although it was some months since he had read Ryder's acerbic report on the state of security at San Rufino, Ferguson had a long memory. The fact that Ryder had been all too accurate in his report, and that he, Ferguson, had neither the authority nor the available funds to carry out all the report's recommendations, hadn't helped matters any. He was a short, stocky man with wary eyes and an habitually worried expression. He replaced the telephone and made no attempt to rise from behind his desk. You come to write another report, Sergeant? He tried to sound acid, but all he did was sound defensive. Create a little more trouble for me? Ryder was mild. Neither. If you don't get support from your blinkered superiors with their rose-colored glasses, then the fault is theirs, not yours. Ah. The tone was surprised, but the face still wary. Jeff said, We have a personal interest in this, Mr. Ferguson. You the sergeant's son? Jeff nodded. Sorry about your mother. I guess saying that doesn't help very much. You were 30 miles away at the time, Ryder said reasonably. Jeff looked at his father in some apprehension. He knew that a mild-mannered rider was potentially the most dangerous rider of all, but in this case there seemed no undue cause for alarm. Ryder went on, I'd like to find you down in the vaults assessing the amount of loot our friends have made off with. It's not my job at all. Never go near their damn storage facilities except to check the alarm systems. I wouldn't even begin to know what to look for. The director himself is down there with a couple of assistants finding out what the score is. Could we see him? Why? Two of your men, I forget their names. Tucker and Davidson. Well, whatever. They've already talked to him. My point. He was still making his count then. Ferguson reached a grudging hand for the telephone and spoke to someone in tones of quiet respect and then said to Ryder, "He's just finishing." "Here in a moment," he says. "Thanks. Anyway, this could have been an inside job." "An inside job? You mean one of my men involved?" Ferguson looked at him suspiciously. He himself had been 30 miles away at the time, which should have put himself personally beyond suspicion. But equally well, if he had been involved, he'd have made good and certain that he was 30 miles away on the day the break-in had occurred. "I don't follow." 10 heavily armed men don't need assistance from inside. How come they could have walked through your electronically controlled doors and crisscross of electric eyes undetected? Ferguson sighed. He was on safer ground here. The pickup was expected and on schedule. When Carton heard from the gate guard about its arrival, he would automatically have turned them all off. While accepting that, how did they find their way to wherever they wanted to go? This place is a rabbit warren. Ferguson was on even surer ground now. Nothing simpler. I thought you would know about that. A man never stops learning, tell me. You don't have to suborn an employee to find out the precise layout of any atomic plant. No need to infiltrate or wear false uniforms, get hold of copies of badges, or use any violence whatsoever. You don't have to come within 1,000 miles of any damned atomic plant to know all about it. What the layout is, the precise location of where uranium and plutonium are stored, even when nuclear fuel shipments might be expected to arrive or depart, as the case may be. No, all you have to do is to go to a public reading room run by the Atomic Energy Commission at 1717 H Street in Washington, D.C. You'll find it most instructive, Sergeant Ryder, especially if you were a villain bent on breaking into a nuclear plant. Is this some kind of sick joke? Yeah, very sick. Especially if, like me, you happen to be the head of security in a nuclear plant. There are card indexes there containing dockets on all nuclear facilities in the country in private hands. There's always a very friendly clerk to hand. I've been there. The one request will give you a stack of more papers than you can handle, giving you what I and many others would regard as being top secret and classified information on any nuclear facility you want. Except governmental ones, of course. Sure, it's a joke. But it doesn't make me and lots of others laugh out loud. They must be out of their tiny minds. It would be a gross exaggeration to say that Sergeant Ryder was stunned. Facial and verbal overreactions were wholly alien to him, but he was unquestionably taken aback. Ferguson assumed the expression of one who was buttoning his hair shirt really tight. They even provide a Xerox machine for copying any documents you choose. Jesus. And the government permits all this? Permits? It's authorized it. Atomic Energy Act, amended 1954, states that citizen John Doe, undiscovered nutcase or not, has the right to know about the private use of nuclear materials. I think you have to revise your insider theory, Sergeant. Well, it wasn't a theory, just a question. In either case, consider it revised. Dr. Jablonski, the director of the reactor plant, came into the room. He was a burly, sun-tanned and white-haired man in his mid-60s, but looking about 10 years younger. A man who normally radiated bonhomie and good cheer. At the moment, he was radiating nothing of the kind. Damnable, he said to no one in particular. Evening, Sergeant.
It would have been nice to meet again in happier circumstances for both of us.
He looked at Jeff interrogatively.
Since when did they call in CHPs on a...
Jeff Ryder, Dr. Jablonski. My son.
Ryder smiled slightly.
I hope you don't subscribe to the general belief that highway patrolmen only arrest on highways. They can arrest anyone, anywhere in the state of California.
Oh, my goodness. I hope he's not going to arrest me.
He peered at Jeff over the top of rimless glasses.
You must be worried about your mother, young man. But I can't see any reason why she should come to any harm.
And I can't see any reason why she shouldn't, Ryder interrupted. Ever heard of any kidnapper who was not threatened with actual bodily harm? I haven't.
Threats? Already?
Well, give them time. Wherever they're going, they probably haven't got there yet. How is it with the inventory of stolen goods?
Bad. We have 3 types of nuclear fuel and storage here: uranium-238, uranium-235, and plutonium. Now, U-238 is the prime source of all nuclear fuel, and they didn't bother taking any of that. Understandably.
Why understandably?
Harmless stuff.
Absently almost, Dr. Jablonski fished in the pocket of his white coat and produced several small pellets, each no more than the size of a .38 caliber shell.
That's U-238. Well, almost. Contains about 3% U-235. Slightly enriched, as we call it. You have to get an awful lot of this stuff together before it starts to fission, giving off the heat that converts water to steam, that spins the turbine blades to make our electricity. Here in San Rufino, we crowd 6 3/4 millions of these, 240 into each of the 28,000 12-foot rods into the nuclear reactor core. This we figured to be the optimum critical mass for fissioning, a process controlled by huge supplies of cooling water, and one that can be stopped altogether by dropping boron rods between the uranium tubes.
Jeff said,
What would happen if the water supply stopped and you couldn't activate the boron rods or whatever? Bang?
No. Well, the results would be bad enough. Clouds of radioactive gas that might cost some thousands of deaths, and poison tens, perhaps thousands of square miles of soil, but it's never happened yet. And the chances of it happening have been calculated at 5 billion to 1. So we don't worry too much about it. But a bang? A nuclear explosion? Impossible. No, for that you require U-235 over 90% pure. Stuff we dropped on Hiroshima. Now that is nasty stuff. There was 132 pounds of it in that bomb, but it was so crudely designed, it really belonged to the nuclear horse and buggy age, that only about 25 ounces of it fissioned. But that was still enough to wipe out the city. Since then we have progressed, if that's the word I want. Now the Atomic Energy Commission reckons that a total of 5 kilograms, 11 pounds, is the so-called trigger quantity, enough for the detonation of a nuclear bomb. It's common knowledge among scientists that the AEC is most conservative in its estimate. It could be done with less.
Ryder said, No U-238 was stolen. You used the word unfortunately. Couldn't they have stolen it and converted it into U-235?
No. Natural uranium contains 140 atoms of U-238 to each atom of U-235. The task of leaching out the U-235 from the U-238 is probably the most difficult scientific task man has ever overcome. We use a process called gaseous diffusion, which is prohibitively expensive, enormously complicated, and impossible to avoid detection. The going cost for a gaseous diffusion plant at today's inflated rates is in the region of $3 billion. Even today, only a very limited number of men know how the process works. I don't. All I know is that it involves thousands of incredibly fine membranes, thousands of miles of tubes, pipes, and conduits, and enough electrical power to run a fair-sized city. Then those plants are so enormous they couldn't possibly be built in secret. They cover so many hundreds of acres that you require a car or an electric cart to get around one. No private group, however wealthy or criminally minded, could ever hope to build one. We have 3 in this country. None are located in this state. The British and French have one apiece. The Russians aren't saying. China is reported to have one in Langchao in Gansu province. It can be done by high-speed centrifuges spinning at such a speed that the marginally heavier U-238 is flung to the outside. But this process would use hundreds of thousands of centrifuges, and the cost would be mind-boggling. I don't know whether it's ever been done. The South Africans claim to have discovered an entirely new process, but they aren't saying what. And U.S. scientists are skeptical. The Australians say they've discovered a method by using laser beams. Again, we don't know. But if it were possible, a small group, and they'd all have to be top-flight nuclear physicists, could make U-235 undetected. But why bother going to such impossible lengths when you can just go to the right place and steal the damn stuff ready-made, just as they did here this afternoon? Ryder said, "How is it all stored?" "In 10-liter steel bottles, each containing 7 kilograms of U-235, in the form of either an oxide or metal. The oxide in the form of a very fine brown powder. The metal's in little lumps known as broken buttons. The bottles are placed in a cylinder 5 inches wide that's braced with welded struts in the center of a perfectly ordinary 55-gallon steel drum. Now, I needn't tell you why the bottles are held in suspension in the airspace of the drum. Stack them all together in a drum or a box, and you'd soon reach the critical mass where fissioning starts." Jeff said, "And this time it goes bang?" "Well, no, not yet. Just a violent irradiation, which would have a very nasty effect for miles around, especially on human beings. Drum plus bottle weighs about 100 pounds, so it's easily movable. Now, those drums are called bird cages, though Lord knows why. They don't even look like any bird cage I've ever seen." Ryder said, "How is this transported?" "Long distance, by plane. Shorter hauls, by common carrier." "Common carrier?" "Any old truck you can lay your hands on." Ferguson sounded bitter. "How many of those cages go in the average truck shipment?" "Well, that hijacked San Diego truck carries 20. 140 pounds of the stuff, right?" "Right." "A man could make himself a fair collection of nuclear bombs from that lot. How many drums were actually taken?" 20. "A full load for the van?" "Yeah." "So they didn't touch your plutonium?" "Oh, more bad news, I'm afraid." When they were being held at gunpoint, but before they were locked up, some of the staff heard the sound of another engine. A diesel. Heavy. Could have been big. No one saw it.
The telephone on his desk rang. He reached for it and listened in silence, except for the occasional
who, where, and when.
He hung up.
Still more bad news? Jablonski asked. I don't see it makes any difference one way or the other. The hijacked van's been found. Empty, of course. Except for the driver and the guard trussed up like turkeys in the back. They say they were following a furniture van round a blind corner when it braked so sharply they almost ran into it. Back doors of the van opened, and the driver and the guard decided to stay just where they were. They say they didn't feel like doing much else with 2 machine guns and a bazooka leveled 6 feet from their windscreen. That's an understandable point of view, Jablonski said. Where were they found? In a quarry. Up a disused side road. Couple of young kids.
And the furniture van is still there?
As you say, Sergeant. How did you know?
Do you think they'd have transferred their cargo into an identifiable van and driven off with it? They'd have a second plane van. Ryder turned to Dr. Jablonski. As you were about to say about this plutonium.
That's interesting stuff. And if you're a nuclear bomb-making enthusiast, it's far more suitable for making an atom bomb than uranium. Although it would call for a greater deal of expertise. Probably call for the services of a nuclear physicist.
A captive physicist would do as well.
What do you mean?
They, the villains, took a couple of visiting physicists with them this afternoon. From San Diego and Los Angeles, I believe they were.
Professor Burnett and Dr. Schmidt? That's a ludicrous suggestion. I know both men well, intimately, you might say. They are men of probity, men of honor. They'd never cooperate with the blackguards who stole this stuff.
Ryder sighed. My regard for you is high, Doctor, so I'll only say that you lead a very sheltered life. Men of principle, decent men.
Our regard is mutual, so I'll just content myself with saying that I don't have to repeat myself.
Men of compassion, no doubt.
Of course they are.
They took my wife and a stenographer.
Julie Johnson.
Julie Johnson. When our hijacking thieves start feeding those ladies through a meat grinder, what do you think is going to win out? Your friends' high principles or their compassion? Jablonski said nothing. He just lost a little color. Ferguson coughed in a skeptical fashion, which is a difficult thing to do, but in his line of business, he'd had a lot of practice. And I'd always thought you were devoid of imagination, Sergeant. That's stretching things a bit, surely. Is it? As security chief, it's your job to vet everybody applying for a job here. This stenographer, Julie, what's her background? Oh, a typist, making a living. She has a small flat, nothing fancy, with 2 other girls. Drives a beat-up Volkswagen. Parents dead. Not a millionairess doing the job for kicks. Kicks? No chance. A nice girl, but nothing special there. Ryder looked at Jablonski. So, a stenographer's paycheck, a sergeant's paycheck, a patrolman's paycheck. Maybe you think they're going to hold those ladies to ransom for $1 million each? Maybe just to rest their eyes on after a long day at the nuclear bench. Jablonski said nothing. The meat grinder. You were talking about this plutonium.
God, man, have you no feelings?
Time and place for everything. Right now, a little thinking and a little knowledge might help more.
I suppose.
Jablonski spoke with the restrained effort of a man whose head is trying to make his heart see sense.
Plutonium. Plutonium-239, to be precise. Stuff that destroyed Nagasaki. Synthetic, doesn't exist in nature. Man-made, we Californians had the privilege of creating it. Unbelievably toxic. A cobra's bite is a thing of joy compared to it. If you had it in an aerosol in liquid form with freon under pressure, no one has yet got around to figuring out how to do this, but they will. You'd have an indescribably lethal weapon on your hands. A couple of squirts of this into a crowded auditorium, say, with a couple of thousand people, and all you'd require would be a couple of thousand coffins. It's the inevitable byproduct of the fissioning of uranium in a nuclear reactor. The plutonium, you understand, is still inside the uranium fuel rods. The rods are removed from the reactor and chopped up. Well, who does the chopping? It's not a job I'd fancy myself. I don't know whether you would or not. First chop and you'd be dead. No, it's done by remote-controlled guillotines in a place we call the canyon. Nice little place with 5-foot walls and 5-foot thick windows. You wouldn't want to go inside. The cuttings are dissolved in nitric acid and then washed with various reactive chemicals to separate the plutonium from uranium and other unwanted radioactive fission products. Well, how is this plutonium stored? Plutonium nitrate, actually. Well, about 10 liters of it goes into a stainless steel flask, about 50 inches high by 5 in diameter. That works out about 2.5 kilograms of pure plutonium. Those flasks are even more easily handled than the uranium drums, and they're quite safe, if you're careful. How much of this stuff do you require to make a bomb? No one knows for sure. It is believed that it is theoretically possible, although at the moment practically impossible, to make a nuclear device no bigger than a cigarette. The AEC puts the trigger quantity at 2 kilograms. That's probably an overestimate. But you could for sure carry enough plutonium to make a nuclear bomb in a lady's purse. I'll never look at a lady's purse with the same eyes again. So, that's a bomb flask? Easily. Is there much of this plutonium around? Oh, too much. Private companies have stockpiled more plutonium than there is in all the nuclear bombs in the world. Ride a little go while you assimilated this. You did say what I thought you did say. Yes. What are they going to do with this stuff? Well, that's what the private companies would like to know. The half-life of this plutonium is about 26,000 years. Radioactively, it'll still be lethal in 100,000 years. Quite a legacy we're leaving to the unborn. If mankind is still around in 100,000 years, which no scientist, economist, environmentalist, or philosopher seriously believes, can't you just see them cursing their ancestors some 3,000 generations removed? Well, they'll have to handle that problem without me. It's this generation I'm concerned with. Is this the first time nuclear fuel has been stolen from a plant? God, no. First forced entry I know of, but others may have been hushed up. We're touchy about those things, much more touchy than the Europeans, who admit to several terrorist attacks on their reactor stations. Tell the man straight out. Ferguson sounded weary. Theft of plutonium goes on all the time. I know it. Dr. Jablonski knows it. The Office of Nuclear Safeguards, that's the watchdog of the AEC, knows about it best of all. Comes over all coy when questioned, even although their director did admit to a Congressional House Energy Subcommittee that perhaps
0.5% of fuel was unaccounted for. He didn't seem very worried about it. After all, what's 0.5%? Especially when you say it quickly. Just enough to make enough bombs to wipe out the United States, that's all. The great, trusting American public know nothing about it. What they don't know can't frighten them. Do I sound rather bitter to you, Sergeant? You do a bit. You have reason to. I have. One of the reasons I resented your security report. There's not a security chief in the country that doesn't feel bitter about it. We spend billions every year preventing nuclear war, hundreds of millions from preventing accidents at reactor plants, but only about 8 million on security. The probability of those occurrences are in reverse order. The AEC say they have up to 10,000 people keeping track of material. I would laugh if I didn't feel like crying. Fact of the matter is, they only know where it is about once a year. Oh, they come around, balance books, count cans, take samples, and feed the figures into some luckless computer that usually comes up with the wrong answers. Not the computer's fault, not the inspectors. There's far too few of them, and the system is ungovernable anyway. Well, the AEC, for instance, say that theft by employees because of the elaborate built-in protection and detection system is impossible. They say this in a loud voice for public consumption. It's rubbish. Sample pipes lead off from the plutonium runoff spigot from the canyon for testing strength, purity, and so forth. Nothing easier than to run off a little plutonium into a small flask. If you're not greedy and you take only a small amount occasionally, the chances are that you can get off with it almost indefinitely. And if you can suborn 2 of the security guards, the one who monitors the TV screens of the cameras in the sensitive areas, and the person who controls the metal detector beam you pass through on leaving, you can get off with it forever. This has been done. The government doesn't believe in paying high salaries for what is basically an unskilled job. Why do you think there are so many corrupt and crooked cops, if you don't mind my saying so? I don't mind. This is the only way? Stealing the stuff in dribs and drabs? Hasn't been done on a large scale? Oh, sure it has. Again, nobody's talking. As far back as 1964, when the Chinese exploded their first nuclear bomb, it was taken for granted in this country that the Chinese just didn't have the scientific know-how to separate out U-235 from natural uranium. Ergo, they must have pinched it from somewhere. They wouldn't have stolen it from Russia because Chinese, to say the least, are not welcome there. But they're welcome here, especially in California. In San Francisco, you have the biggest Chinese community outside China. Their students are received with open arms in Californian universities. It's no secret that that's how the Chinese came to have the secrets of making the atom bomb. Their students came across here, took a postgraduate course in physics, including nuclear physics, and then hightailed it back to the mother country with the necessary information. You're digressing. That's what bitterness does for you. Shortly after they exploded their bomb, it came to light, perhaps accidentally, that 60 kilos of U-235 had disappeared from a nuclear fuel fabricating plant in Apollo, Pennsylvania. Coincidence? Nobody's accusing anybody of anything. The stuff is going missing right and left. The security chief in the East once told me that 110 kilos of U-235 somehow got lost from his plant. He broke off and shook his head dejectedly. Oh, the whole thing is so damn stupid anyway. What's stupid? Pilfering a few grams at a time from a plant or breaking into one to steal it on a grand scale, that's being stupid. It's stupid because it's unnecessary. If you wanted a king-size haul of U-235 or plutonium today, what would you have done? Well, that's obvious. I'd have let the regular crew of that truck load up and hijack it on the way back. Yeah, exactly. 1 or 2 plants send out their enriched nuclear fuel in such massive steel and concrete drums, transported in big 15 to 20-ton trucks, that the necessity for a crane effectively rules out hijacking. Most don't. We don't. No strong man on his own would have no difficulty in handling our drums. More than one nuclear scientist has publicly suggested that we approach the Kremlin and contract the Red Army for the job. That's the way the Russians do it, a heavily armored truck with an escort armored vehicle in front and behind. Why don't we do that? Oh, not to be thought of. Same reason again, mustn't scare the pants off the public. That for the nuclear image. Atoms for peace, not war. In the whole fuel cycle, transportation is by so far the weakest link in security, it doesn't deserve to be called a link at all. The major road shippers like Pacific Intermountain Express or Tri-State or McCormick are painfully aware of this and they're worried sick about it. But there's nothing their drivers can do. In the trucking business, many would prefer the word racket, theft and shortages are the name of the game. It's the most corrupt and criminal-ridden business in the state, but no one, especially the drivers, is going to say so out loud for all the world to hear. The Teamsters are the most powerful and widely feared union in the States. In Britain or Germany or France, they would just be outlawed, and that would be that. In Russia, they end up in Siberia. But not here. You don't buck or badmouth the Teamsters, not if you place any value on your wife or kids or pension or, most of all, your own personal health. Every day, an estimated 2% of goods being transported by road in this country just go missing. The real figure is probably higher. The wise don't complain. In the minority of cases where people do complain, the insurers pay up quietly since their premiums are loaded against what they regard as an occupational hazard. Occupational is the key word. 85% of thefts are by people inside the trucking industry. 85% of hijackings involve collusion, which has to involve the truck drivers, all, of course, paid-up members of the Teamsters. Has there ever been a case of nuclear hijack on the open road? No. Hijacks don't happen on the open road. Well, hardly ever. They occur at transfer points and drivers' stopovers. Driver Jones visits the local locksmith and has a fresh set of keys for ignition and cab doors cut and hands it over to Smith. Next day, he stops at the driver's pull-up, carefully locks the door and goes, either himself or with his mate, for his hamburger and French fries or whatever. When he comes out, he goes through the well-rehearsed routine of double take, calling to heaven for vengeance and hot-footing it to the nearest phone box to call the cops, who know perfectly well what is going on, but they are completely incapable of proving anything. Those hijackings are rarely reported, and they pass virtually unnoticed because there are very rarely any crimes of violence involved. Ryder was patient. I've been a cop all my life, I know that. Nuclear hijack, I said. I don't know. You don't know, or you're not telling. Well, that's up to you to decide, Sergeant. Yes, thank you. It was impossible for anyone to say whether Ryder had decided anything or not. He turned to Jablonski. Okay, Doc, if we go and have a look at Susan's office. Jablonski's voice was dry. It's unusual of you, Sergeant, to ask anybody's permission for anything. That's downright unkind. Fact is, we haven't been officially assigned to this investigation. I know that. He looked at Jeff. This is hardly the stamping ground for a highway patrolman. You've been expressly forbidden to come here. No. Oh, it makes no difference. Heaven's man, in your place, I'd be worried to death. Search the whole damn building if you want. He paused briefly. I suggest I come with you. The whole damn building, as you call it, can be left to Parker and Davidson, who are already here. and the lawmen in their droves who will be here at any moment. Why do you want to come with us to my wife's office? I've never tampered with evidence in my life.
Wow. Who says you did?
He looked at Jeff.
You know, your father has a long-standing and well-justified reputation for taking the law into his own hands.
Well, one does hear rumors, I have to admit. So you'd be a witness stand guarantor for the good behavior of one who is in need of care and protection? It was the first time that Jeff had smiled since he'd heard of his mother's kidnapping. Jablonski said,
First time I ever heard anyone mention care and protection and Sergeant Ryder in the same breath.
Jeff could be right. Ryder was unruffled.
I am getting on.
Jablonski smiled his total disbelief. Chapter 2. The office door, slightly ajar, had 4 splintered holes tightly grouped round the lock and the handle. Ryder looked at them with no reaction, pushed open the door, and walked inside. Sergeant Parker stopped from what he was doing, which was pushing scraps of paper around a desktop with the rubber tip of a pencil, and turned around. He was a burly, pleasant-faced man in his late 30s who didn't look a bit like a cop, which was one reason why his arrest record ranked second only to Ryder's. I've been expecting you, he said. One hell of a business, just incredible. He smiled as if to alleviate the tension which Ryder didn't seem to be feeling at all. Come to take over, have you? Show the incompetents how a professional goes about it? I'm just looking. I'm not on this, and I'm sure old Fatso would take great pleasure in keeping me off it. Fatso referred to their far-from-revered police chief. The sadistic blubber of lard would love to do just that. He ignored the slight frown of Dr. Jablonski, who had never had the privilege of making the police chief's acquaintance. Why don't you and I break his neck someday? Assuming he's got a neck inside that 20-inch collar. Ryder looked at the bullet-ridden door. McCafferty, the gate guard, told me there was no shooting. Termites? Not a silencer. Well, why the gun at all? Susan is why. Parker was a family friend of long standing. The villains had rounded up the staff and put them in the room across the hallway there. Susan just happened to look out of the door and saw them coming, so she closed the door and locked it. So they blasted it open. Maybe they thought she was making a dive for the nearest telephone. You made a security report? Yeah, that's so, I remember. Only Dr. Jablonski here and Mr. Ferguson were permitted direct lines to the outside. All other calls have to be cleared through the switchboard. They'd taken care of the girl there at first. Maybe they thought she was leaving through a window. Not a chance. From all I've heard, I haven't had time to take statements yet, those villains would have been perfectly at home here with blindfolds on. They'd have known there was no fire escape outside. They'd have known that every room is air-conditioned and that you can't very well jump through plate glass windows sealed like those are. Then why? Well, maybe in a hurry. Maybe just the impatient type. At least he gave warning. His words were, "Stand well to one side, Mrs. Ryder. I'm going to blast open that door." Well, that seems to prove 2 things. The first is that they're not wanton killers. But I said seems. A dead hostage isn't much good as a bargaining counter or as a lever to make reluctant physicists bend to their task. Second, they knew enough to be able to identify individual members of the staff. That they did. They seem to have been very well informed. Jeff tried to speak calmly to emulate the monolithic calm of his father, but a rapidly beating pulse in his neck gave him away. Ryder indicated the tabletop strewn with scraps of torn paper. Well, men of your age should be beyond jigsaws. You know me? Thorough, painstaking, the conscientious detective who leaves no stone unturned. You've got all the pieces the right way up, I'll say that for you. Make anything of it? Nope. You? No. Contents of Susan's waste paper basket, I take it. Yeah. Parker looked at the tiny scraps in irritation. I know secretaries and typists automatically tear up bits of paper, destined for the waste paper basket. But did you have to be so damn thorough about it? Well, you know Susan never does things by halves, or quarters, or eighths. He pushed some of the scraps around, remnants of letters, carbons, some pieces of shorthand. 16ths, yes, not halves. He turned away. Any other clues you haven't come up with? Well, nothing on her desk, nothing in her desk. She took her handbag and umbrella with her. How do you know she had an umbrella? I asked, Parker said patiently. No, nothing but this left. He picked up a framed and unflattering picture of Ryder, replaced it on the desk, and said, apropos of nothing, some people can function efficiently under any circumstances, and that's it, I'm afraid. Dr. Jablonski escorted them to the battered Peugeot. If there's anything I can do, Sergeant. Well, two things, as a matter of fact. Without letting Ferguson know, can you get hold of the dossier on Carton? You know, the details of his past career, references, that sort of thing? Jesus, man. He's number 2 in security. I know. There any reason to suspect him? No, none. I'm just curious why they took him as hostage. A senior security man is supposed to be tough and resourceful. Not the kind of man I'd have around. His record may show some reason why. And the second thing, I'm still a pilgrim lost in this nuclear desert. If I need any more information, can I contact you? You know where my office is. I may have to ask you to come to my place. Head office can put a stop order against my coming here. A cop? A cop? No. An ex-cop? Yes. Jablonski looked at him consideringly. You expecting to be fired? Oh, God knows it's been threatened often enough. It's an unjust world. On the way back to the station, Jeff said, for 3 questions. Why Carlton? Bad choice of hostage, like I said. And secondly, if the villains could identify your mother, they could probably identify anyone in the plant. And no reason why they should be especially interested in our family. The best source of names and working locations of the staff is in the security files. Only Ferguson and Carlton, and of course Dr. Jablonski, have access to them. But why kidnap him? To make it look good? I don't know. Maybe he wasn't kidnapped. You heard what Ferguson said about the government not paying highly for unskilled jobs. Maybe greener fields were beckoning. Sergeant Ryder, you have an unpleasantly suspicious imagination. What's more, you're no better than a common thief. Ryder drew placidly on his cigarette and remained unmoved. You told Jablonski you'd never tampered with evidence. I saw you palm pieces of paper from the table where Sergeant Parker was trying to sort them out. Suspicious minds would seem to run in this family, Ryder said mildly. I didn't tamper with evidence, I took it. If it is evidence, that is. Well, why did you take it if you don't know? You saw what I took? Didn't look much to me. Squiggles, doodles. Shorthand, you clown. You notice anything about the cut of Jablonski's coat? No. First thing any cop would notice. He should have his coat cut looser to conceal the bulge of his gun. It's not a gun. It's a cassette recorder. Jablonski dictates all his letters and memos into that, wherever he is in the plant, as usually as not when he's walking around. So, Jeff thought for a bit, and then looked properly chagrined. I guess I'll just stick to my trusty two-wheeler and handing out tickets to traffic violators. That way my lack of a towering intelligence doesn't show up so much. No shorthand required, is that it? I would have thought so. But why tear it up into little bits? Well, it just goes to show that you can't believe half the experts who say that intelligence is hereditary. Ryder puffed on his cigarette with just a hint of complacency. You think I would have married someone who panicked and lacked resource? Like she runs for a room when she sees a spider? A message? I would think. You know anyone who knows shorthand? Sure, Marge. Who's Marge? God damn it, Dad, your goddaughter, Ted's wife. Ah. Your fellow easy rider on the lonely trails of the freeways. Marjorie, you mean? Ask him around for a drink when we get home. What did you mean back there by saying to Jablonski that you expected to be fired? No, he said it, not me. Let's just say I sense premature retirement coming up. I have a feeling that Chief Donaher and I aren't going to be seeing very much eye to eye in a few minutes' time. Even the newest rookie in the police force knew of the Chief of Police's enmity towards Ryder, a feeling exceeded only by the massive contempt in which Ryder held his superior. Jeff said, He doesn't much like me either. That's a fact. Ryder smiled reminiscently. Sometime before her divorce from the Chief of Police, Jeff had handed out a speeding ticket to Mrs. Donaher, although he had known perfectly well who she was. Donaher had first of all asked Jeff, and then demanded of him that he tear up the booking. Jeff had refused, as Donaher must have known that he would in advance. The Californian Highway Patrol had the reputation of which it was justifiably proud, of being perhaps the only police force in the Union that was wholly above corruption. Not too long ago, a patrolman had handed out a speeding ticket to the governor. The governor had written a letter of commendation to police headquarters, but he still had to pay up. Sergeant Dixon was still behind his desk. He said, Where have you two been? Detecting, Ryder said. Why? Well, the brats have been trying to reach you at San Rufino. He looked at the phone. Sergeant Ryder and Patrolman Ryder, Lieutenant. They've just come in. He listened briefly and hung up. Pleasure of your company, gentlemen. Who's with him? Major Dunn. Dunn was the area head of the FBI. Plus a Dr. Dura from Erder or something. Capitals, Ryder said. ERDA. Headed your Research and Development Administration. I know him. And, of course, your soulmate. 4 men were seated in Marla's office. Marla, behind the desk, was wearing his official face to conceal his unhappiness. 2 men sat in chairs, Dr. Dura, an owlish-looking individual with bottle-glass pince-nez that gave his eyes the appearance of those of a startled fawn, and Major Dunn, lean, greying, intelligent, with the smiling eyes of one who didn't find too much in life to smile about. The standing figure was Donaher, Chief of Police. Although he wasn't very tall, his massive, pear-shaped body took up a disproportionate amount of space. The layers of fat above and below his eyes left little space for the eyes themselves. He had, in addition, a fleshy nose, fleshy lips, and a formidable array of chins. He was eyeing Ryder with distaste.
Case all sewn up, I suppose, Sergeant.
Ryder ignored him. He said to Marlowe, "You sent for us?" Donahue's face had turned an instant purple.
I was speaking to you, Ryder. I sent for you. Where the hell have you been?
You just used the word case. And you've been phoning San Rufino. If we must have questions, do they have to be stupid ones?
My God, Ryder, there's no man talks to me.
Please. Dunn's voice was calm, quiet, but incisive. I'd be glad if you gentlemen would leave your bickering for another time. Sergeant Ryder, patrolman, I've heard about Mrs. Ryder, and I'm damn sorry. You find anything interesting up there?
No,
Ryder said. Jeff kept his eyes carefully averted. And I don't think anyone will. It's too clean a job, too professional. No violence offered. The only established fact is that the bandits made off with enough weapons-grade material to blow up half the state. How much? Dr. Dura said. 20 drums of U-235 and plutonium. I don't know how much. A truckload, I should think. A second truck arrived after they'd taken over the building. Dear, dear. Dura looked and sounded depressed. Inevitably, the threats come next. Ryder said, You get many threats?
I wouldn't bother answering that,
Donahue said.
Ryder has no official standing in this case.
Dear, dear, Dura said again. He removed his pince-nez and regarded Donahue with eyes that weren't owlish at all. Are you curtailing my freedom of speech? Donahue was clearly taken aback and looked at Dunn, but found no support in the cozy, smiling eyes. Dura returned his attention to Ryder. We get threats. It is the policy of the state of California not to disclose how many, which is really a rather stupid policy as it is known. The figures have been published and they are in the public domain. That some 220 threats have been made against federal and commercial facilities since 1969. He paused, as if expectantly, and Ryder accommodated him. That's a lot of threats. He appeared oblivious to the fact that the most immediate threat was an apoplectic one. Donahue was clenching and unclenching his fists, and his complexion was shading into an odd tinge of puce. It is indeed. All of them, so far, have proved to be hoaxes. But someday the threat may prove to be real. That is, either the government or private industry may have to pay up, or suffer the effects of a nuclear detonation or nuclear radiation. We list 6 types of threat, 2 as highly improbable, 4 reasonably credible. The highly improbable are the detonation of a homemade bomb made from stolen weapons-grade materials, or the detonation of a ready-made nuclear bomb stolen from a military ordnance depot. Now, the credible are the dispersion of radioactive material other than plutonium. The release of hijacked radioactive materials from a spent fuel shipment, the detonation of a conventional high-explosive salted with strontium-90, krypton-85, cesium-137, or even plutonium itself, or simply by the release of plutonium for contamination purposes. From the business-like way those criminals behaved in San Rufino, it might be that they mean business. Well, the time has to come, we know that. This may be the time we receive a threat that really is a threat. We have made preparations formulated in 1975. Nuclear Blackmail Emergency Response Plan for the State of California, it's called. The FBI have the overall control of the investigation. Now, they can call on as many federal, state, and local agencies as they wish, including, of course, the police. They can call on nuclear experts from such places as Donner in Berkeley and Lawrence at Livermore. Search and decontamination teams and medical teams, headed by doctors who specialize in radiology, are immediately available, as is the Air Force, to carry those teams anywhere in the state. We at ERDA have the responsibility of assessing the validity of the threat. How is that done? Well, primarily I'm checking with the government's computerized system that determines very quickly if unexpected amounts of fissionable material is missing. Well, Dr. Dura, in this case we know already how much is missing, so we don't have to ask the computers. Just as well. I believe the computers are useless anyway. For a second time, Dura removed his pince-nez. Who told you this? Ryder looked vague. I don't remember. It was some time ago. Jeff kept his smile under covers. Sure, it was some time ago. It must have been almost half an hour since Ferguson had told him. Dura looked at him thoughtfully, and then clearly decided there was no point in pursuing the subject. Ryder went on, addressing himself to Marla. I'd like to be assigned to this investigation. I would look forward to working under Major Dunn. Donahue smiled. Not exactly an evil smile, just that of a man savoring the passing moment. His complexion had reverted to its customary mottled red. He said, No way. Ryder looked at him. His expression wasn't encouraging. I have a very personal interest in this. You've forgotten? There'll be no discussion, Sergeant. As a policeman, you take orders from only one person in this county, and that is me. As a policeman? Donahue looked at him in sudden uncertainty. Dunn said, I would appreciate having Sergeant Ryder working with me. You're most experienced man, and you're best in intelligence. And with the best arrest record in the county, any county, come to that. That's just trouble. Arrest happy, trigger happy, violent. Unstable if he was emotionally involved, as he would be in a case like this. Donahue tried to assume the expression of pious respectability, but he was attempting the impossible. Can't have the good name of my force brought into disrepute. Jesus. It was Ryder's only comment. Dunn was mildly persistent. I would still like to have him. No. And with respect. I need to remind you that the authority of the FBI stops on the other side of that door. It's for your own sake, Major Dunn. He's a dangerous man to have around in a delicate situation like this. Kidnapping innocent women is delicate? Dura's dry voice made it apparent that he regarded Donahue as something less than a towering intelligence. You might tell us how you arrive at that conclusion. Yes. How about that, Chief? Jeff could restrain himself no longer. He was visibly trembling with anger. Ryder observed him in mild surprise, but said nothing. My mother, Chief, and my father, dangerous, arrest-happy, both of those things, but only to you, Chief, only to you. My father's trouble is that he goes around arresting all the wrong people, pimps, drug pushers, crooked politicians, honest, public-spirited members of the mafia, respected businessmen who are no better than scofflaws, even, isn't it sad, corrupt cops. Consult his record, Chief. The only time his arrests have failed to secure either a conviction or a probation order was when he came up against Judge Kendrick. Now you remember Judge Kendrick, don't you, Chief? Your frequent house guest who pocketed $25,000 from your buddies in City Hall and finished up with penitentiary? 5 years. There were quite a lot of people who were lucky not to join him behind bars. Weren't there, Chief? Donahue made an indeterminate sound as if he were suffering from some constriction of the vocal cords. His fists were clenching and unclenching again, and his complexion was still changing colour, only now with the speed and unpredictability of a chameleon crawling over tartan. Dunn said, "You put him there, Sergeant?" "Well, somebody had to. Old Fatso here had all the evidence, but he wouldn't use it. You can't blame a man for not incriminating himself." Donahue made the same strangled noise. Ryder took something from his coat pocket and held it hidden, glancing quizzically at his son. Jeff was calm now. He said to Donahue, "You've also slandered my father in front of witnesses." He looked at Ryder. "You going to raise an action? Or just leave him alone with his conscience?" "His what?" "You'll never make a cop." Jeff sounded almost sad. "There are all those finer points that you've never mastered, like bribery, corruption, kickbacks, and having a couple of bank accounts under false names." He looked at Donahue. "It's true, isn't it, Chief? Some people have lots of accounts under false names." "You insolent young bastard." Donahue had his vocal cords working again, but only just. He tried to smile. "Kind of forgotten who you're talking to, haven't you?" "I'm sorry to deprive you of the pleasure, Chief." Jeff laid gun and badge on Marla's table and looked at his father in no surprise as Ryder placed a second badge on the table. Donahue said hoarsely, "Your gun." "It's mine, not police property. Anyway, I've others at home, all the licenses you want," Ryder said. "I can have those revoked tomorrow, copper." The viciousness of his tone matched the expression on his face. "I'm not a copper." Ryder lit a Gauloise and drew on it with obvious satisfaction. "Put that damn cigarette out." "You heard. I'm not a copper. Not anymore. I'm just a member of the public. The police are servants of the public. I don't care to have my servants talk to me that way. Revoke my licenses? You do just that, and you'll have a photostat of a private dossier I have, complete with photostats of signed affidavits. And then you revoke the order revoking my licenses. What the devil is that meant to mean?" Just that the original of the dossier should make very interesting reading up in Sacramento. "You're bluffing." The contempt in Donahue's voice would have carried more conviction if he hadn't licked his lips immediately afterwards. "Could be." Ryder contemplated a smoke ring with a mildly surprised interest. "I'm warning you, Ryder." Donahue's voice was shaking, and it could have been something else other than anger. "Get in the way of this investigation, and I'll have you locked up for interfering with the course of justice." "It's just as well you know me, Donahue. I don't have to threaten you. Besides, it gives me no pleasure to see fat blobs of lard shaking with fear." Donahue dropped his hand to his gun. Ryder slowly unbuttoned his jacket and pushed it back put a hand on each hip. His .38 was in full view, but his hands were clear of it. Donoghue said to Lieutenant Marlowe, "Arrest this man." Dunn spoke in cold contempt. "Don't be more of a fool than you can help, Donoghue, and don't put your lieutenant in an impossible position." "Arrest him? On what grounds, for heaven's sake?" Ryder buttoned his jacket, turned, and left the office. Jeff close behind him. They were about to climb into the Peugeot when Dunn caught up with them. "Was that wise?" Ryder shrugged. "Inevitable." "He's a dangerous man, Ryder." "Not face to face, we all know that. Different when your back's turned. He has powerful friends." "I know his friends. A contemptible bunch like himself. Half of them should be behind bars." "Still doesn't make them any less dangerous on a moonless night. You're going ahead with this, of course." "My wife, in case you've forgotten." "You think we're going to leave her to that fat slob's tender care?" "What happens if he comes up against you?" Jeff said, "Don't tempt my father with such pleasant thoughts." "Oh, I suppose I shouldn't." "I said I'd like you to work with me, Ryder." "You too, if you wish, young man. Offer stand. Always room for enterprising and ambitious young men in the FBI. "Thanks. We'll think it over. If we need help or advice, can we contact you?" Dunn looked at them consideringly and then nodded. "Sure. You have my number." "Well, you have the option. I don't. Like it or not, I've got to work with that fat slob, as you so accurately call him. Carries a lot of political clout in the valley." He shook hands with the two men. "Mind your backs." In the car, Jeff said, "You going to consider his offer?" "Hell no. That'd be leaving the frying pan for the fire. Not that Sassoon, he's the Californian head of the FBI, isn't honest. He is. But he's too strict. He goes by the book all the time, and he frowns on free enterprise. We wouldn't want that now, would we?" Marjorie Honer, a brown-haired girl who looked too young to be married, sat beside her uniformed CHP husband and studied the scraps of paper that she'd arranged on the table in front of her. Ryder said, "Come on, goddaughter. Bright young girl like you." She lifted her head and smiled. "Easy. I suppose it will make sense to you. It says, look at the back of your photograph." "Thank you, Marjorie." Ryder reached for the phone and made 2 calls. Ryder and his son had just finished the reheated contents of the casserole that Susan had left in the oven when Dr. Jablonski arrived an hour after the departure of the Honers, briefcase in hand. Without expression or inflection of voice, he said,
"Oh, you must be psychic. The word's out that you've been fired. You and Jeff here."
"Not at all." Ryder assumed an aloof dignity. "We retired, voluntarily. But only temporarily, of course."
"You did say temporarily."
"That's what I said. For the moment, it doesn't suit me to be a cop. Restricts my spheres of activities." Jeff said, "You did say temporarily." "Sure. Back to work when this blows over. I have a wife to support." "But Donoghue." "Don't worry about Donoghue. Let Donoghue worry about himself. A drink, Doctor?"
"Oh, well, a scotch, if you have it."
Ryder went behind the small, wet bar and pulled back a sliding door to reveal an impressive array of different bottles. Jablonski said, "You have it." "Beer for me." That's for my friends. Lasts a long time, he added inconsequentially. Jablonski took a folder from his briefcase. This is the file you wanted. It wasn't easy. Ferguson's like a cat on a hot tin roof. Jumpy. Ferguson's straight. I know he is. Now, this is a photostat. I didn't want Ferguson or the FBI to find out that the original dossier is missing. Why is Ferguson so jumpy? It's hard to say. But he's being evasive, uncommunicative. Maybe he feels his job is in danger since his security defenses were so easily breached. Running scared a little. I think we all are in the past few hours, even goes for me. He looked gloomy. I'm even worried that my presence here, he smiled to rob his words of offense, consorting with an ex-cop might be noted. You're too late. It has been noted. Jablonski stopped smiling. What? There's a closed van about 50 yards down the road on the other side. No driver in the cab. He's inside the van looking through a one-way window. Jeff rose quickly and moved to the window. He said, How long has he been there? Well, a few minutes. He arrived just as Dr. Jablonski did. Too late for me to do anything about it, then. Ryder thought briefly and then said, I don't care much to have those snoopers around my house. Go to my gun cupboard and take what you want. You'll find a few old police badges there, too. Well, he'll know I'm no longer a cop. Sure he will. You think he'd dare to say so and put the finger on Danaher? Yeah, hardly. What do you want me to do, shoot him? That's a tempting thought, but no. Smash his window open with the butt of your gun and tell him to open up. His name is Ramanoff. And he looks a little bit like a weasel, which he is. Carries a gun. Danaher reckons he's his top undercover man. I've had tabs on him for years. He's not a cop, he's a criminal, with several sentences behind him. You'll find a police band radio transmitter. Ask him for his license. He won't have one. Ask him for his police identification. He won't have that either. Then make the usual threatening noises and tell him to push off. Jeff smiled widely. Retirement has its compensations. Jablonski looked after him doubtfully. You've sure got a lot of faith in that boy, Sergeant. Jeff can look after himself, Ryder said comfortably. Now, Doctor, I hope you're not going to be evasive about telling me why Ferguson was being evasive. Why should I? He looked glum. Seeing that I'm a marked man anyway. He was evasive with me? Yeah. I feel more upset about your wife than you realize. I think you have the right to know anything that can help you. And I think that deserves another drink. It was a measure of Jablonski's preoccupation that he'd emptied his glass without being aware of it. Ryder went to the bar and returned. What didn't he tell me? Well, you asked him if any nuclear material had been hijacked. He said he didn't know. The fact is, he knows far too much about it to be willing to talk about it. You take the recent hematite hangover business, so-called. I imagine because it's given a headache to everybody in nuclear security. Hematite is in Missouri, and it's run by Gulf United Nuclear. Now, they may have anything up to 1,000 kilograms of U-235 on the premises at any given time. This comes to them bottled in the form of UF6 from Portsmouth, Ohio. And this is converted into U-235 oxide.
And much of this stuff, fully enriched and top weapons grade material, goes from Hematite to Kansas City by truck. Thence to Los Angeles as air cargo. Then it's again trucked 120 miles down the freeways to General Atomic in San Diego. Free, wide-open transits. You want the horrifying details? I can imagine them. Why Ferguson's secretiveness? No reason, really. All security men are professional clans. There's literally tons of the damn stuff missing. That's no secret. The knowledge is in public domain. According to Dr. Dura of Erder, I spoke to him this evening, the government's computer system can tell you in nothing flat if any significant amount of weapons-grade material is missing. Jablonski scowled, a scowl which he removed by fortifying himself with some more scotch. I wonder what he calls significant. 10 tons? Just enough to make a few hundred atomic bombs, that's all. Now, Dr. Dura is either talking through a hole in his hat, which, knowing him as I do, is extremely unlikely, or he was just being coy. Erder had been suffering from very sensitive feelings since the GAO gave him a black eye. Let me see, I think it was in July of '76. GAO? General Accounting Office. Jablonski broke off as Jeff entered and deposited some material on the table. He looked very pleased with himself. He's gone, heading for the nearest swamp, I should imagine. He indicated his haul. One police radio, he'd no license for it, so I couldn't let him keep that, could I? One gun, clearly a criminal type, so I couldn't let him keep that either, could I? One driving license, identification in lieu of police authorization, which he didn't seem to have, and one pair of Zeiss binoculars stamped LAPD. Well, he couldn't recall where he got that from, and he swore blind that he didn't know the initials stood for the Los Angeles Police Department. I've always wanted one of those, Ryder said. Jablonski frowned in heavy disapproval, but removed that in the same way as he'd removed his scowl. I also wrote down his license number plate, opened the hood, and took down the engine and chassis numbers. I told him that all the numbers and confiscated articles would be delivered to the station tonight. Ryder said, Now, you know what you've done, don't you? You've gone and upset Chief Donaher. Or he's going to be upset any minute now. He looked wistful. I wish we had a tap on his private line. He's going to have to replace the equipment, which will hurt him enough, but not half as much as replacing that van is going to hurt him. Jablonski said, Why should he have to replace the van? It's hot. If Ramanoff were caught with that van, he'd get laryngitis singing at the top of his voice to implicate Donaher. He's the kind of trusty henchman that Donaher surrounds himself with. Donaher could block the inquiry? No chance. John Aaron, the editor of the Examiner, has been campaigning for years against police corruption in general and Chief Donaher in particular. A letter to the editor asking why Donaher had failed to act on information received would be transferred from the reader's page to page 1. The swamp, you say, Jeff? Me? I'd go for the Cypress Bluff. 200 feet sheer into the Pacific and then 60 feet of water. Ocean beds littered with cars past their best. Anyway, I want you to take your own car and go up there and drop all this confiscated stuff and the rest of those old police badges to join the rest of the ironmongery down there. Jeff pursed his lips. You don't think that old goat would have the nerve to come around here with a search warrant? Sure I do. Trump up any old reason. He's done it often enough before.
Jeff said, wooden-faced. He might even invent some charge about tampering with evidence at the reactor plant.
Man's capable of anything.
Well, there's some people you just can't faze. Jeff left to fetch his car. Jablonski said,
What was that meant to mean?
Today's generation, who can tell? You mentioned the GAO. Now, what about the GAO?
Yes. Well, they produced a report on the loss of nuclear material for a government department with the memorable name of House Small Business Subcommittee on Energy and Environment. The report was and is classified. The subcommittee made a summary of the report and declassified it. Now, the GAO would appear to have a low opinion of the RDA. It says it doesn't know its job. Claims that there are literally tons of nuclear material, number of tons unspecified, missing from the 34 uranium and plutonium processing plants in the country. GAO say that they seriously question the RDA's accountability procedures, and that they haven't really a clue as to whether the stuff is missing or not. Now, Dr. Durer wouldn't have liked that. Well, the RDA were hopping. They said there was, and I know it to be true, up to 60 miles of piping in the processing system of any given plants. If you multiply that by 34, you have a couple of thousand miles of piping. And there could be a great deal of nuclear material stuck in those pipes. GAO completely agreed, but rather spoiled things by pointing out that there was no way in which the contents of those 2,000 miles could be checked. Jablonski peered gloomily at the base of his empty glass. Ryder rose obligingly, and when he returned, Jablonski said accusingly, but without heat, You, trying to loosen my tongue. Is that it? What else? What did ERDA say? Practically nothing. They'd even less to say shortly afterwards when the Nuclear Regulatory Commission compounded that attack on them. They said in effect two things: that practically any plant in the country could be taken by a handful of armed and determined men, and that the theft detection systems were defective. Do you believe this? Oh, no silly questions, please. Especially not after what happened today. So there could be tens of tons of the stuff cased around the country, Could I be quoted on my answer? Now it's your turn for silly questions. Jablonski sighed. What the hell? It's eminently possible and more than probable. Why are you asking those questions, Sergeant? One more and I'll tell you. Could you make an atom bomb? Sure. Any competent scientist, and he doesn't have to be a nuclear physicist, could. Thousands of them. A school of thought that says that no one could make an atomic bomb without retracing the Manhattan Project. That extremely long, enormously complicated and billion-dollar program that led to the invention of the atom bomb in World War II. No, rubbish. The information is freely available. Write to the Atomic Energy Commission, enclose $3, and they'll be glad to let you have a copy of the Los Alamos Primer, which details the mathematical fundaments of fission bonds. A bit more expensive is the book called Manhattan District History Project-Wide, the Los Alamos Project. For this, you have to approach the Office of Technical Services of the U.S. Department of Commerce, who will be delighted to let you have a copy by return post. Tells you all about it. Most importantly, it tells you of all the problems that arose in the building of the first atomic bomb and how they were overcome. Stirring stuff. Any amount of works in public print. Just consult your local library that consists of what used to be the super-secret information. All else failing, Encyclopedia Americana will probably tell any intelligent person as much as he needs to know. Well, we have a very helpful government. Very. Once the Russians started exploding atom bombs, they reckoned the need for secrecy was past. What they didn't reckon on was that some patriotic citizen or citizens would up and use this knowledge against them. He sighed. It'd be easy to call the government of the day a bunch of clowns, but they lack the gift of Nostradamus. Hindsight makes us all wise. Hydrogen bombs? No, a nuclear physicist for that. He paused and then went on with some bitterness. Provided, that he's 14 years of age or over. Explain. Well, back in 1970, there was an attempted nuclear blackmail of a city in Florida. Police tried to hush it up, but it came out all the same. Give me $1 million and a safe conduct out of America, or I'll blast your city out of existence, the blackmailer said. Next day came the same threat. This time accompanied by a diagram of a hydrogen bomb. A cylinder filled with lithium hydride wrapped in cobalt, with an implosion system at one end. That how they make the hydrogen bomb? I wouldn't know. But isn't that sad? And you, a nuclear physicist. They nailed the blackmailer? Yes. A 14-year-old boy. It's an advance on fireworks. For almost a minute, Ryder gazed into the far distance, which appeared to be located in the region of his toe caps, through a drifting cloud of blue-gray smoke, and then said, It's a come-on, a con job, a gambit, a phony. Don't you agree? Jablonski was guarded. Well, I might. If, that is to say, I had the faintest idea what you were talking about. Will this theft of the uranium and plutonium be made public? Jablonski gave an exaggerated shrug. No, sir. Not if we can help it. Mustn't give the shivers to the great American public. No, not if you can help it. I'll take long odds that the bandits won't be so bashful, and that the story will have banner headlines in every paper in the state tomorrow, not to mention the rest of the country. It smells, Doc. The people responsible are obviously experts, and they must have known that the easiest way to get a weapons-grade material is to hijack a shipment. With all that stuff already missing, it's long odds that they've got more than enough than they need already. And you know as well as I do that 3 nuclear physicists in the state have just vanished in the past couple of months. Would you care to guess who their captors were? I don't think so. I don't think I have to. I didn't think so. You know, you could have saved me all this thinking. I prefer to avoid it where possible. Let's assume they already had the fuel. Let's assume they already had the physicists to make the nuclear devices, quite possibly even hydrogen explosives. Let's even assume that they have already got one of those devices. And why stop at one? Manufactured and tucked away at some safe place. Jablonski looked unhappy. Oh, it's not an assumption I care to assume. I can understand that. But if something's there, wishing it wasn't won't make it go away.
Some time back you described something as being eminently possible and more than probable. Would you describe this assumption in the same words? Jablonski thought for some moments and then said, yes. So, a smoke screen. They didn't really need the fuel or the physicists or the hostages. Now, why did they take something they didn't need? Because they needed them.
That makes a lot of sense.
Ryder was patient. Now, they didn't need them to make bombs. I would think they needed them for 3 other reasons. The first would be to obtain maximum publicity, to convince people that they had means to make bombs and meant business. The second is to lull us into the belief that we have time to deal with the threat. I mean, you can't make a nuclear bomb in a day or a week, can you? No. So we have breathing space. Only we haven't. Now, getting the hang of your double talk takes time. If our assumption is correct, we haven't. And the third thing is to create the proper climate of terror. People don't behave rationally when they're scared out of their wits, do they? Behavior becomes no longer predictable. You don't think. You just react. And where does all this lead us? Well, that's as far as my thinking goes. How the hell should I know? Jablonski peered into his scotch and found no inspiration there. He sighed again and said, well, the only thing that makes sense out of all of this is that it accounts for your behavior. There's something odd about my behavior? Oh, that's the point. There should be, or there should have been, worried stiff about Susan. But if you're right in your thinking, well, I understand. I'm afraid you don't. If I'm right in what you so kindly call my thinking, she's in greater danger than she would have been if we'd accepted the facts at their face value. If the bandits are the kind of people that I think they are, then they're not to be judged on ordinary standards. They're mavericks. They're power-mad, megalomaniacs, if you like. People who will stop at nothing. People will go all the way in ruthlessness, especially when thwarted or shoved into a corner. Jablonski digested this for some time and then said, well, then you ought to look worried. That would help a lot. The doorbell rang. Ryder rose and went to the lobby. Sergeant Parker, a bachelor who looked on Ryder's house as a second home, had already let himself in. He, like Jablonski, was carrying a briefcase. Unlike Jablonski, he looked cheerful. Evening. I shouldn't be associating with a fired cop, but in the sacred name of friendship, I resigned. Well, it comes to the same thing. Leaves the way clear for me to assume the mantle of the most detested and feared cop in town. Look on the bright side. After 30 years of terrifying the local populace, you deserve a break. He followed Ryder into the living room. Ah, Dr. Jablonski. I didn't expect to find you here.
Well, I didn't expect to be here.
Lift up your spirits, Doc. Consorting with disgraced cops is not a statutory crime. He looked accusingly at Ryder. Speaking of lifting, or lifting up spirits, this man's glass is almost empty. London gin for me. A year on an exchange visit to Scotland Yard had left Parker with the profound conviction that American gin hadn't advanced since Prohibition days, and was still made in bathtubs. Thanks to remind me. Ryder looked at Jablonski. He's only consumed about a couple of 100 crates of the stuff here in the past 14 years, give or take a crate. Parker smiled, delved into his briefcase, and came up with Ryder's photograph. I'm sorry to be so late with this. I had to go back and report to our fat friend. Seemed to be recovering from some sort of heart attack. less interested in my report than in discussing you freely and at some length. The poor man was very upset, so I congratulated him on his character analysis. Now, this picture has some importance? I hope so. What makes you think so? Well, you asked for it. And it seems Susan was going to take it with her and then change her mind. Seems she took it with her into the room where they were all locked up. Told the guard she felt sick. The guard checked the washroom for windows and telephone, I should imagine. Then let her in. She came out in a few minutes looking, so I'm told, deathly pale. Morning dawn, Ryder said. What's that? Face powder she uses. Ah. Then, peace to the libbers, she exercised a woman's privilege of changing her mind, and changed her mind about taking the picture with her. Have you opened it up? I'm a virtuous, honest cop. I wouldn't dream. Stop dreaming. Parker eased off the 6 spring-loaded clips at the back, removed the rectangle of white cardboard, and peered with interest at the back of Ryder's photograph. A clue! By heavens, a clue! I see the word Morrow. The rest, I'm afraid, is in shorthand. Figures. She'd been in a hurry. Ryder crossed to the phone, dialed, and then hung up in about 30 seconds. Damn, she's not there. Who? My shorthand translator, Marjorie. She and Ted have gone to eat, drink, dance, to a show, whatever. I've no idea what they do in the evenings or where the young hang out these days. Well, Jeff will know. We'll just have to wait till he returns. Where is your fellow ex-cop? Up on Cypress Bluff, throwing some of Chief Donahue's most treasured possessions into the Pacific. What? Not Chief Donahue himself? Pity. I'm listening.
Chapter 3. America, like England, has much more than its fair share of those people in the world who choose not to conform to the status quo. They are the individualists who pursue their own paths, their own beliefs, their own foibles, and what are commonly regarded as their own irrational peculiarities, with a splendid disregard, leavened only with a modicum of kind pity and sorrow and benign resignation, for those unfortunates who are not as they, the hordes of faceless conformists amongst whom they are forced to move and have their being. Some few of those individualists, confined principally to those who pursue the more esoteric forms of religions of their own inventions, try sporadically to lead the more gullible of the unenlightened along the road that leads to ultimate revelation. But basically, however, they regard the unfortunate conformists as being sadly beyond redemption, and are resigned to leaving them to wallow in the troughs of their ignorance, while they follow the meandering highways and byways of their own chosen lifestyle, oblivious of the paralleling motorways that carry the vast majority of blinkered mankind. They are commonly known as eccentrics. America, it is said, has its fair share of such eccentrics and more, but California, as both the inhabitants of that state and the rest of the Union would agree, has vastly more than its fair share of American eccentrics. They are extremely thick on the ground. They differ from your true English eccentric, who is almost invariably a loner. Californian eccentrics tend to polarize, and could equally well be categorized as cultists, whose beliefs range from the beatific to the cataclysmic, from the unassailable, because incapable of disproof, pontifications of the self-appointed gurus, to the courageous resignation of those who have the day, hour, and minute of the world's end, or those who crouch on the summit of a high peak in the Sierras awaiting the next flood which will surely lap their ankles, but no higher, before sunset. In a less free, less open, less inhibited, and less tolerant society than California's, they would be tidied away in those institutions reserved for imbalanced mavericks of the human race. The Golden State does not exactly cherish them, but does regard them with an affectionate, if occasionally exasperated, amusement. But they cannot be regarded as the true eccentrics. In England, or on the eastern seaboard of the States, one can be poor and avoid all contact with like-minded deviants and still be recognized as an outstanding example of what the rest of mankind is glad it isn't. In the group-minded togetherness of California, such solitary peaks of eccentric achievement are almost impossible to reach. Although there have been one or two notable examples, outstandingly the self-proclaimed Emperor of San Francisco and Defender of Mexico, Emperor Norton I became so famous and cherished a figure that even the burial ceremony of his dog attracted such a vast concourse of tough and hard-headed 19th century Franciscans that the entire business life of the city, saloons and bordellos apart, ground to a complete halt. But it was rare indeed for a penniless eccentric to scale the topmost heights. Though to hope to be a successful eccentric in California, one has to be a millionaire. Being a billionaire brings with it a cast-iron guarantee. Von Stryker had been one of the latter, one of the favoured few. Unlike the bloodless and desiccated calculating machines of the oil, manufacturing and marketing billionaires of today, von Stryker had been one of the giants of the era of steamships, railways and steel. Both his vast fortune and his reputation as an eccentric had been made and consolidated by the early 20th century, and his status in both fields was unassailable. But every status requires its symbol. A symbol for your billionaire cannot be intangible. It has to be seen. And the bigger, the better. And all self-respecting eccentrics with the proper monetary qualifications invariably settled on the same symbol. A home that would properly reflect the uniqueness of the owner. Kublai Khan had built his own Xanadu, and as he had been incomparably wealthier than any run-of-the-mill billionaire, what was good enough for him was good enough for them. Von Stryker's choice of location had been governed by two powerful phobias, one of tidal waves, the other of heights. The fear of tidal waves stemmed from his youth, when he had read of the volcanic eruption and destruction of the island of Thera, north of Crete, when a tidal wave, estimated at some 165 feet in height, destroyed much of the early Minoan, Grecian and Turkish civilizations. Since then, he had lived with the conviction that he would be similarly engulfed someday. There was no known basis for his fear of heights, but an eccentric of good standing doesn't require any reason for his whimsical beliefs. He had taken this fearful dilemma with him on his one and only return to his German birthplace, where he had spent 2 months examining the architectural monuments, almost exclusively castles, left behind by the mad Ludwig of Bavaria, and on his return had settled for what he regarded as the lesser of two evils, height. He didn't, however, go too high. He selected a plateau some 1,500 feet high on a mountain range some 50 miles from the ocean, and there proceeded to build his own Xanadu, which he later christened Adlerheim, the home of the eagle. The poet speaks of Kublai Khan's pied-à-terre as being a stately pleasure dome. Adlerheim wasn't like that at all. It was a castellated neo-Gothic horror, a Baroque monstrosity that came close to being awe-inspiring in its total, unredeemed vulgarity. Massive, built of North Italian marble, it was an incredible hodgepodge of turrets, onion towers, crenellated battlements, and slit windows for the use of archers. All it lacked was a moat and a drawbridge. But von Stryker had been more than satisfied with it as it was. For others, living in more modern and hopefully more enlightened times, the sole redeeming feature was to be seen from the battlements, looking west. The view across the broad valley to the distant coastal range. Stryker's first breakwater against the inevitable tidal wave was quite splendid. Fortunately for the 7 captives in the rear of the second of 2 vans grinding round the hairpins up to the castle, they were doubly unable to see what lay in store for them. Doubly, because in addition to the van body being wholly enclosed, they wore blindfolds as well as handcuffs. But they were to know the inside of Adlerheim more intimately than even the most besotted and aesthetically retarded admirer of all that was worst in 19th century design would have cared to. The prisoner's van jolted to a stop. Rear doors were opened, bandages removed, and the 7 still handcuffed passengers were helped to jump down onto the authentically cobbled surface of what proved to be a wholly enclosed courtyard. 2 guards were closing 2 massive iron-bound oaken doors to seal off the archway through which they had just entered. There were 2 peculiarities about the guards. They were carrying Ingram submachine guns fitted with silencers, a favourite weapon of Britain's elite Special Air Service, despite its name an army regiment, which had 2 rare privileges. The first was that they had access to their own private armoury, almost certainly the most comprehensively stocked in the world. The second being that any member of the unit had complete freedom to pick the weapon of his own particular choice. The popularity of the Ingram was testimony to its effectiveness. The second idiosyncrasy about the 2 guards was that, from the top of burnous to sandal-brushing skirts of robe, they were dressed as Arabs. Not the gleamingly white garb that one would normally look to find in the state of California, but nonetheless eminently suitable for both the very warm weather and the instantaneous concealment of Ingrams in voluminous folds. 4 other men, 2 bent over colourful flower borders that paralleled all 4 walls of the courtyard, 2 carrying slung rifles, were similarly dressed. All 6 had the sun-tanned swarthiness of an eastern desert dweller, but some of their facial bone structures were wrong. The man who was obviously the leader of the abductors, and had been in the leading van, approached the captives and let them see his face for the first time. He had removed his stocking mask on leaving San Rufino. He was a tall man, but broad-shouldered, and, unlike the pudgy von Stryker, who had habitually worn lederhosen and a Tyrolean hat with a pheasant's feather when in residence, he looked as if he belonged in an eagle's home. His face was also lean and sun-tanned, but with a hooked nose and a piercing light blue eye. One eye. His right eye was covered by a black patch. He said, "My name is Morrow. I am the leader of this community here." He waved at the white-robed figures. "Those are my followers. Acolytes, you might almost call them. All faithful servants of Allah."
"That's what you would call them. I'd call them refugees from a chain gang."
The tall, thin man in the black alpaca suit had a pronounced stoop and bifocal glasses, and looked the prototype of the absent-minded academic, which was half true. Professor Burnett of San Diego was anything but absent-minded. In his professional circle he was justly famous for his extraordinarily acute intelligence, and justly notorious for his extraordinarily short temper. Morrow smiled. "Chains can be literal or figurative, Professor. One way or another, we are all slaves to something." He gestured to the 2 men with rifles. "Remove their handcuffs. Ladies and gentlemen,
I have to apologize for a rather upsetting interruption of the even tenor of your ways. I trust none of you suffer discomfort on our journey here. His speech had the fluency and precision of an educated man to whom English is not his native language. I do not wish to sound alarming or threatening. There is no way of sounding more alarming and threatening than to say that you don't intend to. But before I take you inside, I would like you to have a look at the walls of this courtyard. They had a look. The walls were about 20 feet high and topped with a three-stranded barbed wire fence. The wires were supported by, but not attached to, the L-shaped steel posts embedded in the marble, but passed instead through insulated apertures. Morrow said, "Those walls and the gates are the only way to leash here. I do not advise that you try to use either, especially the wall. The fence above is electrified."
Has been for 60 years.
Bernard sounded sour. "You know this place, then?" Morrow didn't seem surprised. "You've been here?"
Well, thousands have. On Striker's Folly. Open to the public for about 20 years when the state ran it.
Still open to the public, believe it or not. Tuesdays and Fridays. Who am I to deprive Californians of part of their cultural heritage? Von Stryker put 50 volts through it as a deterrent. It would only kill a person with a bad heart, and a person with a bad heart wouldn't try to scale that wall in the first place. I have increased the current to 2,000 volts. Follow me, please. He led the way through an archway directly opposite the entrance. Beyond lay a huge hall, some 60 feet by 60. 3 open fireplaces of stone, not granite, were let into each of the 3 walls, each fireplace large enough for a man to stand upright. The 3 crackling log fires were not for decorative purposes, because even in the month of June, the thick granite walls effectively insulated the interior from the heat outside. There were no windows, illumination being provided by 4 massive chandeliers, which had come all the way from Prague. The gleaming floor was of inlaid redwood. Of the floor space, only half of the area was occupied, this by a row of refectory tables and benches. The other was empty except for a hand-carved oaken rostrum, and close by a pile of undistinguished mats. Von Stryker's banqueting hall, Morrow said. He looked at the battered tables and benches. I doubt whether he would have approved of the change.
Bernard said, "The Louis XIV chairs, the Empire period tables, all gone. They would have made excellent firewood."
You must not equate non-Christian with being barbaric, Professor. The original furniture is intact. The Adlerheim has massive cellars. The castle, I'm afraid, its splendid isolation apart, is not as we would have wished for our religious purposes. The refectory half of this hall is profane. The other half, he indicated the bare expanse, is consecrated. We have to make do with what we have. Someday we hope to build a mosque adjoining here. For the present, this has to serve. The rostrum is for the readings of the Koran. The mats, of course, are for prayers. For calling the faithful to prayer, we have again been forced to make a most reluctant compromise. For Mohammedans, those Anion towers, the grotesque architectural symbol of the Greek Orthodox Church, are anathema. But we have again consecrated one of them, and it now serves as our minaret from which the muezzin summons the acolytes to prayer. Dr. Schmidt, like Burnett, an outstanding nuclear physicist, and like Burnett, renowned for his inability to stand fools gladly, looked at Morrow from under bushy white eyebrows that splendidly complemented his impossible mane of white hair. His ruddy face held an expression of almost comical disbelief. "This is what you tell your Tuesday and Friday visitors? But of course. My God. Allah, if you please. And I suppose you conduct these personal tours yourself. I mean, you must derive enormous pleasure from feeding this pack of lies to my gullible fellow citizens. Allah send that you someday see the light." Morrow was not patronizing, just kindly. "And this is a chore. What I'm saying? A sacred duty that is performed for me by my deputy, Abraham." "Abraham?" Bernard permitted himself a professional sneer. "A fitting name for a follower of Allah. You have not been in Palestine lately, have you, Professor?" "Israel. Palestine. There are many Arabs there who profess the Jewish faith. Why take exception to a Jew practicing the Muslim faith? Come, I shall introduce you to him. I dare say you will find the surroundings more congenial there." The very large study into which he led them was not only more congenial, it was unashamedly sybaritic. Von Stryker had left the internal design and furnishings of the Adlerheim to his architects and interior designers, and for once they had got something right. The study was clearly modelled on an English ducal library, book-lined walls on three sides of the room, each book expensively covered in the finest leather. Deep tiled russet carpet, silk damask drapes, also russet, comfortable and enveloping leather armchairs, oaken side tables, and a leather-topped desk with a padded leather swivel chair behind it. A slightly incongruous note was struck by the three men already present in the room. All were dressed in Arab clothes. Two were diminutive, with unremarkable features not worth a second glance. But the third was worth all the attention that the other two were spared. He looked as if he had started out to grow into a basketball player, and then changed his mind to become an American football player. He was immensely tall, and had shoulders like a draft horse. He could have weighed anything up to 300 pounds. Morrow said, "Abraham, our guests from San Rufino. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Abraham Dubois, my deputy." The giant bowed. "My pleasure, I assure you. Welcome to the Adlerheim. We hope your stay here will be a pleasant one." Both the voice and the tone of the voice came as a surprise. Like Morrow, he spoke with the easy fluency of an educated man. And looking at that bleak, impassive face, one would have expected any words to have either sinister or threatening overtones. But he sounded courteous and genuinely friendly. His speech did not betray his nationality, but his features did. Here was no Arab, no Jew, no Levantine, and despite his surname, no Frenchman. He was unmistakably American. Not your clean-cut all-American campus hero, but a native American aristocrat whose unbroken lineage was shrouded in the mists of time. Dubois was a full-blooded Red Indian. Morrow said, "A pleasant stay. And we hope a short one." He nodded to Dubois, who in turn nodded to his two diminutive companions, who left. Morrow moved behind the desk. If you would be seated, please. This will not take long. Then you will be shown to your quarters, after I have introduced you to some other guests. He pulled up his swivel chair, sat, and took some papers from a desk drawer. He uncapped a pen and looked up as the two small, white-robed men, each bearing a silver tray filled with glasses, entered. As you see, we are civilized. Refreshments? Professor Burnett was the first to be offered a tray. He glowered at it, looked at Morrow, and made no move. Morrow smiled, rose from his seat, and came towards him. If we had intended to dispose of you, and can you think of any earthly reason why we should, would I have brought you all the way here to do so? No, hemlock we leave to Socrates, cyanide to professional assassins. We prefer our refreshments undiluted. Which one, my dear professor, would you care to have me select at random? Burnett, whose thirst was legendary, hesitated only briefly before pointing. Morrow lifted the glass, lowered the amber level by almost a quarter, and smiled appreciatively. Glenfiddich, an excellent Scottish malt. I recommend it. The professor did not hesitate. Malt was malt, no matter what the moral standards of one's host. He drank, smacked his lips, and sneered ungratefully. Muslims don't drink. Breakaway Muslims do. Morrow registered no offense. We are a breakaway group. As for those who call themselves true Muslims, it's a rule honored in the breach. Ask the manager of any five-star hotel in London, which, as the pilgrimage center of the upper echelons of Arabian society, is now taking over from Mecca. There was a time when the oil sheikhs used to send out their servants daily to bring back large crates of suitably disguised refreshments, until the management discreetly pointed out that this was wholly unnecessary, and all that was required was that they charge such expenses up to laundry, phones, or stamps. I understand that various governments in the Gulf remained unmoved at stamp bills for £1,000 sterling. Breakaway Muslims? Bernard wasn't through with sneering yet. Why the front? Front? Morrow, smiling, refused to take umbrage. This is no front, Professor. You would be surprised how many Muslims there are in your state. You'd be surprised how highly placed a large number of them are. You'd be surprised how many of them come here to worship and to meditate. Adlerheim, and not slowly, is becoming a place of pilgrimage in the West. Above all, you would be surprised how many influential citizens who cannot afford to have their good name impugned, would vouch for our unassailable good name, dedication, and honesty of purpose. Dr. Schmidt said, if they knew what your real purpose was, I wouldn't be surprised. I'd be utterly incredulous. Morrow turned his hands palm upwards and looked at his deputy. Dubois shrugged, and then said, we are respected, trusted, and, I have to say this, even admired by the local authorities. And why not? Because Californians not only tolerate and even cherish their eccentrics, regarding them as a protected species. No, certainly not. We are registered as a charitable organization. And unlike the vast majority of charities, we do not solicit money. We give it away. In the 8 months we had been established, we had given over $2 million to the poor, the crippled, the retarded, and to deserving pension funds regardless of race or creed.
Including police pension funds?
Burnett wasn't through with being nasty for the evening. Including just that. There is no question of bribery or corruption. Dubois was so open and convincing that disbelief came hard. A quid pro quo, you might say, for the security and protections they offer us. Mr. Cora, County Chief of Police, a man widely respected for his integrity, has the wholehearted support of the governor of the state in ensuring that we carry out our good works, peaceful projects, and selfless aims without let or hindrance. We even have a permanent police guard at the entrance to our private road down in the valley to ensure that we are not molested. Dubois shook his massive head, and his face was grave. You would not believe, gentlemen, the number of evilly intentioned people in this world who would derive pleasure from harassing those who would do good.
Sweet Jesus.
Burnett was clearly trying to fight against speechlessness.
Of all the hypocrisy I've encountered in my life, you know, Morrow, I believe you. I can't quite believe that you have not suborned, not subverted. You have conned or persuaded honest citizens, an honest chief of police, and an honest police force into believing that you are what you claim to be. I can't see any reason why they shouldn't believe you. After all, they have 2 million good reasons, all green, to substantiate your claims. People do not throw around a fortune like that for amusement, do they? Morrow smiled. I'm glad you are coming around to our point of view. They don't throw it around like that unless they are playing for extremely high stakes. Speculate to accumulate. Isn't that it, Morrow?
He shook his head in slow disbelief, remembered the glass in his hand, and took further steps to fortify himself against unreality.
Out of context, one would be hard put not to believe you. In context, it's impossible.
In context?
The theft of weapons-grade materials and mass kidnapping. Rather difficult to equate with your alleged humanitarian purposes. Although I have no doubt you can equate anything with anything. All you need is a sick enough mind.
Morrow returned to his seat and propped his chin on his fists. For some reason, he had not seen fit to remove the black leather gloves which he'd worn throughout. We are not sick. We are not zealots. We are not fanatics. We have but one purpose in mind, the betterment of the human lot.
Which human lot? Yours?
Morrow sighed. I waste my time. Perhaps you think you are here for ransom? You are not. Perhaps you think it is our purpose to compel you and Dr. Schmidt to make some kind of crude atomic weapon for us. Ludicrous. No one can compel men of your stature and integrity to do what they do not wish to do. You might think, the world might think, that we might compel you to work by the threat of torturing the other hostages, particularly the ladies. Preposterous. I would remind you again that we are no barbarians. Professor Burnett, if I pointed a 6-gun between your eyes and told you not to move, would you move?
I suppose not.
Would you or wouldn't you?
Of course not.
So, you see, the gun does not have to be loaded. You take my point. Burnett remained silent. I will not give you my word that no harm will come to any of you, for clearly my word will carry no weight with any of you. We shall just have to wait and see, will we not? He smoothed the sheet in front of him. Professor Barnett and Dr. Schmidt I know. Mrs. Ryder, I recognize. He looked at the bespectacled young girl with auburn hair and a rather scared expression. You must, of course, be Miss Julie Johnson, stenographer. He looked at the three remaining men. Which of you is Mr. Haverford, Deputy Director?
I am.
Haverford was a portly young man with sandy hair and a choleric expression, who added as an afterthought,
And damn your eyes.
Oh, dear me. And Mr. Carlton, Security Deputy?
Me.
Carlton was in his mid-30s with black hair, permanently compressed lips, and at that moment a disgusted expression. You mustn't reproach yourself. Morrow was almost kindly. There never has been a security system that could not be breached. He looked at the seventh hostage, a pallid young man with thin, pale hair, whose bobbing Adam's apple and twitching left eye were competing in sending distress signals. And you are Mr. Rollins, from the control room? Rollins didn't say whether he was or not. Morrow folded the sheet. I should like to suggest that when you get to your rooms, you should each write a letter. Writing materials you will find in your quarters. To your nearest and dearest, just to let them know that you are alive. And well, that, apart from the temporary curtailment of your liberty, you have no complaints of ill treatment, and have not been and will not be threatened in any way. You will not, of course, mention anything about Adlaim, or Muslims, or anything that could give an indication as to your whereabouts. Leave your envelopes unsealed. We shall do that.
Censorship, eh?
Burnett's second scotch had had no mellowing effect. Don't be naive.
And if we, or I, refuse to write?
You would rather not reassure your families that is your decision entirely. He looked at Dubois. I think we could have Doctors Healy and Bramwell in now. Dr. Schmidt said, 2 of the missing nuclear physicists. I promised to introduce you to some guests. Where is Professor Arkham? Professor Arkham? Morrow looked at Dubois, who pursed his lips and shook his head. We know no one of that name. Professor Arkham was the most prestigious of the 3 nuclear physicists who disappeared some weeks ago. Schmidt could be very precise, even pedantic in his speech. Well, he did not disappear in our direction. I have never heard of him. I'm afraid that we cannot accept the responsibility for every scientist who chooses to vanish. Or defect? Defect? Never. Impossible. I'm afraid that has been exactly the reaction of American and British colleagues of scientists who have found the attractions of state-subsidized flats in Moscow irresistible. Your non-defecting colleagues, gentlemen. Apart from a 6-inch difference in height, Healy and Bramwell were curiously alike, dark with thin, intelligent faces and identical horn-rimmed glasses, and wearing neat, conservatively cut clothes, they would not have looked out of place in a Wall Street boardroom. Morrow didn't have to make any introductions. Top-ranking nuclear physicists form a very close community. Characteristically, it occurred to neither Burnett nor Schmidt to introduce their companions in distress. After the customary handshaking, gripping of upper arms, and not-so-customary regrets that their acquaintance should be renewed in such deplorable circumstances, Healy said, "We were expecting you. Well, colleagues?" Healy favoured Morrow with a look that lacked cordiality. Burnett said, "Which is more than we did of you." By we, he clearly referred only to Schmidt and himself. "But if you're here, we expected Willie Akin to be with you." "I'd expected the same myself, but no Willie. Morrow here is under the crackpot delusion that he may have defected. Man had never even heard of him, far less met him." "Crackpot is right," Schmidt said, then added grudgingly, "Well, you two look pretty fit, I must say." No reason why not." It was Bramwell. "An enforced and unwanted holiday, but the 7 most peaceful weeks I've had in years. Ever, I suppose. No walking, eating, sleeping, drinking, and best, no telephone. Splendid library, as you can see. And in every suite, color TV for the weak-minded. Sweet? You'll see. Those old-time billionaires didn't begrudge themselves anything. You any idea why you're here?" "None," Schmidt said. "We were looking to you to tell us. 7 weeks and we haven't a clue. He hasn't tried to make you work for him?" "What, like building a nuclear device? No, frankly, that's what we thought would be demanded of us, but nothing." Healy permitted himself a humorless smile. "That's almost disappointing, isn't it?" Burnett looked at Morrow. "The gun with the empty magazine, is that it?" Morrow smiled politely. "How's that?" Bramwell said. "Psychological warfare. Against whomsoever the inevitable threat will ultimately be directed. Why kidnap a nuclear physicist if not to have him manufacture atom bombs under duress? That's what the world would think." "Yeah, that's what the world would think. The world doesn't know that you don't require a nuclear physicist for that. But the people who really matter are those who know that for a hydrogen bomb you do require a nuclear physicist. We figured that out on our first evening here." Morrow was courteous as ever. "If I could interrupt your conversation, gentlemen, plenty of time to discuss the past, and the present, and the future, later. A late supper will be available here in 1 hour. Meantime, I am sure our new guests would like to see their quarters and attend to some, optional correspondence, Susan Ryder was 45 and looked 10 years younger. She had dark blonde hair, cornflower blue eyes, and a smile that could be bewitching or coolly disconcerting according to the company. Intelligent and blessed with a sense of humour, she was not, however, feeling particularly humorous at that moment. She had no reason to. She was sitting on her bed in the quarters that had been allocated to her. Julie Johnson, the stenographer, was standing in the middle of the room. "Well, they certainly know how to put up their guests," said Julie. "Or old Von Stryker did. Living room and bedroom from the Beverly Wilshire. Bathroom with gold-plated taps. It's got everything. I might even try out some of these luxuries," said Susan in a loud voice. She rose, putting a warning finger to her lips. "In fact, I'm going to try a quick shower. I won't be long." She passed through the bedroom into the bathroom, waited some prudent seconds, turned the shower on, returned to the living room, and beckoned Julie, who followed her back to the bathroom. Susan smiled at the young girl's raised eyebrows and said in a soft voice, I don't know whether these rooms are bugged or not. Of course they are. What makes you so sure? I wouldn't put anything past that creep. Mr. Morrow? I find him quite charming, myself. But I agree, running a shower gets a hidden mic all confused. Or so John told me once. Apart from herself and Parker, no one called Sergeant Ryder by his given name, probably because very few people knew it. Jeff invariably called her Susan, but never got beyond Dad, where his father was concerned. I wish to heaven he was here now. Though, mind you, I've already written a note to him. Julie looked at her blankly. Remember when I was overcome back in San Rufino, and I had to retire to the powder room? I took John's picture with me, removed the backing, scribbled a few odds and ends on the back of the picture, replaced the backing, and left the picture behind. Isn't it a pretty remote chance that it would ever occur to him to open up the picture? Yeah, so I scribbled a tiny note in shorthand, tore it up, and dropped it in my waste paper basket. Well, again, isn't it unlikely that that would occur to him? To check your basket? And even if he did, to guess that a scrap of shorthand would mean anything? Well, it's a slender chance. Well, a little better than slender. You can't know him as I do. Women have the traditional right of being unpredictable, and that's one of the things about him that does annoy me. 99-point-something% of the time he can predict precisely what I will do. Well, even if he does find out what you left, why, you couldn't have been able to tell him much. Very little. The description, what little I could give of anybody with a stocking mask. His stupid remark about taking us to some place where we wouldn't get our feet wet, and his name. Funny he shouldn't have warned his thugs against calling him by name. Unless, of course, it wasn't his name. Sure, it's not his name. Probably a twisted sense of humor. He broke into a power station, so it probably tickled him to call himself after another station, the one in Morro Bay. Oh, I don't know if that will help us much. Julie smiled doubtfully and left. When the door closed behind her, Susan turned around to locate the draft that had suddenly made her shoulders feel cold. But there was no place from which a draft could have come. Showers were in demand that evening. A little way along the hallway, Professor Burnett had his running for precisely the same reason as Susan had. In this case, the person he wanted to talk to was inevitably Dr. Schmidt. Bramwell, when listing the amenities of Adlerheim, had omitted to include what both Burnett and Schmidt regarded as by far the most important amenity of all. Every suite was provided with its own wet bar. The two men silently toasted each other, Burnett with his malt, Schmidt with his gin and tonic. Unlike Sergeant Parker, Schmidt had no esoteric preferences as to the source of his gin. A gin was a gin was a gin. Burnett said, "Do you make of all this what I make of all of this?" Yes. Like Burnett, Schmidt had no idea whatsoever what to make of it. Is the man mad, crackpot, or just a cunning devil? A cunning devil, that's quite obvious. Smith pondered. Of course, there's nothing to prevent him from being all three at the same time. What do you reckon our chances are of getting out of here? 0. What do you reckon our chances are of getting out of here alive? The same. He can't afford to let us live. We could identify them afterwards. You honestly think he'd be prepared to kill all of us in cold blood? Oh, he'd have to. Schmidt hesitated. I can't be sure. Seems civilized enough in his own oddball way. Could be a veneer, of course, but just possibly he might be a man with a mission. Schmidt helped his meditation along by emptying his glass, left and returned with a refill. Could even be prepared to bargain our lives against freedom from prosecution. Speaking no ill of others, of course, he clearly was. But with 4 top-ranking nuclear physicists in his hands, he holds pretty strong cards to deal with either state or government, as the case may be. Government, no question. Dr. Durer of Erder would have called in the FBI hours ago. And while we may be important enough, we mustn't overlook the tremendous emotional factor of having 2 innocent women as hostages. The nation will clamor for the release of all of us, irrespective of whether it means stopping the wheels of justice. It's a hope. Schmidt was glum. We could be whistling in the dark. If only we knew what Morrow was up to. All right, we suspected some form of nuclear blackmail because we can't see what else it could be, but what form we can't even begin to guess. Healy and Bramwell could tell us. After all, we haven't had a chance to talk to them. They're mad, sure, but they seem fairly relaxed and not running scared. Before we start jumping to conclusions, perhaps we should talk to them. Odds are that they know something we don't. Too relaxed. Schmidt pondered some time. I hesitate to suggest this. I'm no expert in the field. But could they have been brainwashed, subverted in some way? Nope. Burnett was positive. The thought occurred to me while we were talking to them. Very long odds against. Know them too well. Burnett and Schmidt found the other 2 physicists in Healy's room. Soft music was playing. Burnett put a finger to his lips. Healy smiled and turned up the volume. That's just to put your minds at rest. We haven't been here for 7 weeks without knowing the rooms aren't bugged, but something's bugging you, huh? Yeah. Bluntly, you're too casual by half. How do you know Morrow isn't going to feed us to the lions when he gets whatever he wants? Well, we don't. Maybe we're stir-happy. He's repeatedly told us that we will come to no harm and that he's no doubt about the outcome of his negotiations with the authorities when he's carried out whatever mad scheme he has in mind. Well, that's roughly what we had in mind. Doesn't seem like much of a guarantee to us. That's all we have. Besides, we've had time to figure it out. He doesn't want us for any practical purposes. Therefore, we have to be here for psychological purposes, like the theft of uranium and plutonium. As you said, the pointed gun without bullets. If we were wanted for only psychological purposes, then the very fact of our disappearance would have achieved all he wanted, and he could have disposed of us on the spot. Now, why keep us around for 7 weeks before disposing of us? The pleasure of our company, huh? Well, there's no harm in looking on the bright side. Maybe Dr. Schmidt and I will come around to your way of thinking. I only hope it doesn't take another 7 weeks. Healy pointed towards the bar and lifted an interrogative eyebrow. But Burnett shook his head. Clear indication of how perturbed he was. Something else still bugs me. Willie Aachen. Where's he disappeared to? See, reason tells me that if 4 physicists have fallen into Morrow's hands, so should have the 5th. Why should he be favored? Or, depending on your point of view, so blessed? Oh, Lord only knows. One thing for sure, he's no defector. Schmidt said. He could be an involuntary defector. Burnett said, yeah, it's been known to happen. But it's one thing to take a horse to water. I've never met him, Schmidt said. He is the best, isn't he? From all I hear and all I read, that is. Burnett smiled at Healy and Bramwell and then said to Schmidt, well, we physicists are a jealous and self-opinionated lot who yield second place to no one, but, well, yes,
He is the best.
I assume that it's because I've been naturalized only 6 months, and that he works in a supersensitive area that I've been kept away from him.
What is he like?
I don't mean his work. His fame is international.
Last seen at that symposium in Washington 10 weeks ago. The 3 of us were there. Cheerful, happy-go-lucky type. Frizzled head of hair like the blackest gollywog you ever saw. Tall as I am and heavily built. About 210 pounds, I'd say. And stubborn as they come. The idea of the Russians or anybody making him work for them just is not conceivable. Unknown to Professor Burnett. Unknown to any other person who had ever known Willie Aachen in his prime, Burnett was wrong on every count. Professor Aachen's face was drawn, haggard, and etched with 100 lines, none of which had existed 3 months previously. The mane of frizzled hair he still had, but it had turned the color of snow. He was no longer tall, because he had developed a severe stoop akin to that of an advanced sufferer from kyphoscoliosis. His toes hung on a shrunken frame of 150 pounds, and Aachen would work for anybody, especially Lopez. If Lopez had asked him to step off the Golden Gate Bridge, Aachen would have done it unhesitatingly. Lopez was the man who had worked this change on the seemingly indestructible, seemingly impregnable Aachen. Lopez, nobody knew his surname, and his given name was probably fictitious anyway, had been a lieutenant in the Argentinian army, where he had worked as an interrogator in the security forces. Iranians and Chileans are widely championed as being the most efficient torturers in the world. But the army of the Argentine, who are reluctant to talk about such matters, make all others specializing in the field of extracting information appear to be fumbling adolescents. It said a great deal for Lopez's unholy expertise that he had sickened his ruthless commanders to the extent that they had felt compelled to get rid of him. Lopez was vastly amused at stories of World War heroes gallantly defying torture for weeks, even months on end. It was Lopez's claim, no boast, for his claim had been substantiated 100 times over, that he could have the toughest and most fanatical of terrorists screaming in unspeakable agony within 5 minutes, and within 20 minutes have the name of every member of his cell. It had taken him 40 minutes to break Aachen, and he had had to repeat the process several times in the following 3 weeks. For the past month, Aachen had given no trouble. It was a tribute and testimony to Lopez's evil skill that although Aachen was a physically shattered man, with the last vestiges of pride, will, and independence gone forever, his mind and memory remained unimpaired. Aachen gripped the bars of his cell and gazed through them with lackluster eyes veined with blood, at the immaculate laboratory-cum-workshop that had been his home and his hell for the previous 7 weeks. He stared unblinkingly, interminably, as if in an hypnotic trance, at the rack against the opposite wall. It held 12 cylinders. Each had a lifting ring welded to the top. 11 of those were about 12 feet high, and in diameter no more than the barrel of a 4.5-inch naval gun, to which they bore a strong resemblance. The 12th was of the same diameter, but less than half the height. The workshop, hewn out of solid rock, lay 40 feet beneath the banqueting hall of the Adlerheim. Chapter 4. Ryder, Dr. Jablonski, Sergeant Parker, and Jeff waited with varying degrees of patience
as Marjorie transcribed Susan's shorthand, a task that took her less than 2 minutes. She handed her notepad to Ryder. "Thank you. Well, this is what she says. The leader is called Morrow." "Odd." Jablonski said,
"Well, what's odd about that? There's a lot of unusual names around."
"No, not the name. The fact that he should permit one or more of his men to identify him by name."
"Bogus," Jeff said.
"Sure. 6 foot, lean, broad-shouldered, educated voice, American. Wears black gloves. Only one with gloves. Think I see black patch over his right eye. Stocking mask makes it difficult to be certain. Other men nondescript. Says no harm will come to us. Just regard the next few days as a holiday. Bracing vacation resort, not the sea. Can't have anyone getting their feet wet. Meaningless chatter? Don't know. Turn the oven off." That's all." "It's not much." Jeff's disappointment showed. "Well, what did you expect? Addresses and telephone numbers?" Susan wouldn't have missed anything, so that was all she had to go on. 2 things. This Morrow may have something wrong with both hands. Disfigurement, scarring, amputation of fingers, and with one eye. Could be the result of an accident, car crash, explosion, even a shootout. And then, like all criminals, he may occasionally be so sure of himself that he talks too much. Not the sea, but bracing. It could have been telling lies to mislead. But why mention it at all? Bracing. Hills, mountains. "Well, lots of hills and mountains in California." Parker sounded less than encouraging. "Maybe 2/3. That just leaves an area about the size of Britain to search, and for what?" There was a brief silence, and then Ryder said, "Maybe it's not what. Maybe it's not where. Maybe we should be asking ourselves why." The front doorbell rang for an unnecessary length of time. Jeff left and returned with the chief of police, who appeared to be in his customary foul mood, and an unhappy young detective called Kramer. Donaher looked around him with the thunderously proprietorial air of a house owner whose premises have been invaded by a hippie commune. His glare settled on Jablonski.
"What are you doing here?" "Well, it's funny you should ask that."
Jablonski spoke in a cold voice and removed his glasses so that Donaher could see that his eyes were cold too.
"I was about to ask you the same."
Donaher let him have some more of the glare, and then switched it to Parker.
"What the hell are you doing here?"
Parker took a slow sip of his gin, an action that had predictable effects on Donaher's complexion. "An old friend visiting an old friend, maybe for the 1000th time, talking over old times." Parker took another leisurely sip. "Not that it's any of your goddamn business."
"Report to me first thing in the morning."
Donaher's larynx was giving him trouble again.
"I know what you're talking about, the break-in. Ryder is not only not on the case, he's not a cop anymore. You don't discuss police business with the public. Now get out. I want to talk to Ryder privately."
Ryder was on his feet with surprising ease for a man of his bulk. "You'll be getting me a reputation for downright lack of hospitality. I can't have that."
"Ouch."
A difficult word to snarl, but Donaher made a creditable attempt. Parker ignored him. Donaher swung round, crossed the room, lifted a telephone, and yelped in agony as Ryder's left hand closed over his arm. The ulnar nerve in the elbow is the most exposed and sensitive of all peripheral nerves, and Ryder had powerful fingers. Donaher dropped the telephone on the table to free his right hand for the purpose of massaging his left elbow. Ryder replaced the phone on its rest.
What the hell was that for?
Donaher rubbed his elbow industriously.
Right, Kramer. Book Ryder for assault and obstruction of justice.
What? Ryder looked around. Anyone here seen the assault, Fatso? Nobody, apparently, had seen anything.
Californian's home is his castle.
Nobody touches anything without my say-so.
Is that so?
Triumph overcame the throbbing nerve. He dug into a pocket and produced a piece of paper which he flourished at Ryder.
I'll touch anything I like in this house. You know what that is?
Sure. A search warrant with LeWinter's name on it.
It's a warrant, Mr.
Ryder took the warrant. Law says I've got the right to read it, or didn't you know? Ryder glanced at it for all of a second.
Yep, Judge LeWinter it is.
Your poker-playing pal at City Hall. Next only to yourself, the most corrupt official in town. The only judge in town who would issue you with a warrant on a trumped-up charge. He looked at the four-seated people. Now, please watch the reactions of this upholder of public morality, especially his complexion. Jeff, would you have any idea what this trumped-up charge might be? Well, now, Jeff thought. A trumped-up charge of theft, I think. A stolen driving license, a missing police radio, or something really ridiculous. Like harboring a set of binoculars with an LAPD stamp. Observe the complexion, Ryder said. An interesting clinical study. Violet with overtones of purple. I'll bet a good psychologist could make something of that. A guilt complex, perhaps. I've got it, Jeff said happily. He's come to search the place for evidence stolen from the scene of the crime. Ryder studied the warrant. I don't know how you do it. Donaher snatched the warrant back.
Too damn right. And when I do find it...
Find what? That's why it's a put-up job. You've no idea what you're looking for. You haven't even been out to San Rufino.
I know what I'm looking for.
He marched off to an adjacent bedroom and then halted as he became aware that Ryder was following him. He turned.
I don't need you, Ryder.
I know. But my wife does.
What do you mean?
She's got some pretty nice jewelry in there. Donaher balled his fist, looked at Ryder's eyes, changed his mind, and stalked, if a hippopotamus could ever be said to stalk, into the bedroom, Ryder at his heels. He started with a dressing-table drawer, rifled through a pile of blouses, left them in an untidy heap, slammed the drawer shut, moved to the next drawer, and repeated his cry of pain as Ryder found the ulnar nerve again. In the living room, Parker rolled up his eyes, rose, picked up his own glass and that of Jablonski, and headed purposefully for the bar. Ryder said, I don't like untidy people. Especially I don't want filthy fingers touching my wife's clothing. I'll go through her clothing and you can watch. As I've no idea what the hell you're looking for, I can't very well hide it, can I? Ryder made a meticulous search of his wife's clothing and then allowed Donaher to take over. Jeff brought a drink into the kitchen. Kramer, leaning against the sink with his arms folded, looked glum and unhappy. Jeff said, You look like a man who could do with a morale booster. Gin? Donaher is loaded up with bourbon. Never smell it. Kramer took the drink gratefully. What are you supposed to be doing? Thanks. You can see what I'm doing. I'm searching the kitchen. You found anything yet? I will when I start looking. Pots and pans, plates and saucers, knives and forks, all sorts of things. He gulped some of his drink. I don't know what the hell I'm supposed to be looking for. I'm damn sorry about this, Jeff. What can I do? No, just what you're doing. Nothing. Inactivity becomes you. You any idea what our fat friend is looking for? Nope. You? No. Your father? It's possible. If he knows, he hasn't told me. Not that he's had a chance to. Well, must be something important, something that makes Danaher pretty close to desperate. How come? Sergeant Ryder is how come. Or maybe you don't know the reputation of the bogeyman. Ah, yeah. It takes a desperate man to provoke your old man. Like a man playing for high stakes? Well, now, you interest me. I interest myself. Looking for incriminating evidence, perhaps. Incriminating whom, I wonder? I wonder. Footsteps and voices approached. Jeff plucked the glass from Kramer, who had a drawer open before Donahue entered. Ryder was close behind him. Donahue gave Jeff the benefit of his customary glare.
What are you doing here?
Jeff lowered his glass from his lips. Keeping an eye on the cutlery. Donahue jerked a thumb.
Out.
Jeff glanced at his father.
Stay, Ryder said. Fatso's the one who leaves.
Donahue breathed heavily.
My God, Ryder, you push me any more and I'll...
You'll do what? Give yourself a heart attack by picking up your teeth? Donahue took it out on Kramer.
What do you find? Nothing?
Well, nothing that shouldn't be here.
You sure you searched properly?
Pay no attention, Ryder said. If there was an elephant in this house, Donahue would miss it. Never tapped a wall, lifted a rug, tried to find a loose tile, didn't even look under a mattress. He couldn't have had police schools in his days. He ignored Donahue's apoplectic splutterings and led the way back to the living room. He said to no one in particular, "Whoever made this oath for chief of police was either mentally deficient or a victim of blackmail. Donahue, I'm now looking at you with what is known as undisguised contempt. You better go make a fast report to your boss. Tell him you've made a classic blunder, 2 blunders. One psychological, one tactical. You know, I'll bet for once you acted on your own. No one with an IQ above 50 would have tipped his hand in that crass fashion."
Boss? Boss? What the hell do you mean, boss?
You know, you make as good an actor as you are a police chief. You know, I do believe I'm right. Bluster, you're only stuck in trade, of course. But beneath the bluster, you're running scared. Boss, I said. Boss, I meant. Every puppet needs his puppet master. Now, the next time you're thinking of making any independent move, I suggest you first consult someone with intelligence. One assumes your boss must have a little intelligence. Donahue tried out his basilisk stare, realized it was the wrong fit, turned on his heel and left. Ryder followed him to the front door. "Well, not your day, Donahue." But then it wasn't quite Ramanoff's day either, was it? But I hope his had a better ending. I hope he managed to jump clear before he dumped your van in the Pacific. He clapped Kramer on the shoulder. "Don't look so perplexed, young man. I'm sure the chief will tell you all about it on the way back to the station." He went back into the living room. Parker said, "Well, what was all that about then?" "I'm not quite sure. I talked about his blunders, and I'm sure I was right. He'd never make the lead in the great stone face. I blundered myself, but in a different way. I blundered into what seemed to be a sensitive area. I wonder what that area could be. You said it yourself. He's taking orders from someone. That crook's been taking orders all his life. Don't look so shocked, Dr. Jablonski. He's a crook. He has been for as long as I've known him, which is far too long. Sure, the Californian police forces are no better than the other states in the Union as far as the 3 Ps are concerned. Power, politics, and promotion. But it is remarkably free from genuine corruption. Danaher is the exception that proves the rule. You have proof? Jablonski said. Just look at him. He's living proof. But you would mean documented proof. That I have. Now, what I'm going to say you can't quote me on because I didn't say it. Jablonski smiled. You can't faze me anymore. As I said, I've got the hang of your double talk now. Not for repetition. Something else. He picked up the picture with the shorthand. Not for repetition either. I can't tell Ted, Marjorie said. I'd rather not. Well, wait till I tell Susan you keep secrets from her. Okay. But a secret shared is no longer a secret. He caught her interrogative glance at Jablonski and Parker. My dear child, the first thing nuclear physicists and intelligence caps learn is how to guard their tongues. I won't talk. Ted won't talk. We just want to help. I don't want your help. She made a moue. Sorry. He took her hand in apology. That wasn't nice. If I need you, I'll ask. I just don't want to involve you in what may be a messy business. She smiled. Thank you. Both of them knew that he would never ask. Chief of Police Danaher. He has a rather special house. Spanish Moroccan, swimming pool, wet bars everywhere, expensive furniture in awful taste, no mortgage. Mexican couple, late model Lincoln, full payment on delivery, $20,000 on bank deposit. Living high off the hog, you might say. But then Danaher doesn't have a wife to spend all his money for him. Understandably, he's a bachelor. An acceptable lifestyle. He doesn't get paid in pennies. What is not so acceptable is that in 7 different banks, under 7 different names, he has just over $500,000 salted away. Now, he might have some difficulty in accounting for that. Nothing that goes on or is said in this house is going to surprise me anymore. Jablonski nevertheless managed to look surprised. Proof? Sure he's got proof, Jeff said. As Ryder didn't seem disposed to deny this, he carried on. I didn't know until this evening. My father has a dossier on him, complete with signed affidavits, which would make very interesting reading in Sacramento. Jablonski said, Is this true? You don't have to believe it, Ryder said. Oh, I'm sorry, but why don't you lower the boom on him? Repercussions wouldn't matter a damn to you. They wouldn't. But they matter to others. Nearly half of our friends' ill-gotten gains came from blackmail. 3 prominent citizens of this town, basically as clean and innocent as most of us are, which doesn't say a great deal, have been badly compromised. They could also be badly hurt. I'll use this document if my hand is forced, of course. Well, what would it take to force your hand? State secrets, Doc. Parker smiled as he said it, and rose to his feet.
So, state secrets.
Jablonski rose also and then nodded towards the file he brought.
Oh, I hope that's of some use to you. Thank you. Thank you both. Very much.
Jablonski and Parker walked together to their cars. Jablonski said,
Now, you know him better than I do, Sergeant. Ryder really cares about his family. He doesn't seem terribly upset to me. He cares.
Yeah, not much of a man for the emotional scene. He'll probably be just as relaxed when he kills the man who took suit.
He would do that.
Jablonski seemed unhappy.
Sure. Well, it wouldn't be the first time.
Not in cold blood, of course. He'd have to have a reason. No reason, he'll just leave a nice challenging case for the plastic surgeon. And either of those two things could happen to anyone who gets in his way when he's trying to get next to Morrow, or whatever his name is. I'm afraid the kidnappers made a big mistake. They kidnapped the wrong person.
What do you think he's going to do?
I don't know. I'm just guessing when I say I know what I'm going to do. Something I never thought I would. I'm going right home and say a prayer for the health of our chief of police. Jeff nodded towards the file Jablonski had brought. How about your homework? I always had to do it first thing when I came home. Uninterrupted thought for that one. I suppose he thinks that's a gentle hint. Come on, Marge, I'll take you home. See you when I see you.
Half an hour.
Ha! Jeff looked pleased. So you're not going to sit there all night and do nothing? Nope. I am not going to sit here all night and do nothing. For some time after they'd left, it seemed as if he intended to do just that. After some minutes, he put his photograph back in the frame, rose, and placed it between two others on the upright piano. The one to the left was that of his wife. The other that of Peggy, his daughter, a sophomore in arts at San Diego. She was a laughing girl with dancing eyes who had inherited her father's coloring in eyes and hair, but fortunately neither his features nor build, both of which belonged strictly to her mother. It was common knowledge that she was the only person who could wrap the formidable Sergeant Ryder round her little finger, a state of affairs of which Ryder was well aware, and by which he appeared completely untroubled. He looked at the three photographs for some seconds, shook his head, sighed, removed his own, and placed it in a drawer. He made a call to San Diego, listened for a full half-minute, and hung up. The next call he made was to Major Dunn of the FBI. After the first ring, Ryder suddenly replaced the receiver. Some thought had evidently occurred to make him change his mind. Instead, he poured himself an unaccustomed scotch, picked up the file on carton, sat and began to leaf through it, making neat, precise notes as he reached the foot of each page. He'd just gone through it a second time when Jeff returned. Ryder rose. Let's go take a little ride in your car. Sure, where? Anywhere. Anywhere? Well, I can manage that. Jeff thought. Donahue might be more persistent than one would give him credit for. Yeah. They drove off in Jeff's Ford. After half a mile, Jeff said, I don't know how you do it. There was a stakeout. We're being followed. Make sure. Jeff made sure. Another half mile, and he said, I'm sure. Well, you know what to do. Jeff nodded. He turned left at the first intersection, turned right up a poorly lit lane, passed the entrance of a builder's yard, and came to a stop opposite a second entrance, turning his lights off. Both men got out and walked unhurriedly into the yard. The car following drew up about 50 yards behind. A lean man of medium height, his face shadowed by a fedora that had become passé in the 1930s, emerged and walked quickly towards the fort. He just passed the first entrance when something told him that all was not well. He swung around, reached inside his coat, and then lost all interest in what he was doing as a heavy toe cap caught him just below the knee. In any event, it is difficult to reach for a gun when hopping around on one leg and clutching the other with both hands.
"Stop that noise,"
Ryder said. He reached inside the man's coat, pulled out an automatic, transferred his grip to the barrel, and struck the man squarely in the face with the butt. This time the man screamed. Jeff flashed a torch in his face and said in a voice that could have been steadier, "His nose is gone. Some of his top teeth, too, they're gone as well."
"So is my wife."
The tone of voice made Jeff flinch, and he looked at a man that he'd never seen before.
"Ridden your luck too far, Ramanoff. If I catch you within a mile of my house again, you'll be a month in Belvedere."
Belvedere was the city hospital.
"Then after that, I'll go and attend to your boss. You tell him that."
"Who is your boss, Ramanoff?" He lifted the gun.
"You have 2 seconds. Donaher."
It was a peculiar, gurgling sound, and one for which Ramanoff could hardly be blamed. Blood was pumping steadily from mouth and nose. Ryder watched him for a couple of dispassionate seconds, and then turned on his heel. Back in the Ford, Ryder said, "Stop at the first phone booth." Jeff glanced at him questioningly, but Ryder wasn't looking at him. Ryder spent 3 minutes in the booth and made 2 calls. He returned to the car, lit a Gauloise, and said, "Drive home." "We've got a phone there. Tapped?"
"Would you put anything beyond Donaher?"
"2 things. I've just made a call to John Aaron, editor of the Examiner. There's no word yet from the kidnappers. He'll let me know as soon as anything comes through. I've also made a call to Major Dunn of the FBI. I'll be seeing him shortly. After you drop me off home, I want you to come inside, pick up a gun and something that will serve as a mask, and go out to Donaher's place and find out whether he's at home or not. Discreetly, of course." "He's having visitors tonight?"
2. You and me. If he's there, call me at this number."
He switched on a map light and wrote on a notepad, tearing the page off. "The Red Axe in Bay Street, you know it?"
"By reputation."
Jeff sounded severe. "Singles, full of gays and drug pushers, not to mention addicts. It's hardly your scene, I would have thought."
"Why, I'm going there."
"I must say, Dunn didn't sound too happy about it either." Jeff hesitated. "Going to give Donaher the Ramanoff treatment?"
"Well, it's a tempting thought, but no. He'd have nothing to tell us. Anyone smart enough to pull off this raid would be smart enough not to establish any direct contact with a clown like Donaher. He would certainly use an intermediary. Maybe even 2. I would."
"Then what would you be looking for?"
"I wouldn't know until I've looked."
Ryder was in disguise. He was wearing a freshly pressed business suit, which only his family knew he possessed. Dunn, too, was in disguise. He wore a beret, dark glasses, and a pencil moustache, none of which suited him and made him, as he was uncomfortably aware, look slightly ridiculous. But the grey eyes were as intelligent and watchful as ever. He looked in distaste at the oddly attired clientele, mainly teenagers and those in the early 20s, and sniffed the air in nose-wrinkling disgust. "Oh, the place smells like a damn bordello." "You frequent those places?" "Only in the line of duty." Dunn smiled. "Okay, so no one would look for us here. Certainly I wouldn't." He broke off as a creature in pink pantaloons deposited 2 drinks on their table and left. Ryder poured both into a convenient potted plant. Can't do it any harm. Teaspoonful of whiskey topped up with water. He produced a flask from an inside pocket and poured generous measures. Malt. Always prepared. Your health. Well, excellent. And now, 4 things. 1, our chief of police. For your information only. Danaher and I are not seeing eye to eye. Well, you surprise me. Probably not half as surprised as Danaher is right now. I've been upsetting him. I've been the cause of his losing a van of his this evening. It fell off a cliff into the Pacific. I've confiscated some of his personal goods and interviewed a stakeout he set on me. He's in hospital. He'll need medical care. Right now, I guess he's reporting to Danaher on the failure of his mission. How did you pin him to Danaher? He told me. Naturally. Well, I can't say I'm sorry, but I did warn him. Danaher's dangerous. Or rather, his friends are. And you know how cornered rats behave. You have a tie-in between him and San Rufino? Yeah, things point that way. I'll look through his house later on tonight, see what I can find. Well, he might be at home. What difference does that make? And then I think I'll go and have a word with Judge LeWinter. You will? Well, he's a different kettle of fish from Danaher. Spoken of as the next state Supreme Court chairman, still tarred with the same brush. What do you know of him? We have a file on him. Dunn peered at his glass. That means he's poisoned? I'm being non-committal. Yeah. Well, something else for your file. Danaher called tonight with a search warrant on such an obviously trumped-up charge that only a crooked judge would have signed it. Any prizes for guessing? No. Number 2. I'd appreciate your help in this and the next couple of matters. He drew Carlton's file and the notes he had made on it from a large envelope. Security deputy. One of the 7 snaps this afternoon. His curriculum vitae, or whatever you call it, seems above board. Nothing. All the best villains are. Yeah. Army, intelligence, 2 security jobs before coming to San Rufino. And he's always worked for the Army or the AEC. His past should be an open book. However, I'd like an answer to those few questions I've noted, especially his past contacts. The contacts, no matter how unimportant, are the important things. You have reason to suspect this man, Carlton? I've no reason not to, which is the same thing to me. Routine. Number 3. Ryder produced another paper. Marjorie's transcription of Susan's shorthand, and explained how he'd come by it. Don read through it several times. Ryder said, "You seem to find this interesting." "Yeah, it's odd. This bit about not getting wet feet. About once a year since the turn of the century, some people in this state have been confidently expecting the second flood. Cranks, of course. Cranks and highly organized criminals like this Morrow or whoever don't go together. No, they're not mutually exclusive either. Does the FBI have their names?" "Sure, of course. Thousands of them." Forget it. If you were to lock up all the nonconformists in this state, you'd have half the population behind bars. And maybe the wrong half at that. Dunn was pensive. Now, you mentioned the word organized. We do have groups of what you might call organized and successful cranks. Subversives? Weirdos. But weirdos who have managed to put it together in an acceptable and comprehensible fashion. Acceptable and comprehensible to them, that is. Many of those so-called organized groups? I haven't seen the list lately. A couple of hundred, perhaps. Just a handful. No stone unturned, is that it? And no avenue unexplored. I'll get a list. But that's not what you're interested in, huh? This Morrow character. Fictitious name, of course. May have disfigurement or damage to hands and right eye. Well, that's easy. Number 4? A bit more personal, Major. Ryder slid a photograph and piece of paper across the table. I want this person taken care of. Dunn looked at the photograph with appreciation. Well, lovely young lady. Obviously no relation of yours, so what's the connection? Peggy. My daughter. Ah. Dunn was not an easy man to knock off his stride. Mrs. Ryder must be a beautiful person. Well, thank you very much. Ryder smiled. She's a sophomore at San Diego. The address is the flat she shares with 3 other girls. Tried to phone her. That's her number there, but no reply. I'm sure one of your men could find out where she is in no time. I'd like her to know what's happened before she finds out on the radio or TV in some crowded discotheque. No, it's no problem. But that's not all, is it? Now, you said taken care of. They already have my wife. If Donaher is tied into this, and I'll know within an hour. Morrow and his friends might not like me. Well, the request is unusual. So are the circumstances. Dunn was hesitating. You have children, Major? Damn it, yes. Damn you, yes. How old is Peggy? 18. So is my Jane. Blackmail, Sergeant, downright blackmail. All right. But you know I'm supposed to be cooperating closely with Donaher. You're putting me in a difficult position. And what kind of position do you think I'm in? He looked up as pink pantaloons approached their table and looked at Ryder. You missed Grain? Yeah. How did you know? Caller said a wide man in a dark suit. You're the only wide man in a dark suit here. Phone's this way. Ryder followed and picked up the phone. Well built, my lad, not wide. What news? Ramanoff's been and left. Houseboy drove him. Still bleeding. Gone to some struck-off quack, probably. Donaher there? Well, I don't imagine Ramanoff spent 5 minutes talking to the houseboy. I'll meet you at the corner of 4th and Hawthorne. 10 minutes, maybe 15. Ryder had arrived back at his table, but had not yet sat down when pink pantaloons appeared again. Another call, Mr. Grain. Ryder was back inside a minute. He sat and brought out his flask again. 2 calls. The stakeout did in fact report back to Donaher. Going out there in a minute. Under Dunn's puzzled gaze, Ryder gulped the contents of his refilled glass. Second call was from John Aaron. You know him? The Examiner? Yeah, I know him. AP and writers are burning up the wires. A gentleman called them. You'd never guess the name he gave. Morrow? Morrow it was. Said he'd engineered the San Rufino break-in of which he was sure they knew nothing. gave in specific detail the amount of uranium-235 and plutonium that had been taken, and asked any interested party to check with the power station. Also gave names and addresses of hostages and asked all interested parties to contact their relatives to check. Dunn was calm. No more than what you expected. Your phone must be ringing constantly at the moment. Any threats? None. Just thought he'd let us know and give us time to consider the implications. Aaron say when the news is being released? It'll be an hour at least. TV and radio stations are jittery as hell. They don't know whether it's a hoax or not, and they don't want to appear the biggest fools in the West. Also, even if it were true, they're not sure whether they'd be contravening national security regulations. Personally, I've never heard of any such regulations. Well, they're apparently waiting confirmation and clearance from the AEC. If they get it, there'll be a simultaneous statewide release at 11. I see. Well, it gives me plenty of time to get a man around to your Peggy. I'd much appreciate that. In the circumstances, most people would have forgotten all about a mere teenager. I told you. I have one. She doesn't think she's there at all. You have your car? Ryder nodded. Well, if you drop me off at my place, I'll get hold of San Diego, have a couple of men assigned to the job in 10 minutes. No sweat. Dunn became thoughtful. You won't be able to say that about the citizens of this state tomorrow. They'll be sweating buckets. Clever lad, this Morrow. Mustn't underestimate him. He's craftily reversed the old maxim of better the devil you know than the devil you don't. Now it's a case of worse the devil you don't know than the devil you do. He'll have everyone in fits. Yeah. The citizens of San Diego, Los Angeles, San Francisco, Sacramento, all wondering who's going to be the first for vaporization. And each hoping to hell it's going to be one of the other three. Do you seriously think that, Sergeant? Well, I haven't really had time to think about anything. I'm just trying to imagine how other people would think. No, I don't seriously think so. Clever men like our friend Morrow have an objective in mind, and indiscriminate annihilation wouldn't be any way to achieve that. Threats would be enough. Yeah, that's what I would think. But then it will take the public some time to realize, if they ever do, that we're up against a person of that kind of cunning. And for such a person, the mental climate is just right. For him, it couldn't be better. Ryder ticked off his fingers. We've had the bubonic plague bugaboo. Didn't come to much, granted, but it scared half the people out of their wits. Then the swine fever. You could say exactly the same about that. Now practically everybody in the state, especially those on the coast, has this obsessive and, what's the word, paranoid? Yeah, I didn't make college. This paranoid fear about when the next, the biggest, and perhaps the last earthquake is going to come. And now this. The nuclear holocaust. We know, at least we think we know, there isn't going to be any such thing. But you try convincing people of that. Ryder laid money on the table. Well, at least it should take their minds off earthquakes for the time being. Ryder met Jeff as arranged. They left their cars at the intersection and made their way on foot up Hawthorne Drive, a steep, narrow, and winding lane lined with palms. Well, the houseboy's back, Jeff said. Came back alone, so I should imagine Ramanoff's either having his nose set or he's being detained for the night in the casualty ward. The houseboy and his wife don't sleep in the house. There's a little bungalow at the foot of the garden. They're both inside there for the night, I take it. Up this bank here. They scrambled up a grassy bank,
pulled themselves over a wall and parted some rose bushes. Donahue's house was built round three sides of an oblong swimming pool, with the centre section a low, long living room, brightly illuminated. The night had turned cool, and steam over the pool hung motionless in the still night air, but not so opaque as to prevent the watchers seeing Donahue, glass in hand, pacing heavily up and down. The sliding glass doors were opened wide.
"Go down to the corner there," Ryder said. "Hide in the bushes. I'll get as close as I can to that lounge. When I wave my arm, attract his attention."
They took up position, Jeff among the rose bushes, Ryder on the other side of the pool in the dark shadow between two yew trees. The Californians, unlike Europeans, do not relegate their yews and cypresses to graveyards. Jeff made a low, moaning sound. Donahue stopped his pacing, listened, went to the opening between the sliding glass doors, and listened again. Jeff repeated the sound. Donahue slipped off his shoes and padded silently across the tiles, a gun in his hand. He had taken only 5 steps when the butt of the Smith & Wesson caught him behind the right ear. They used a pair of Donahue's own handcuffs to secure him to the standpipe of a radiator, Scotch tape from his desk to gag him, and a table runner to blindfold him. Ryder said, "The main entrance will be at the back. Go down to the bungalow and check that the houseboy and his wife are still there. When you return, lock it. And if anyone rings, don't answer. Lock every door and window in the house. Pull the curtains here and then start on that desk. I'll be in his bedroom. If there's anything to be found, it'll be in one of those 2 rooms. Still don't know what we're looking for?" "Nope. Something that would make you lift an eyebrow if you saw it in your house or mine." He looked around the room. "Oh, no sign of a safe. And you can't have secret wall safes in a wooden house. If I had as much on my conscience as you say he has, I wouldn't have anything in the house. I'd have it in a bank safe deposit." "Well, at least you've got the satisfaction of knowing that he'll have a headache when he wakes." Jeff thought, he could have a study or an office or a den. Lots of those houses do. Ryder nodded and left. There was no such study. The first bedroom he came to was plainly unoccupied. The second bedroom was Donahue's. Ryder used a pencil flash, established that the curtains of both windows were open, closed them, and switched on overhead and bedside lights. The immaculate room clearly reflected the efficient tidiness of the houseboy's wife, a tidiness that made Ryder's task that much easier. Ryder was painstaking, methodical, took all of 15 minutes for his search, and found nothing. For there was nothing to find. For all that, he made an interesting discovery. One wall cupboard was given over to a positive armory of weapons, revolvers, automatics, shotguns, and rifles, with a copious supply of ammunition to match. There was nothing sinister in this. Many American gun buffs had their own private armories, frequently setting aside an entire gun room to display them. But 2 particular weapons caught his attention. Peculiarly shaped, lightweight rifles, of a type not to be found in any gun store in America. Ryder took them both, and a box of matching ammunition, and then for good measure pocketed 3 of the splendid collection of handcuffs that Donahue had hanging from hooks on the side. All those items he laid on the bed, while he went to examine the bathroom. There was nothing there that there shouldn't have been. He picked up his newly acquired possessions from the bed and rejoined Jeff. Donahue, chin slumped on his chest, appeared to be asleep. With the rifle barrel, Ryder prodded him far from gently in the region of his expansive solar plexus. He was asleep. Jeff was sitting by the desk, looking down into an open drawer. Ryder said, Anything? Yeah. Jeff looked pleased with himself. I'm a slow starter, but when I get going... What do you mean, a slow starter? The desk was locked. Took me some time to find the key. It was at the bottom of Fatso's holster. Jeff deposited a bundle of currency notes on the table. They were in 8 separate lots, each secured with an elastic band. Hundreds of bills, all small denominations, looks like. Now, what's Donaher doing with hundreds of bills? Yeah, what indeed? Got any gloves? Well, now, he asks me, do I have any gloves? Masks, hoods, rather, because you told me. Now that and I suppose you, have smeared fingerprints all over the shop, you ask for gloves? No, our fingerprints don't matter. You think Donaher is going to report this matter and complain about the disappearance of all this money which we are about to take with us? I just want you to count the stuff and not smear up fingerprints. Old notes are no good. They could carry 100 smears. But maybe some new notes. Count from the bottom left, because most people and most tellers count from the top right. Where did you get those toys from? From Donaher's toy shop. Ryder looked at the 2 rifles. Always wanted one of those. I thought you might want one, too. Rifles you have. Not those. Oh, I've never seen one. I've seen a diagram. Well, what are they? You'll be surprised. Unobtainable in this country. We think we make the best rifles in the world. The British think they do, and the Belgians think the same of their own NATO rifles. Well, we don't think, we say. But they all know that this is the best. Light, deadly accurate. Can be stripped down in seconds and hidden in the pockets of your top coat. Splendid weapons for terrorists, as the British soldiers in Northern Ireland have found out to their cost. But the IRA have those? Yeah. It's called the Kalashnikov. If a person's hunting you at night with one of those fitted with infrared telescopic sights, you might as well shoot yourself. Or so they say. Russian? Yeah. Catholics and communists make strange bedfellows. Now, the people who use those in Northern Ireland are Protestants, an extremist splinter group officially disowned by the IRA. Not that the communists care very much with whom they associate as long as they can stir up trouble. Jeff took one of the rifles, examined it, looked at the unconscious Donaher, and then at Ryder. Ryder said, "Don't ask me. All I know about our friend's early background is that he's a first-generation American." "From Northern Ireland?" "From Northern Ireland." Fits in neatly. Probably fits in too neatly. Donaher a communist? Well, we mustn't look for a red under every bush. No law against it. Well, not since McCarthy departed the scene. I don't think so anyway. He's too stupid and too selfish to be interested in any ideology. That's not to say, of course, that he wouldn't accept their money. Okay, count those notes and then check the rest of the desk. I'll go over the rest of the room. Ryder looked while Jeff counted. After some minutes, Jeff looked up, his face alight. Boy, this is interesting. 8 packets of notes, each containing $1,250. 10,000. So I was wrong. He's now got an 8th unofficial bank account. Very interesting. I agree. But nothing to get excited about. No? Well, there are several new notes in each packet. I've only made a quick check. But as far as I can see, they're in series. And they're the bicentennial $2 notes. Well, this is interesting. One the ungrateful American public turned their thumbs down on.
The Treasury had carloads of the stuff printed, but there's only a small percentage of it in circulation. If they really are in series, the FBI should be able to trace it without trouble. Nothing more came to light, and they left 5 minutes later after freeing a now stirring Donaher of his handcuffs, scotch tape, and blindfold. Major Dunn was still in his office, handling 2 phones at the same time. When he hung up, Ryder said, "Well, not yet abed?" "No, I don't expect to be. Not this night, anyway. I'll have plenty of company in my misery. Statewide alert, 24-hour basis for every agent who could walk. Description of Morrow has to be telexed, or is being telexed throughout the country. I've arranged for this list of the organized weirdos, but I won't have that until tomorrow. Your Peggy has been taken care of." Jeff said to Ryder, "Our Peggy?" "Yeah, I forgot to tell you. The kidnappers have made a statement to AP and Reuters. No threats, just detailing what materials they've stolen and the names of the people they kidnapped. It'll be released at 11 tonight." He looked at his watch. "Half an hour. I didn't want your sister to have the shock of hearing of the kidnapping of her mother over TV or radio. So Major Dunn has kindly taken care of that." Jeff looked from one man to another and then said, "It's just a thought. But does it occur to you that Peggy might be in danger?" "It's a thought, and it has occurred." Dunn could be very precise and clipped in his speech. "It has also been taken care of." He peered at the rifles in Ryder's hand. "Well, they'd ought to go shopping." "We borrowed them from your friend Donaher." "Ah, how is he?" "Unconscious. Not that there's much difference between that and his walking state. He knocked his head against the butt of an automatic." Dunn brightened. "Disgraceful. You had reason for taking those? Something special?" "Yeah, I'm pretty sure. These are Kalashnikovs, Russian. Can you check with Washington import controls? See if any licenses have been issued to bring those in?" "I very much doubt it. Oh, the Russians just love to unload their arms on anyone with the cash to pay, but it's a fair guess they wouldn't part with the most advanced rifles in the business, which this is. Illegal possession. That would make him an ex-chief of police. But it's unimportant. He'll be that soon anyway. Communist? No, unlikely. Of course, he's capable of being an empty convert to anything if the money's good enough. I'd like to have those, if I may." "Sorry. Finders keepers. Want to admit in court that you abetted a burglarious entry? Oh, don't be upset. Jeff's got a little present for you." Jeff placed the wad of banknotes on the table. $10,000 exactly. All yours. Now, how many consecutively listed brand-new $2 notes are there, Jeff? 40. "Manna," Dunn said reverently. "I'll have the names of the bank, teller, and drawer by noon tomorrow. Pity you weren't able to find out the name of the drawer. Told you. Donaher was asleep. I'll go back and ask him later on." "Like that? I may be pushing your luck, Sergeant." "No. I've had the great misfortune to know Chief Donaher longer than you have. Man's a bully. I know it's commonplace to say that all bullies are cowards, which is not at all true, but in his case it is. Take his face. A disaster. But the only one he has, and he probably cherishes it. You saw what happened to his stakeout's face tonight." Dunn's momentarily beatific expression had been replaced by a frown, and it wasn't because of anything that Ryder had said.
He tapped the bundle of notes. This. How am I to account for this, to explain it away? I mean, where did it come from? Yes. It was Jeff's turn to frown. I didn't think of that either. Easy. Danaher gave it to you. He what? Well, despite the fact that he has about $500,000 in ill-gotten gains salted away under 7 or 8 forged names, we all know that he's basically a decent, upright, honorable man, deeply committed to the welfare of his fellow man, to upholding the rule of justice and ruthlessly crushing bribery and corruption wherever it raises its ugly head. He was approached by the syndicate responsible for the San Rufino break-in and given this money in return for a blow-by-blow account of the steps being taken by the state and federal authorities in investigating this case. You and he worked out a plan to feed false and misleading information to the crooks. Naturally, he handed you this tainted money for safekeeping. You do have to admire the man's unshakable integrity. Yeah, ingenious. But you overlook the obvious. All Danaher has to do is deny it. With his fingerprints all over those notes, especially the new ones, he's either got to go with the story or admit that he had the notes stashed away in the house, which would leave him the awkward task of explaining where he got them from. Which option do you think he'll elect? Dunn said admiringly, You have a very devious mind. Set a thief to catch a thief? Ryder smiled. Now, maybe. 2 things, Major. When you, or whoever handled those notes, don't touch the top right. Fingerprints, especially on $2 bills. Dunn looked at the notes. He said, I'd estimate there's about 2,000 bills there. You expect me to try them all for fingerprints? I said you or whoever. Well, thanks. And the second thing? Have you got a fingerprinting set here? Lots. Why? Oh, I don't know. Ryder was vague. You never know when those things might not come in handy. Judge LeWinter lived in a splendidly impressive house, as befitted one widely tipped to become the next chairman of the state Supreme Court. Within a few miles of the Californian coast is to be found a greater variety of home architecture than anywhere, but even by such standards, LeWinter's home was unusual. A faithful replica of an Alabaman antebellum house, gleaming white, with its 2-story colonnaded porch, balconies, a profusion of surrounding magnolias, and a plethora of white oak and long-bearded Spanish moss, neither of which seemed to find the climate very congenial. Within so imposing a residence, one couldn't call it a home, could only dwell, one would have thought, a pillar of legal rectitude. One could be wrong. How wrong, Ryder and his son found out when they opened the bedroom door without the courtesy of a prior knock, and found the legal luminary in bed, but not alone. And he wasn't being not alone with his wife, either. The judge, bronzed, white-haired, and white-moustached, the absence of a white-winged collar and black string necktie an almost jarring note, looked perfectly at home in the gilded Victorian iron bedstead, which was more than could be said for his companion, a sadly overpainted and youthful demi-mondaine, who looked as if she would have been much more at home in what could delicately be termed as the outermost fringes of society. Both wore startled and wide-eyed expressions, as people tend to wear when confronted with 2 hooded men bearing guns, the girl's expression shading gradually into a guilty fear, the judge's predictably into outrage. His speech was equally predictable.
What the devil? Who the hell are you? We're no friends, you can be sure of that, Ryder said. Well, we know who you are. Who's the young lady? He didn't bother to wait for the inevitable silence, but turned to Jeff. You bring your camera, Perkins? Sorry? Ah, pity. He looked at LeWinter. I'm sure you would have loved us to send a snapshot to your wife to show that you're not pining too much in her absence. The judge's outrage subsided. Right, Perkins, the prince. Well, Jeff was no expert, but he was not long enough out of police school to have forgotten how to make clean prints. A deflated LeWinter, who clearly found the situation beyond him, offered neither objection nor resistance. When Jeff had finished, he glanced at the girl and then at Ryder, who hesitated and nodded. Ryder said to her, Nobody's going to hurt you, miss. What's your name? She compressed her lips and looked away. Ryder sighed, picked up a purse, which could only be hers, opened it and emptied the contents onto the dressing table. He rifled through those, selected an envelope, and said, Bettina Ivanhoe, 888 South Maple. He looked at the girl, frightened, flaxen-haired, with high and rather wide Slavonic cheekbones. But for her efforts to improve on nature, she would have been strikingly good-looking. Ivanhoe. Ivanov would be nearer to it. Russian? No, I was born here. I'll bet your parents weren't. She made no reply. He looked through the scattered contents of the purse and picked up 2 photographs, one each of the girl and LeWinter. That made her more than a one-time visitor. There had to be a 40-year gap in their ages. Darby and Joan, Ryder said. The contempt in his voice was matched by his gesture of flicking the cards onto the floor. Blackmail? LeWinter tried to inject some contempt of his own, but he wasn't up to it. Extortion, huh? Ryder said indifferently. I'd blackmail you to death if you were what I think you might be. In fact, I'd put you to death without any blackmail. The words hung chillingly in the air. No, I'm after something else. Where's your safe and where's the key to it? LeWinter sneered, but there was, it could have been imagined, a hint of relief behind the sneer. A cheap jack heist man. Unbecoming language from the bench. Ryder produced and opened a penknife, then approached the girl. Well, LeWinter? LeWinter folded his arms and looked resolute. The flower of Southern chivalry. Ryder tossed the knife to Jeff, who placed the tip against LeWinter's second chin and pressed. Well, it's red, Jeff said. Just the same as the rest of us. Should I have sterilized this? Down and to the right, Ryder said. That's where the external jugular is. Jeff removed the knife and examined it. The blade was narrow, and only the top half-inch had blood on it. To LeWinter, who had stopped looking resolute, it must have seemed that the arterial floodgates had burst. The voice was husky. The safe's in my study downstairs. Key's in the bathroom. Ryder said, Where? In a jar of shaving soap. Well, odd place for an honest man to keep a key. The contents of this safe should be interesting. He went into the bathroom and returned in a few seconds, key in hand. Do you have staff on the premises? No. Probably not.
Think of the stirring tales they could tell your wife. Believe him, Perkins? On principle, no. Oh, me neither. Ryder produced 3 sets of handcuffs, all until very recently the property of the police chief. One set secured the girl's right wrist to a bedpost, the second Lewinter's left to the other bedpost. The third, passing behind the centre headrail, secured their other 2 wrists together. For gags, a couple of pillow slips sufficed. Before securing Lewinter's gag, Ryder said, "A hypocrite like you, who makes all those stirring speeches against the Washington gun lobby, is bound to have some lying around. Where are they?" "Study." Jeff began a meticulous search of the room. Ryder went below, located the study, located the gun cupboard, and opened it. No Kalashnikovs, but one particular handgun of a make unknown to him took his attention. He wrapped it in a handkerchief and dropped it into one of his capacious coat pockets. The safe was massive, 6 feet by 3, weighing well over 1/4 of a ton, and built at some time in the remote past before safe breakers had developed the highly sophisticated techniques of today. The locking mechanism and the key were woefully inadequate. Had the safe been freestanding, Ryder would have opened it without hesitation, but it was set into a brick wall to a depth of several inches, a most unusual feature for that type of safe. Ryder returned upstairs, removed Lewinter's gag, and produced his knife. "Where's the cutoff switch for the safe?" "What damn switch?" "You were too quick in telling me where the key was. You wanted me to open that safe." For the second time that night, Lewinter winced, more in apprehension than in pain, as the knife tip punctured the skin of his neck. "The switch that cuts off the alarm relay to the local sheriff's office." Lewinter was more obdurate this time, but not markedly so. Ryder returned downstairs and slid back a panel above the study door to expose a simple switch. He clicked this off and opened the safe. Half of it was designed as a filing cabinet, the files in the customary fashion being suspended by metal lugs from parallel rails. Nearly all of those were given over to personal notes on court cases that had come before him. 2 files were marked private correspondence, but apparently weren't all that private, as some of them had been signed on his behalf by his secretary, a Miss B. Ivanhoe. The young lady upstairs seems to have carried secretarial devotion to her boss to lengths above and beyond the call of duty. In the shelves above, only 3 objects caught his attention and were removed. One was a list of names and telephone numbers. The second was a leather-bound copy of Sir Walter Scott's Ivanhoe. The third was a green and also leather-bound notebook. As notebooks go, it was large, about 8 inches by 5, and secured by a locked brass clasp, a sufficient deterrent against the young or merely curious, but of no avail against the ill-intentioned armed with a knife. Ryder sliced open the spine and rifled through the exposed pages, which told him nothing, inasmuch as they were covered with neatly typed figures, not letters. He wasted no time on the notebook. He knew nothing of cryptography, which didn't worry him. The FBI had its own highly specialized department of code breakers who could decipher anything except the most highly sophisticated military codes, and even those they could do if given enough time. Time. Ryder looked at his watch. It was 1 minute to 11. He found Jeff methodically going through the pockets of Lewinter's considerable number of custom-made suits. Lewinter and the girl were still resting comfortably. Ryder ignored them and switched on a TV set. He didn't bother to select any particular station. The same program would be on every one. Ryder didn't bother to look at the screen. He didn't appear to be watching anything at all. But in fact, he didn't allow the couple on the bed to move out of peripheral vision. The announcer,
who might just coincidentally have been dressed anyway in a dark suit and tie, used his state funeral voice. He confined himself to the facts. The San Rufino nuclear power reaction station had been broken into that late afternoon, and the criminals had made good their escape, taking with them weapons-grade material and hostages. The precise amount of material taken was specified, as were the names, addresses, and occupations of the hostages. Neither the person giving this information nor the source from which it had come had been identified, but the genuineness of the information was beyond dispute, as it had been confirmed in detail by the authorities. The same authorities were carrying out an intensive investigation. The usual meaningless poppycock, Ryder thought. They had no leads to investigate. He switched off the set and looked at Jeff. "Notice anything, Perkins?" "Well, the same thing as you were noticing. What you can see of Casanova's face here didn't show much of a change in expression. It didn't show anything, in fact. Guilty as hell, I'd say. Yeah, good as a signed confession. That news was no news to him." He looked at Lewinter and appeared momentarily lost in thought before saying, "I've got it. Your rescuers, I mean. I'll send along a reporter and a photographer from the Globe." "Well, isn't that interesting?" Jeff said. "I do believe Don Juan has registered a slight change in expression." Lewinter had, in fact, registered a marked change in expression. The bronze skin had assumed a greyish hue, and the suddenly protuberant eyes seemed bent on parting company with their sockets. One could enjoy the Globe without being able to read too well. It specialized in artistic portraits of unclad feminine illiterates, who spent their evenings reading Sophocles in the original, in candid shots of the newsworthy caught in apparently compromising or undignified situations. And, for the intelligentsia among their readers, extensive muckraking couched in terms of holy crusades against shock morality. All of this was, perforce, in the very simplest of prose, and such was the intolerable pressure brought to bear through the demands imposed by the clamorous urgency, the evangelistic immediacy, and the socially important content of those journalistic imperatives, that the overworked editorial staff were frequently and reluctantly compelled to encapsulate, hold over, or most commonly altogether forget, such trivia as the international news, or indeed any but the most salaciously elevating items of local news. One did not require telepathic aid to guess that the judge's mind was touching on such matters in general, and in particular on page 1, where the unretouched and considerably enlarged picture of himself and his handcuffed Amorita would leave room only for the appalled caption. Downstairs in the study, Ryder said, "Glance through those court cases in the files. You may find something of interest, although I doubt it. I have a call to make." He dialed a number, and while waiting for his call to come through, glanced at the list of names and telephone numbers that he'd taken from the safe. His number answered, and he asked for Mr. Jameson. Jameson was the night manager of the telephone exchange. He was on the line almost at once. "Sergeant Ryder here. Important and confidential, Mr. Jameson." Jameson had delusions about his self-importance, and he liked to have those kept well stoked. "I have a number here, and I'd be glad if you made a note of it." He gave the number, had it read back to him, and said, "I think it's Sheriff Hartman's phone number. Would you check? Give me the address. It's not in the book." Important, huh?" Jameson sounded eager. "Hush, hush. You don't know how important. You heard the news?" San Rufino. Oh, my God, yes. Just now, bad, eh?" "You just can't guess." He waited patiently until Jameson came back to him. "Well, you got the name right. Right number.
classified, God knows why. 118 Rowena.
Ryder thanked him and hung up. Jeff said, "Who's Hartman?"
"Local sheriff. That safe is wired to his office."
"Missed something up there, didn't you?"
"I know." "How?" "Well, if I hadn't missed it, you wouldn't mention it. You notice how readily LeWinter parted with the key to the safe? Now, what does that tell you about Sheriff Hartman?"
"Nothing much."
"No, correction. Nothing good." "Yeah. The number of people by whom LeWinter would willingly be found in such a scandalous and compromising situation must be very few. But he knows that Sheriff Hartman wouldn't talk. So there's got to be a bond between them." "Well, LeWinter could have a friend in this world. We're talking about probabilities, not the near impossible. Blackmail? Oh, it's unlikely. If the judge were blackmailing Hartman, this would be a once-in-a-lifetime chance for the sheriff to make sure that the blackmail ended here and now. LeWinter could be the victim, but I can't see it that way. Now, what I do see is that they are in some very profitable business together. Criminal business. Now, an honest judge would never compromise himself by going into business with a lawman. Anyway, I know LeWinter is bent. I know nothing about this Hartman, but he's probably the same. As honest, if unemployed cops, it is our duty to find out what Hartman's bent about. In what now appears to be the usual fashion." Ryder nodded. "Donaher can wait?" "He'll keep. You turn up anything?" "Oh, hell no. All these whereases and whereofs and hereintofor's are too much for me." "You can forget it. Even LeWinter wouldn't express his deepest thoughts or criminal intentions in legalese." Ryder again dialed a number, waited, and then said, "Mr. Aaron, Sergeant Ryder here. Now, don't get me wrong, but how would you like one of your photographers to take a picture of a prominent citizen caught in a compromising situation?" Aaron's voice was uncomprehending. Not cold, just not understanding. "Well, I am surprised, Sergeant. You know that the Examiner is not a yellow tabloid." "Ah, pity. I thought you were. And you would be interested in Judge LeWinter's peccadillos." "Ah." LeWinter ranked with Chief Donaher at the top of the list of Aaron's target for special editorials. "What's the crooked old goat up to now?" "He's not up to anything. He's lying down. He's with his secretary, who is young enough to be his granddaughter. When I say with, I mean with. He's handcuffed to her, and they're both handcuffed to the bed." "Good God!" Aaron made a coughing sound, probably trying to stifle laughter. "Intrigues me vastly, Sergeant. But I'm still afraid we couldn't publish." "No one's asked you to publish anything. Just take a photograph." "I see." There was a brief silence. All you want is for him to know that such a picture has been taken." "Yeah, that's it. I'd be glad if your boys would maintain the fiction I told him that I was sending people from the Globe." This time, Aaron positively cackled. "That would make him happy. He's having fits. Many thanks. I'm leaving the handcuff keys on the study table." Dunn, as he'd promised, was still in his office when they returned. Ryder said, "Progress?" "No, damn all. Almost impossible to make an outgoing call. Switchboard's been jammed since the news announcement. At least 100 people have seen the criminals. In, as usual, 100 different places. You?" "Dunno. You'll have to help us if you will. First off, here are Judge LeWinter's fingerprints."
Dunn looked at him in disbelief. He gave you his fingerprints? Sort of. I warned you, Ryder. Tangle with that old bird and you step out of your class. Donaher has powerful friends. Only locally, but LaWinter has them where it counts. In Sacramento. Now don't tell me you used violence again. Certainly not. We left him peacefully in bed and unharmed. Did he recognize you? No, we wore hoods. Well, thank you very much. As if I haven't got enough on my hands. You know what kind of a hornet's nest you'll have stirred up? And where it will all end up? In my lap. He closed his eyes. Well, I know who'll be the next caller on those damn phones. Not LaWinter. He's a bit restricted right now. Matter of fact, we left him handcuffed to a bedpost and to his secretary. They were there when we arrived. She's Russian. Dunn closed his eyes again. When he'd assimilated this and steeled himself for whatever was to come, he said carefully, And? Well, this is interesting. Ryder unwrapped the handgun that he'd taken. One wonders what an upright judge is doing with a silenced automatic. Did he have it tested for fingerprints? Incidentally, the girl's fingerprints were already there. And this is a notebook, coded. I imagine the key is in this copy of Ivanhoe. Perhaps the FBI can find out. Finally, this is his private list of telephone numbers. They may or may not be significant, but I've neither the time nor the facilities to find out. Dunn was heavily sarcastic. Anything else you'd like me to do for you? Yeah. A copy of the file you have on LaWinter. Dunn shook his head. FBI personnel only. Would you listen to him? Jeff said. After all the legwork we do for him, after all the valuable clues we put in his hands? Okay, but I'm promising nothing. Where to now? To see another lawman. Well, he has my advanced sympathies. Do I know him? No. And I don't. Hartman. Must be new. Anyway, he's in Red Bank, County Division. Well, what has this unfortunate done to incur your displeasure? He's a pal of LaWinter's. Well, that, of course, explains everything. Hartman lived in a small and unpretentious bungalow on the outskirts of town. For a detached Californian house, it was virtually a slum. It had no swimming pool. Ryder said, his association with LaWinter must be pretty recent. Yeah, lets the side down, doesn't he? The door's open. Do we knock? Good heavens, no. They found Hartman seated at his desk in a small study. He was a large, heavily built man, and he must have stood several inches over 6 feet when he stood up. But Sheriff Hartman would never stand up again. Somebody had carefully cross-fired a soft-nosed bullet, which had entered by the left cheekbone. The dum-dum effect had taken off the back of his head. It was pointless to search the house. Whoever had been there before them would have made certain that nothing incriminating, a third party or parties, had been left behind. They took the dead man's fingerprints and left. Chapter 5. That was the night the earth shook. Not all of the earth, of course, but for a goodly portion of the residents of South California, it might have been just that. The shock came at 25 minutes past midnight, and the tremors were felt as far north as Merced in the San Joaquin Valley, as far south as Oceanside between Los Angeles and San Diego, as far west as San Luis Obispo, close by the Pacific, to the southeast, clear across the Mojave Desert, and to the east as far as Death Valley. In Los Angeles, though no structural damage was done, the shake was felt by all who were awake, and it was pronounced enough to wake many of those who were sleeping. In the other main centers of population, Oakland, San Francisco, Sacramento, and San Diego, no tremors were felt. But the earthquake, a very minor one at 4.2 on the Richter scale, was duly recorded on the delicate seismographs. Ryder and Jeff, seated in the former's living room, both felt it and saw it. A ceiling lamp traveling through an arc of not more than 2 inches at maximum oscillated for about 20 seconds before coming to rest. Dunn, still in his office, felt it and paid no attention to it. He'd been through many such tremors before, and he had more important things on his mind. LeWinter, dressed now, as was his secretary, felt it through the open door of his safe, the remaining contents of which he was examining with some anxiety. Even Donaher, despite an aching occiput and a mind somewhat beclouded by his 4th consecutive large Scotch, was dimly aware of it. And although its foundations were firmly embedded in the very solid rock of the Sierra Nevada, the Adlerheim felt it most acutely of all, for the excellent reason that the epicenter of the earthquake was no more than a dozen miles distant. Even more importantly, the quake registered strongly in the seismographical office installed in one of the caves, wine cellars, which von Stryker had excavated out of the rock, and on 2 other seismographs which Morrow had foresightedly had installed in 2 private residences he owned, each about 15 miles distant, and in diametrically different directions. And the shocks were registered, too, in institutes which one would have thought had considerably more legitimate interest in such matters than Morrow. Those were the offices of Seismological Field Survey, those of the Californian Department of Water Resources in the Californian Institute of Technology, and the U.S. Geological Survey's National Center for Earthquake Research. The last 2, probably the most important of the 4, were conveniently located where they would be the first to be demolished, should a massive earthquake affect either Los Angeles or San Francisco. For the Institute of Technology was located in Pasadena, and the Earthquake Research Center in Menlo Park. The nerve centers of all 4 institutes were in direct and permanent contact with each other, and it had taken them only minutes to pinpoint with complete precision the exact epicenter of the earthquake. Alec Benson was a large, calm man in his early 60s. Except on ceremonial occasions, which he avoided wherever and whenever possible, he invariably wore a grey flannel suit and a grey polo jersey, which went well enough with the grey hair that topped the tubby, placid, and usually smiling face. Director of the seismology department, he held 2 professorships and so many doctorates and scientific degrees that, for simplicity's sake, his numerous scientific colleagues referred to him as just Alec. In Pasadena, at least, he was regarded as the world's leading seismologist. While the Russians and the Chinese may have disputed this, it was noteworthy that those 2 countries were always among the first to nominate him as chairman of the not infrequent international seismological conferences. This esteem stemmed primarily from the fact that Benson never made any distinction between himself and his worldwide colleagues, and sought advice as frequently as he gave it. His chief assistant was Professor Hardwick, a quiet, retiring, almost self-effacing scientist with a track record that almost matched that of Benson's. Hardwick said, "Well, about a third of the people in the state must have felt the shock. It's already been on TV and radio, and it will be in all the late editions of the morning papers. At the least guess, there must be a couple of million amateur seismologists in California. So, what do we tell them, the truth?" For once, Alec Benson wasn't smiling. He looked thoughtfully round the half-dozen scientists in the room, the vastly experienced nucleus of his research team, and studied their expressions, which were neither helpful nor unhelpful. Clearly, they were all waiting for him to give the lead. Benson sighed. He said,
No one admires George Washington more than I do. But no, we don't tell them the truth. A little white lie, and it won't even rest uneasily on my conscience. What's to be gained if we tell the truth other than scaring our fellow Californians even further out of their wits than they are now? If anything major is going to happen, then it's just going to happen. And there's damn all we can do about it. In any event, we have no evidence that this is a prelude to a major shake.
Hardwick looked doubtful.
No intimation, no warning, nothing. What point would it serve?
Well, there's never been a quake there in recorded history.
No matter. Even a major quake there wouldn't be of great importance. Devastation of property and loss of life would be insignificant, because the area is so sparsely populated. Owens Valley, 1872, the largest recorded earthquake in California history. How many people died there? Maybe 60. The Arvin-Takapi quake of 1952 at 7.7, the largest in Southern California. How many died there? Perhaps a dozen.
Benson permitted himself his customary smile.
Now, if this latest jolt had happened along the Inglewood-Newport fault, well, I'd take a different view entirely.
The Inglewood-Newport fault, which had been responsible for the Long Beach earthquake of 1933, actually ran under the city of Los Angeles itself.
As it is, I'm in favor of letting sleeping dogs lie.
Hardwick nodded. Reluctantly, but he nodded. So we blame it all on the poor old blameless white wolf fault,
Yes. A calmly reassuring release to the media. Tell them again, briefly, about our ESPP. That we are cautiously pleased that it seems to be going according to plan, and that the intensity of this shake corresponds pretty closely to our expected estimate of fault slippage.
Released to the TV and radio stations?
No, General. Wire service. We don't want to lend anything that smacks of undue urgency or importance to our, findings.
Preston, another senior assistant, said, "We don't let ethics creep into this, huh?" Benson was quite cheerful.
Scientifically indefensible. But from the humanitarian point of view, well, call it justifiable.
It said much for the immense weight of Benson's prestige that the consensus of opinion was heavily on his side. In the refectory hall at the Adlerheim, Morrow was being equally cheerful and reassuring to the anxious hostages who had gathered there. "I can assure you, ladies and gentlemen, that there is no cause for alarm. I grant you it was quite a nasty shake, the worst we have experienced here, but a shake of 1,000 times that magnitude would leave us completely unharmed. Apart from the fact that you will probably have learned from your TVs that there has been no damage throughout the state, you must all be intelligent enough and wide-eared enough to know
that earthquakes spell danger only for those who live in dwellings on made-up field land, marshy land, whether drained or not, and on alluvial soil. Damage rarely occurs to dwellings that have their foundations on rock, and we have our foundations on thousands of feet of rock. The Sierra Nevada has been here for millions of years. It is not likely to disappear overnight. It is unlikely that you could find any safer or more desirable, from the earthquake point of view, residents in the state of California. Morrow glanced smilingly around his audience, nodding his approval when he saw that his words seemed to have had the desired calming effect. I don't know about you people, but I have no intention of allowing this passing trifle to interfere with my night's sleep. I bid you all good night. When Morrow entered his private office, the smile was markedly absent. Abraham Dubois was seated behind Morrow's desk, a phone in one hand, a pencil in the other, his huge shoulders hunched over a large-scale map of California. Morrow said, "Well?" "It is not well." Dubois replaced the phone and delicately pricked a pencil dot on the map. "Here. Exactly here." He used a rule and then set it against a mileage scale. The epicenter, to be precise, is exactly 11.5 miles from the Adlerheim. That is not so good, Mr. Morrow. It is not so good. Morrow lowered himself into an armchair. Does it not strike you as ironic, Abraham, that we should pick the one spot in the state where an earthquake takes place outside our back door, so to speak? Indeed. It could be an ill omen. I wish I could fault the triangulation, but I can't. It's been checked and rechecked. Dubois smiled. At least we didn't pick an extinct volcano, which has suddenly turned out not to be so extinct after all. What option do we have? There is no time, there is no alternative. This is our operating base. This is our perfectly secure cover. This is our weaponry. This is the only multi-band radio transmitting station that we have. All our eggs are in one basket. But if we pick up that basket and try to walk away with it, the chances are that we will fall and be left with only the ruined ingredients for an omelet. I'll go and sleep on it, although I don't think I'll wake up feeling any differently from the way you do now. Morrow pushed himself heavily to his feet. We mustn't let what could be only a once-in-a-lifetime coincidence affect our thinking and planning. Who knows? There may not be another tremor in this area for 100 years. After all, there hasn't been one for hundreds, not at least that we know of or has been recorded. Sleep well. But Dubois did not sleep well for the excellent reason that he did not go to bed. Morrow did sleep, but it was for only an hour or so. He awoke to find his light on, and Dubois shaking his shoulder. My apologies. Dubois looked rather more cheerful than when last he had been seen. But I've just made a videotape of a TV newscast, and I think you ought to see it as soon as possible. The earthquake, I take it? Dubois nodded. Good or bad? One could not call it bad. I think you might well turn it to your advantage. The replay of the videotape lasted no more than 5 minutes. The newscaster, a bright and knowledgeable
youngster, who clearly knew enough about what he was talking about not to have recourse to a teleprompter, was remarkably brisk and fresh for one who was up and around at the unchristian hour of 3 a.m. He had a large relief map of California hanging on the wall behind him, and wielded a slender cane with all the fluent dexterity of a budding Toscanini. He began by giving concise details of what was known of the earthquake, the area over which it had been felt, the degree of apprehension felt in various areas, and the amount of damage which it had caused, which was 0. He then went on to say, "From the latest authoritative statement, it would appear that this earthquake is to be regarded as a plus, and not a minus, as a matter for some self-congratulation, and not as a pointer towards some future calamity. In short, according to the state's top seismological sources, this may well be the first earthquake ever knowingly and deliberately brought about by man. If this is correct, then it must be regarded as a landmark in earthquake control, the first successful implementation of the ESPP. For Californians, this can only be good news. To remind you, ESPP stands for Earthquake Slip Preventative Program, which must be one of the clumsiest and most misleading titles thought up by the scientific fraternity in recent years. By slip is meant simply the rubbing, sliding, jarring, earthquake-producing process, which occurs when one of the 8, maybe 10, no one seems very sure, of the Earth's tectonic plates on which the continents float push into, above, under, or alongside each other. The title is misleading because it gives the impression that earthquakes may be brought under control by preventing this slip from taking place. In fact, it means precisely the opposite. The prevention of earthquakes, or at least major earthquakes, by permitting, indeed encouraging, this slipping factor to take place, but to take place in a gradual and controlled process in which there is a continuing and progressive easing of the strain between the plates by allowing them to slide comparatively smoothly past one another, producing a series of minor and harmless quakes at frequent intervals instead of massive ones at long intervals. The secret, not surprisingly, is lubrication. It was purely a chance discovery that led to this possibility, which would now appear a strong possibility, of modifying earthquakes by increasing their frequency. Somebody, for reasons best known to themselves, injected waste water into a particularly deep well near Denver, and discovered, to their surprise, that this triggered off a series of earthquakes. Tiny, but unquestionably earthquakes. Well, since then, there have been many experiments, both in the laboratory and under actual field conditions, that have clearly demonstrated that frictional resistance in a fault zone is lessened by decreasing the stress along the fault. In other words, increasing the amount of fluid in the fault lessens the resistance in the fault, while withdrawing the fluid increases the resistance. If an existing stress is present between the faces of two tectonic plates, it can be eased by injecting fluid and causing a small earthquake, the size of which can be fairly accurately controlled by the amount of fluid injected. Now, this was proved some years ago, when Geological Survey scientists, experimenting in the Rangeley oil fields in Colorado, found that by alternately forcing in and then withdrawing fluids, they could turn earthquakes off and on at will. To what may be their eternal credit, seismologists in our state were the first to put those theories to practical use. The newscaster, who seemed to relish his role as lecturer, was now tapping the map on the wall. From here to here, he indicated a line that stretched from the Mexican border to the San Francisco Bay Area. Massive drills, specifically designed for this task, have bored holes to an incredible depth of up to 40,000 feet in 10 selected areas along this roughly southeast-northwest line. All of those boreholes are in known earthquake faults, and all in areas where some of the most severe of recorded earthquakes have taken place. Starting from the south, he tapped out a number of spots on the map. 10 boreholes in all. The scientists are experimenting with various mixtures of water and oil for lubricating purposes. Well, not quite mixtures, for oil and water do not readily mix. First oil, then stuff they call mud, the hole pushed further down and through cracks in the rocks by water under high pressure. He stopped, looked at the camera for a dramatic 5 seconds, turned, placed the tip of the cane against a spot at the southern tip of the San Joaquin Valley, and then, holding the cane in position, turned to face the camera again. And here, if I may coin a phrase, we seem to have struck oil at 1:25 a.m. today, 30 miles southeast of Bakersfield, exactly where a massive earthquake struck a quarter of a century ago, and exactly where the 6th borehole from the south is located. Ladies and gentlemen, I give you the villain of the piece, the White Wolf Fault. The newscaster relaxed and smiled boyishly. And now, folks, you know as much about it as I do, which I'm afraid is not very much. But have no fear. I'm sure the real seismological experts will be busy lecturing you on this for days to come. Wordlessly, Dubois and Moreau rose from their seats, looked at each other, and then went to the map, still spread on Moreau's table. Moreau said, "You are quite certain that the triangulation is correct?" "Our 3 seismologists will swear to it." "And our 3 bright boys placed the epicenter in the Garlock Fault, not the White Wolf Fault." "They should know. Not only are they highly experienced, but we're practically sitting on top of the Garlock Fault." The Seismology Field Survey, Caltech, the Geological Survey, God knows how many other scientific bodies. How could they all possibly, especially when they were all certainly working in collaboration, come up with the same mistake? They didn't. Dubois was positive. For earthquakes, this is the best monitored area in the world, and those are among the world's top experts. They lied? Yes. Why should they lie? Dubois was almost apologetic. "Now, I've had a little time to think about this. I think there are 2 reasons. California today is totally obsessed with the fear, the certainty almost, that someday, maybe quite soon, according to a few eminent earthquake researchers, the big one is going to strike,
one that will make the San Francisco 1906 look like a firecracker. It is more than possible that state officials are trying to allay this fear by stating that this quake was man-made. Secondly, all those clever seismologists may be living with a brand new fear, which particularly affects themselves. That they may have been dabbling in murky waters, that they may not really know what they were doing, that by messing around with those various faults, they may have inadvertently triggered off something that they didn't expect. A movement in the Garlock Fault where they don't have a borehole, but they do have a drilling rig sitting fair and square in the middle of the Tejon Pass in the San Andreas Fault. And at Frazier Park, near Fort Tejon, the San Andreas and the Garlock Faults intersect. Now, I suppose it is a possibility. And if that were correct, it might happen again. Perhaps on a major scale. I don't think we'd like that at all. Morrow compressed his lips and then slowly smiled. You have had more time to think about this than I have. I seem to recall your saying that we might just possibly turn this to our advantage. Dubois smiled in return and nodded. 3:10 in the morning, and what better time for a glass of that splendid Glenfiddich. Don't you agree? For inspirational purposes. Indeed. You think perhaps we should relieve those prestigious seismological institutes of the fear that the public may come to associate unexpected earthquakes, quakes in the wrong place, that is, with their indiscriminate tampering with seismic faults? If the public were to know the truth, that is. Something like that. Morrow smiled again. I look forward to writing this communique. Ryder wasn't smiling when he woke up. He cursed, quietly but with considerable feeling, as he reached out for his bedside phone. It was done. Sorry to wake you, Ryder. No worry. I've had almost 3 hours sleep. Well, I've had none. Did you see that newscast shortly before 3 this morning? The one about the White Wolf Fault? Yeah. There'll be another and even more interesting newscast in less than 5 minutes. Any channel should do. What is it this time? I think the impact will be greater if you watch for yourself. Call me afterwards. Ryder replaced the receiver, lifted it again, told a querulous Jeff that there was something worth watching on TV, cursed again, and went through to his living room. The newscaster, the same cheerful youngster, whom he'd seen just over 3 hours previously, came to the point without preamble. He said, "We received a further communication from the same Mr. Morrow, who claimed last night to have been responsible for the break-in at the San Rufino nuclear power station and the theft of nuclear fuel. We have no reason to doubt that that claim, as the amounts claimed as stolen, corresponded precisely to the amounts that were stolen. This station cannot guarantee the authenticity of this communication, that is to say, that it is from the same man. It may be a hoax. But as the various communications media received this message in exactly the same way as the previous one, we regard this as prima facie evidence that the message is genuine. Whether the information it contains is also genuine is not, of course, for us to say. The message reads, "The people of California
have been subjected to a hoax in that they have been deliberately lied to by the state's leading seismological authorities. The earthquake, which took place at 1:25 this morning, did not, as so falsely alleged, take place in the White Wolf Fault. And I'm sure this can easily be verified by consulting the owners of scores of privately owned seismographs throughout the state. None of them would alone dare to challenge the authority of the state's official institutes. But their combined testimony would make it clear that those state institutes are lying. I expect this statement to bring in massive confirmation of what I'm saying. The reason why the institutes put out this untrue statement lies in their hope of allaying the people's increasing fear of imminent earthquake activity on an unprecedented scale, and their own fear that the citizens of this state might come to associate fresh earthquakes in areas other than those in which they are operating their ESPP plan with their controversial attempts to tamper with the Earth's crust. I can allay their latter fear. They were not responsible for this seismic shock. I was. The epicenter lay not in the White Wolf Fault, but in the Garlock Fault, which, next to the San Andreas, is the largest in the state, and is parallel and so close to the White Wolf Fault that seismologists may easily have been deceived into believing that they had misread their instruments or that their instruments were in error. To be honest, I did not expect to trigger off this minor shock, as there has been no earthquake in recorded history that would help explain the existence of this huge fracture. The small atomic device I exploded at 1:25 this morning was for purely experimental purposes, to see in effect whether it worked or not. The results were gratifying. It is possible that there will be many in the state who will disbelieve my claim. There will be none in the state or in the nation who will have any doubts remaining when I explode a second nuclear device tomorrow, at a place and time to be announced later. This device is already in position and is in the kiloton range of that which destroyed Hiroshima. Well, that's it then. This time there was no trace of the boyish grin that he'd permitted himself in the earlier newscast. It could be a hoax. If not, the prospect is at best sobering, at worst chilling. It would be interesting to speculate on the effects and the intentions of Ryder Switched Off. He was quite capable of doing his own speculating. He made and drank several cups of coffee while he showered, shaved, and dressed for what promised to be a very long day ahead. He was into his fourth cup of coffee when Dunn rang and apologized for the delay in calling him back. Ryder said, the impact was guaranteed. There is only one question I can see. Has the state, in the persons of our seismologists, been lying to us? I have no idea. Well, I have. Well, that's as may be. Fact is, we have no clothesline to Pasadena, but we have to our Los Angeles office. Sassoon is very unhappy, and not least about you, and wants to see us. 9 o'clock. Bring your son as soon as may be. Now? It's only 6:40. I have things to tell you, and not over an open line. Tapping phones here, tapping phones there, Ryder complained. Man's got no privacy left in this state. Ryder and his son arrived at Dunn's office a few minutes after 7. Dunn, his alert, precise, and efficient self, showed no trace of his sleepless night. He was alone. Ryder said, "This room isn't bugged." "When I leave two suspects alone in it, yes. Otherwise, no." "Where's the big white chief?" "Sassoon's still in L.A. He's staying there. He is, as I said, unhappy. First, because this is happening in his own backyard. Second, the director of the FBI is winging his merry way from Washington. Third, the CIA have got wind of this, and they want in on the act. As everybody must be very well aware, the FBI and the CIA are barely speaking to each other these days, and even when they do speak, you can hear the ice crackling." "How did they get into the act?" "I'll come to that in a moment. We're going on a short trip by helicopter soon, Pasadena. 9 a.m., the boss says, and we meet him exactly at that time." Ryder was mild. "The FBI has no jurisdiction over a retired cop." "I wouldn't even bother saying please. Wild horses wouldn't stop you." Dunn shuffled some papers into a neat pile. "Now, while you and Jeff have been resting lightly, we, as usual, have been toiling all through the night. You want to make some notes?" No need. Just my memory bank. He can identify over 1,000 license plates within 30 miles of here." "Well, I wish it were only license plates we were dealing with." "Well, now, our friend Carton, the security deputy, taken along with the nuclear fuel. A dossier of sorts. Captain, Army Intelligence, NATO, Germany, nothing fancy. No cloak and dagger espionage or counter-espionage stuff. Seems he infiltrated a communist cell among Germans working in the base camp. Unsubstantiated suspicion of having become too intimate with them. Offered transfer to a regular tank battalion and refused. Resigned. He wasn't cashiered, he wasn't pressured to resign. Let's say the Army didn't stand in his way. At least that's what they say, probably correct. And no matter how unjustified the suspicions that hang over a man, the Army understandably doesn't take chances. That's the end of that line. When the Pentagon decides to climb up, that's it. Just a hint of a communist tie-up. That would be enough for the CIA. You can't move around the Pentagon without treading one of their agents underfoot. A whiff of a red under the bed, and they're reaching for their cyanide guns, or whatever, before you know it. His security references: worked for an AEC plant in Illinois. Good record. Security chief checking on contacts. Then a reference from TVA's twin Browns Ferry nuclear plant in Decatur, Alabama. Man's never been there. Certainly not under that name, certainly not in security. Some other capacity, some other name, but unlikely. Disastrous fire when he was there, incidentally, but not caused by him. Technician looking for an air leak with a lighted candle, and he found it. How come the reference? Forged. Jeff said, wouldn't Ferguson, the security chief, have checked out the reference? Briefly, Dunn sounded weary. He admits he didn't. Ferguson himself had been there and said that Carton knew so many details about the place, including the details of the fire, that he thought a checkout pointless. How would he have known about the fire? Unclassified. It's in the public domain. Ryder said, how long was he supposed to have been there? 15 months. So he may just have dropped out of that scene for that time. Sergeant Ryder, a man with the know-how, can go underground for 15 years in this nation and never surface once. He might not have been in the country. He could have a passport at home. Dunn looked at him, nodded, and made a note. Washington checked out with the AEC at 1717 H Street. They keep records there of those seeking information, those consulting card indices and dockets on nuclear facilities. No one had ever checked information on San Rufino. There was none to check. I got Jablonski out of bed over this one. He was reluctant to talk, usual threatening noises from the FBI. Then he admitted they have advanced plans for building a fast breeder reactor there. This comes under AEC control, top secret, no records. So, Cartland's our man. Yeah. Not that that's going to help much now that he's holed up with Morrow. Dunn consulted another paper. Oh, you wanted a list of all the organized and successful, I think you said, cranks, weirdos, eccentrics, or whatever in the state. This is it. I think I said 200. Actually, it's 135. Even so, I'm told it would take forever to investigate them all. Besides, if this lot are as clever and organized as they seem to be, they'll have an unbreakable cover. Well, we can narrow it down. To start with, it'll have to be a large group. Also a comparatively new group, formed just for this purpose. Say, within the past year. Numbers and dates. Resignedly, Dunn made another note. You don't mind how hard we have to work, do you? Well, next comes our friend Morrow. Not surprisingly, nothing is known about him. As a man, a criminal with an eye patch and damaged hands, to us or to the police authorities. Jeff looked at his father. Susan's note. Remember she wrote American? American ? And so she did. Well, Major, another little note, if you please. Contact Interpol in Paris. So, Interpol it is. Now, the notes you took from Donaher. Easy. Just meant waking up half the bank managers and tellers in the county. Local Bank of America, drawn 4 days ago by a young woman with pebble-tinted glasses and long blonde hair. You mean 20/20 vision and a long blonde wig? Like enough. A Mrs. Jean Hart, 800 Cromwell Ridge. There is a Mrs. Jean Hart at that address. In her 70s, no account with that bank. Bank teller didn't count notes, just hand over 10 banded thousands. Which Donaher split up 8 ways for 8 banks. We'll have to get his prints. We got them. One of my boys, with the help of a friend of yours, a Sergeant Parker, who, like you, doesn't seem to care over much for Donaher, got them from his office about 3 this morning. Well, you have been busy. No, not me. I just sit here running up phone bells. But I've had 14 stout men and true working for me during the night. Had to scrape Southern Californian barrel to get them. Anyway, we've got some lovely, clear specimens of Donaher's prints on those notes. More interestingly, we have some lovely, clear specimens of LeWinter's, too. The paymaster. And how about the paymaster's automatic? No, nothing there. Not registered. Nothing suspicious in that. Judge gets threats all the time. Not used recently. Film of dust in the barrel. Silencer probably a pointer to the type of man he is, but you can't hang a man for that. The FBI file on him. You're still reluctant to tell me about it? No, not now, I'm not. Nothing positive, nothing very good either. Not known to associate with criminals. His open list of telephone numbers would appear to confirm that. From that list, he would appear to know every politician and city hall boss in the state. And you said that he was not known to associate with criminals? What else? Well, both we and the police are dissatisfied with some, more than some, of the sentences he's been handing out over the past years. Dunn consulted a sheet before him. Enemies of known cronies getting unduly stiff sentences. Criminal associates of cronies, repeat, he himself has no direct criminal associates, getting light, sometimes ludicrously light sentences. Payoff? No proof. But what would you think? Anyway, he's not as naive as his minion Donaher. No local accounts under false names. None that we know of, anyway. But we monitor, without opening, his correspondence from time to time. You're as bad as the KGB. Dunn ignored this. He gets occasional letters from Zurich. Never sends any, though. Keeps his tracks pretty well covered, does our judicial friend. Intermediaries feeding payoffs into a numbered account. No, what else? No hope there. Swiss banks will only open up in the case of a convicted criminal. This copy of Ivanhoe that Lewinter had in his safe, and the coded notebook, seems to be a mishmash of telephone numbers, mainly in this state and Texas, and what are beginning to look like meteorological reports. Making progress. At least Washington is. There are no specialized Russian cryptographers in California. Russian? Well, apparently, a simple variation, well, simple to them, I suppose, of a well-known Russian code. Reds lurking in the undergrowth again? Could mean anything, could mean nothing. Another reason, I suppose, for the keen interest being shown by the CIA. I should imagine, without actually knowing, that the bulk of Washington cryptographers are on the CIA's payroll, one way or another. And Lewinter's secretary is Russian. Russian descent, anyway. A cipher clerk. If this were any of a dozen countries in the world, I'd have the fair Bettina in here and have the truth out of her in 10 minutes. Unfortunately, this is not one of those dozen different countries. He paused. And Donaher has, or had, Russian rifles. The Kalashnikovs. Import permit? None. So officially there are none of those rifles in the country. The Pentagon do have some, but they're not saying where they got them from. The British, I imagine, some captured IRA arms cache in Northern Ireland. And Donaher is, of course, a second-generation Irishman. God, as if I haven't got enough headaches. To illustrate just how many he had, Dunn laid his forehead briefly in the palms of his hands and then looked up. Incidentally, what was Donaher looking out for in your house? Well, I figured that out. Ryder didn't seem to derive much satisfaction from the thought. Just give me a lifetime, and by the end of it, I'll add up 2 and 2 and come pretty close to the right answer. He didn't come because Jeff and I hadn't been too nice to his stakeout and deprived him of a lot of his personal property, including his spy band. He'd never have dared connect himself with that. He didn't come for the evidence I'd taken from San Rufino because he didn't know I'd taken any. And in the first place, he hadn't even had time to go to San Rufino. And by the same token, he didn't have time to go to Lewinter's for a search warrant either. He wouldn't have dared to anyway, because if he'd told Lewinter the real reason why he'd wanted the search warrant, Lewinter might have considered him such a menace that he'd not only refused such a warrant, but he might have had him eliminated altogether. Dunn wasn't looking quite so brisk and alert as when they'd arrived. He said in complaint, I told you I've got a headache. My guess is that a proper search of Donaher's home or office would turn up a stack of warrants already signed and officially stamped by Lewinter. All Donaher had to do was to fill them in himself. I'd told him about the dossier I had on him. He'd come for it that. It's so obvious that I missed it at the time. And I told him he was so bone-headed that he just had to be acting on his own. Well, so he was, because it was something that concerned only him personally. Yeah, of course, it has to be that. The two of them might run for cover. No, I don't think so. They don't know the evidence is in our hands. Donaher, being a crook at heart, will automatically assume that only crooks would have stolen the money and the guns, and they wouldn't be likely to advertise the fact. And I don't think that Lewinter will run either. He'll have been worried sick at first, especially at the thought of a stolen code book and the fact that his fingerprints had been taken. But when he's found out, if he hasn't already found out, that the dreaded picture of himself and his accommodating secretary has not appeared in the Globe, he'll have discreet inquiries made, and he'll find out that the two men who had come to photograph him were not employed on the Globe, and he will come to the inevitable conclusion that they were blackmailers, perhaps out to block his appointment as Chief Justice to the State Supreme Court. Well, you said yourself he has powerful friends, and by the same token, such a man must also have powerful enemies. Whatever their reason, he won't be scared of blackmailers. Blackmailers would not know a Russian code. True, fingerprints have been taken, but cops don't wear hoods and take your prints in bed. They arrest you first. And he can take care of blackmailers. California law is ruthless towards that breed. And LaWinter is the law. Jeff said in injured reproach, "You might have told me all this." "Well, I thought you understood." "You had all this figured in advance? Before you moved in on them?" Dunn said. Ryder nodded. "Smarter than the average cop. Might even make the FBI. Any suggestions?" "Yeah, a tap on LaWinter's phone." "Illegal. Congress is very uptight about tapping these days, chiefly one supposes because they're terrified of having their own phones tapped. It'll take an hour or two. You appreciate, of course, that this will be the second tap on his line." "Second? Well, why do you think Sheriff Hartman's dead?" "Because he'd talk? A new recruit still not deeply involved, wanting to get out from under before it was too late?" "Yeah, that too. But how come he's dead?" "Because Morrow had LaWinter's line tapped. I called the night telephone manager from LaWinter's house to get Hartman's address. He was unlisted, but that's probably because he was fairly new to the area. Someone intercepted the call and got to Hartman before Jeff and I did. By the way, there's no point in recovering that bullet that killed him. It was a dum-dum and would have been distorted out of recognition and further mangled on embedding itself in the brick wall. Ballistic experts are not wizards. You couldn't hope to match up what's left of that bullet with any gun barrel." "Someone, you said." "Well, perhaps Donaher. He was showing signs of coming to when we left him, or just possibly one of Donaher's underworld connections. Ramanoff wasn't the only one." "You gave your name over the phone?" "Yeah, I had to get the information I wanted." "So now Donaher knows you were in LaWinter's house." "So now LaWinter knows." No chance. To tell LaWinter that, he'd have to tell him that he either had LaWinter's phone tapped or knew that it was tapped. By the same token, if my call to Aaron of the Examiner was tapped, Donaher, or whoever, would still be unable to tell LaWinter. But unlikely that that second call was tapped. Our eavesdropping friend would have taken off like a bat after he'd heard mention of Hartman's name and address. Dunn looked at him curiously. It might almost have been with respect. "To coin a phrase, you got all the angles figured." "Well, I wish I had, but I haven't." One of the desk phones rang. Dunn listened in silence, and his lips compressed as all trace of expression left his face. He nodded several times and said, "Yes, I'll do that," and replaced the receiver. He looked at Ryder in silence. Without any particular inflection in tone, Ryder said, "I told you, I didn't have all the angles figured. They've got Peggy." "Yes." Jeff's chair crashed over backwards. He was on his feet, face almost instantly drained of color. "Peggy? What happened to Peggy?" "They've taken her. As hostage." "Hostage? But you promised us last night. So much for your damned FBI." Dunn's voice was quiet. 2 of the damned FBI, as you call them, were gunned down and are in the hospital. 1 is on the critical list. Peggy, at least, is unharmed.
Sit down, Jeff.
Still no inflection in the voice. He looked at Dunn.
I've been told to lay off.
Yes. Would you recognize the amethyst she wears on the little finger of her left hand? Dunn's eyes were bitter. Especially, they say, if it's still attached to her little finger. Jeff had just straightened his chair. He was still standing, both hands holding the back bar as if he intended to crush it. His voice was husky.
Good God, Dad! Don't just sit there. It's not human. It's Peggy. Peggy, we can't stay here. Let's leave now. We can be there in no time.
Easy, Jeff, easy.
Where in no time? San Diego.
Ryder allowed an edge of coolness to creep into his voice. Deliberately, he allowed it.
You'll never make a cop until you learn to think like one. Peggy, San Diego, they're just tangled up on the outside strand of the spider's web. We've got to find the spider at the heart of the web. Find it and kill it. And it's not in San Diego. I'll go myself then. You can't stop me. If you want to sit around, shut up.
Dunn's voice was as deliberately harsh as Ryder's had been cool, but at once he spoke more gently. Look, Jeff, we know she's your sister. Your only sister. Your kid's sister. But San Diego's no village lying out in the sticks. It's the second biggest city in the state. Hundreds of cops, scores of trained detectives, FBI, all experts in this sort of manhunt. Now, you're not an expert. You don't even know the town. There's probably upwards of 100 men trying to find her right now. What could you hope to do that they can't? Dunn's tone became even more reasonable, more persuasive. Your father's right. Wouldn't you rather go kill the spider at the heart of the web?
I suppose so.
Jeff sat in his chair, but the slight shaking of his hand showed that blind rage and fear for his sister still had him in their grip.
I suppose so. But why you, Dad? Why get at you through Peggy?
Dunn answered. Because they're afraid of him. Because they know his reputation, his resolution, the fact that he never gives up. Most of all, they're afraid of the fact that he's operating outside the law. LeWinter, Donaher, Hartman, 3 cogs in their machine, 4 if you count Ramelow. And he gets to them all in a matter of hours. A man operating inside the law would never have got to any of them.
Yeah, but how did they... Simple with hindsight, Ryder said. I said that Donaher would never dare tell we were in LeWinter's place. But he told whoever ordered him to fix the tap. Now that it's too late, I can see that Donaher is far too dumb to think of fixing a tap himself. Well, who's the whoever? Just a voice on the phone, most likely. A link man. A link man tomorrow. And I called Donaher dumb. What does that make me? He lit a Gauloise and gazed at the drifting smoke. Good old Sergeant Ryder. All the angles figured. Chapter 6. Golden mornings are far from rare in the Golden State, and this was one of them. Still and clear and beautiful. The sun already hot in a deep blue sky, bereft of cloud. The view from the Sierras across the mist-streaked San Joaquin Valley to the sunlit peaks and the valleys of the coastal range was quite breathtakingly lovely. A vista to warm the hearts of all but the very sick, the very nearsighted.
the irredeemably misanthropical, and in this particular instance, those who were held prisoner behind the grim walls of the Adlerheim. In the last case, additionally, it had to be admitted that the view from the western battlement, high above the courtyard, was marred, psychologically if not actually, by the triple. Nothing could ever make her anything less than beautiful, but she was pale and tired, and the dusky blueness under her lower lids had not come from any bottle of eyeshadow. She hadn't slept, except for a brief 15-minute period, during the night from which she had woken with the profound conviction that something was far wrong, something more terrible than even their incarceration in that dreadful place. Susan, whose mother had been a Scot, had often, and only half-jokingly, claimed that she had the first sight, as distinct from the legendary second sight, inasmuch as she knew that something somewhere was terribly wrong at the moment it was happening, and not that it was about to happen at some future time. She had awoken, in fact, at the moment when her daughter's 2 FBI guards had been gunned down in San Diego. A heaviness of heart is as much a physical as a mental sensation, and she was at a loss to account for it. So much, she thought morosely, for her reputation as the smiling, cheerful extrovert, the sun who lit up any company in which she happened to find herself. She would have given the world to have had a hand touch her arm and find herself looking into the infinitely reassuring face of her husband, to feel his rock-like presence by her side. A hand did touch her arm, and then took it. It was Julie Johnson. Her eyes were dulled and tinged with red, as if she'd spent a goodly part of the night ensconced behind the wet bar so thoughtfully provided by Morrow. Susan put an arm around the girl's slender shoulders and held her. Neither said anything. There didn't seem to be anything to say. They were the only 2 on the battlements. 6 of the other hostages were wandering apparently aimlessly around the courtyard, none speaking to any of the others. It could have been that each wished to be alone with his or her personal thoughts, or that they were only now beginning to appreciate the predicament in which they found themselves. On the other hand, the inhibitory and intimidatory effects of those bleak walls were sufficient to stifle the normal morning courtesies of even the most gregarious. The ringing of the bell from the door of the great hall came almost as a relief. Susan and Julie made their way down the stone steps with care. There was no guardrail, and joined the others at one of the long tables where breakfast was being served. It was a first-class meal that would have done justice to any hotel of good standing, but apart from Dr. Healy and Dr. Bramwell, who ate with a gusto becoming guests of long standing, the others did no more than sip some coffee and push pieces of toast around. In atmosphere, it was the early morning equivalent of the Last Supper. They had just finished, what most of them hadn't even started, when Morrow and Dubois entered, smiling, affable, courteous, freely bestowing good mornings, and hopes that they had all spent the night in peaceful and relaxing slumber. This over, Morrow lifted a quizzical eyebrow. "I observe that 2 of our new guests, Professor Burnett and Dr. Schmidt, are absent. Ahmed," this to one of the white-robed acolytes, "ask them if they would be good enough to join us," which after 5 minutes the 2 nuclear scientists did. Their clothes were crumpled, as if they'd slept in them, which in fact was what they had done. They had unshaven faces, and what was known in the trade as tartan eyes, for which Morrow had only himself to blame in having left refreshments so freely available in their suites. In fairness, he was probably not to know that the awesome scientific reputations of the 2 physicists from San Diego and UCLA were matched only by their awesome reputations in the field of bacchanalian conviviality. Morrow allowed a decent interval to elapse and then said, Just one small matter. I would like you all to sign your names, if you would be so good, Abraham. Dubois nodded amiably, picked up a sheet of papers, and went round the table, laying a typed paper, typed envelope, and a pen before each of the 10 hostages.
What the devil is the meaning of this, you witless bastard?
The speaker was inevitably Professor Burnett, his legendary ill temper understandably exacerbated by a monumental hangover.
This is a copy of the letter I wrote my wife last night.
Word for word, I assure you. Just sign it.
I'll be damned if I will.
It is a matter of utter indifference to me, Morris said. Asking you to write those letters was purely a courtesy gesture to enable you to assure your loved ones that you are safe and well. Starting from the top of the table, you will all sign your letters in rotation, handing your pens to Abraham. Thank you. You look distraught, Mrs. Ryder. Distraught, Mr. Morrow? She gave him a smile, but it wasn't one of her best. Well, why should I? Because of this. He laid an envelope on the table before her, addressed upwards. You wrote this? Of course, that's my writing. Thank you. He turned the envelope face down, and she saw, with a sudden dryness in her mouth, that both edges had been slit. Morrow opened the edges, smoothed the envelope flat, and indicated a small, greyish squidge in the middle of the back of the envelope. Paper was completely blank, of course. But there are chemical substances that bring out even the most invisible of writing. Now, even the most dedicated policeman's wife wouldn't carry invisible ink around with her. This little squiggle here has an acetic acid basis, most commonly used in the making of aspirin, but also in some cases nail varnish. You, I observe, use colourless nail varnish. Your husband is a highly experienced, perhaps even brilliant detective, and he would expect similar signs of intelligence from his wife. Within a few minutes of receiving this letter, he would have had it in a police laboratory. Shorthand, of course. What does it say, Mrs. Ryder? Her voice was dull. Adlerheim. Very, very naughty, Mrs. Ryder. Enterprising, of course. Clever, spirited. Call it what you like. But naughty. He looked round. Professor Burnett, Dr. Schmidt, Dr. Healy, Dr. Bramwell. I would be glad if you would accompany me. Morrow led the way to a large room next to his own study. It was notable for the fact that it lacked any window and was covered on 3 sides by metal filing cabinets. The remaining wall, a side wall, was incongruously enough given over to repulsively baroque paintings framed in heavy gilt. One presumed they had formed the prized nucleus of von Stryker's art collection, and a similarly gilt-edged mirror. There was a large table in the centre, with half a dozen chairs round it, and on it a pile of large sheets of paper, about 4 feet by 2, the top one of which was clearly some sort of diagram. At one end of the table there was a splendidly equipped drinks trolley. Morris said, Well now, gentlemen, I'll be glad if you'd do me a favor. Nothing, I assure you, that will involve you in any effort. Be so kind as to have a look at them and tell me what you think of them.
I'll be damned if we do,
Burnett said. He spoke in his normal tone, that of defiant truculence.
I speak for myself, of course.
Morrow smiled. Oh, yes, you will.
Yes? Force? Torture?
Now, we are being childish. You will examine them, and for two reasons. You will be overcome by your natural scientific curiosity, and surely, gentlemen, you do want to know why you are here. He left and closed the door behind them. There was no sound of a key being turned in a lock, which was reassuring in itself. But then a push-button, hydraulically operated bolt is completely silent in any event. He moved into his study, now lit by only 2 red lamps. Dubois was seated before a large glass screen, which in fact was completely transparent. Half an inch from that was the back of the one-way mirror of the room where the 4 scientists were. From this gap, the maximum of air had been extracted, not with any insulation purposes in mind, but to eliminate the possibility of the scientists hearing anything that was said in the study. Those in the study, however, had no difficulty whatsoever in hearing what the scientists had to say, owing to the positioning of 4 suitably spaced and cunningly concealed microphones in the scientist's room. Those were wired into a speaker above Dubois' head and a tape recorder by his side.
Not all of it, Morrow said. Most of it will probably be unprintable. Unrepeatable, rather, anyway. Just the meats on the bones.
I understand.
Just to be sure, I'll err on the cautious side. We can edit it afterwards. They watched the 4 men in the room look around uncertainly. Then Burnett and Schmidt looked at each other, and this time there was no uncertainty in their expressions. They strode purposefully towards the drinks trolley. Burnett selecting the inevitable Glenfiddich, Schmidt homing in on the Gordon's gin. A brief silence ensued while the 2 men helped themselves in generous fashion and set about restoring a measure of tranquility to the disturbances plaguing their nervous systems. Healy watched them sourly, and then made a few far from oblique references to Morrow, which was one of the passages that Morrow and Dubois would have to edit out of the final transcript. Having said that, Healy went on,
"He's right, damn him. I just had a quick glance at that top blueprint, and I must say it interests me strangely. And not in a way I like at all. And I do want to know what the hell we're doing here."
Burnett silently scrutinized the top diagram for all of 30 seconds, and even the aching head of a top physicist can absorb a great deal of information in that time. He looked round the other 3, noted in vague surprise that his glass was empty, returned to the drinks trolley, and rejoined the others, armed with a further glass of the malt whisky, which he raised to the level of his speculative eyes.
"This, gentleman, is not for my hangover, which is still unfortunately with me. It is to brace myself for whatever we find out, or more precisely, for what I fear we may find out. Shall we have a look at it then, gentlemen?"
In the study next door, Morrow clapped Dubois on the shoulder and left. Barrow, with his plump, genial, rubicund face, ingenuous expression and baby blue eyes, looked like a pastor, to be fair, a bishop, in mufti. He was the head of the FBI, a man feared by his own agents, almost as much as he was by the criminals who were the object of his lifelong passion to put behind bars for as long a period as the law allowed, and if possible longer. Sassoon, head of the Californian FBI, was a tall, aesthetic, absent-minded-looking man who looked as if he would have been far more at home on a university campus. A convincing impression that a large number of convicted Californian felons deeply regretted having taken at its face value. Crichton was the only man who looked his part. Big, bulky, tight-lipped, with an aquiline nose and cold grey eyes,
He was the deputy head of the CIA. Neither he nor Barrow liked each other very much, which pretty well symbolized the relationship between the two organizations they represented. Alec Benson, Professor Hardwick by his side, bent his untroubled and indeed his unimpressed gaze on the three men, then let it rest on Dunn and the two riders in turn. He said to Hardwick, "Well, Arthur, we are honored today. 3 senior gentlemen from the FBI and 1 senior gentleman from the CIA. A red-letter day for the faculty. Well, their presence here I can understand. Not too well, but I understand." He looked at Ryder and Jeff. "No offense, but you would appear to be out of place in this distinguished company. You are, if the expression be pardoned, just ordinary policemen. If, of course, there are any such." "No offense, Professor," Ryder said. "There are ordinary policemen, a great many of them, far too ordinary. And we are not even ordinary policemen. We're extraordinary policemen." Benson lifted his brows. Dunn looked at Barrow, who nodded. "Sergeant Ryder and his son, Patrolman Ryder, resigned from the force yesterday. They had urgent and private reasons for doing so. They know more about the peculiar circumstances surrounding this affair than any of us. They have achieved considerably more than any of us, who have, in fact, achieved nothing so far. Hardly surprising in view of the fact that the affair began only last evening. For good measure, Sergeant Ryder's wife and his daughter have both been kidnapped and are being held hostage by this man Morrow." "Jesus." Benson no longer looked untroubled. "Well, my apologies, certainly, and my sympathies, certainly. It may be us who have no right to be here." He singled out Barrow, the most senior of the investigative officers present. "Now, you are here to ascertain whether or not Caltech, as spokesman for the various other state institutes, and especially whether I, as spokesman for the spokesman, so to speak, have been guilty of misleading the public. Or, more bluntly, have I been caught lying in my teeth?" Even Barrow hesitated. Formidable man though he was, he recognized another formidable man when he met one, and he was aware of Benson's reputation. He said, "Could this tremor have been triggered off by an atomic device?" "Well, it's possible, of course. But it's equally impossible to tell. A seismograph is incapable of deciding the nature of the source of shock waves. Generally, or almost invariably, we are in no doubt as to the source. We ourselves, the British and the French, announce our nuclear tests. The other 2 members of the so-called nuclear club are not so forthcoming. But there are still ways of telling. When the Chinese detonated a nuclear device in the megaton range, a megaton, as you are probably aware, is the equivalent of 1,000,000 tons of TNT, clouds of radiation gas drifted eventually across the U.S. The cloud was thin, high, and caused no damage, but was easily detected. Now, this was in November 1976. Again, earthquakes, almost invariably, give off aftershocks. There was one classical exception, again, oddly enough, in November of 1976. Seismology stations in both Sweden and Finland detected an earthquake. Not major, on the 4-something Richter scale, off the coast of Estonia.
Other scientists disputed this, figuring that the Soviets have been responsible, accidentally or otherwise, for a nuclear detonation on the floor of the Baltic. They have been disputing the matter ever since. The Soviets, naturally, have not seen fit to give any enlightenment on the matter. Barrow said, "But earthquakes do not occur in that region of the world. I would not seek, Mr. Barrow, to advise you in the matter of law enforcement. It's a minor area, but it's there." Barrow's smile was at its most genial. "Well, the FBI stands corrected. So, whether this man Morrow detonated a small nuclear device there or not, I can't tell you." He looked at Hardwick. "You think any reputable seismologist in the state would venture a definite opinion one way or another on this, Arthur?" "Nope." "Well, that's the answer to one question. Unsatisfactory though it may be. But that, of course, is not the question you really wanted to ask. You wanted to know whether I, if you like, was entirely accurate in locating the epicenter of the shock in the White Wolf Fault instead of, as Morrow claims, in the Garlock Fault. Gentlemen, I was lying in my teeth."
There was a predictable silence.
"Why?"
Crichton was not a man noted for his loquacity.
"Because in the circumstances it seemed the best thing to do. In retrospect, it still seems the best thing."
Benson shook his head in regret.
"Pity this fellow Morrow had to come along and spoil things." "Why?"
Crichton was also noted for his persistency.
"Well, I'll try to explain. Mr. Sassoon, Major Dunn, and the two policemen here, ex-policemen, will understand. For you and Mr. Barrow, it may not be so easy." "Why?"
It seemed to Alec Benson that Crichton was a man of remarkably limited vocabulary, but he refrained from comment.
"Because those four are Californians. You two are not."
Barrow smiled.
State apart. I always knew it. Secession next, is that it?" "No, it is a state apart, but not in that sense. It's apart because it's the only state in the Union where in the back, and maybe not so far back, of the mind of any reasonably intelligent person lies the thought of tomorrow. Not when tomorrow comes, gentlemen. If tomorrow comes. Californians live in a state of fear or fearful resignation or just pure resignation. There has always been the vague thought, the entertainment of the vague possibility that one day the big one is going to hit us."
Barrow said,
"The big one? Earthquake? Of devastating proportions. See, this fear never really crystallized until as late as 1976. The third time I've mentioned that year this morning, isn't it? 1976 was the bad year. The year that made the minds of the people in this state turn to thoughts they'd rather not think about."
Benson lifted a sheet of paper.
"February 4, Guatemala. 7.5 on the Richter scale. Tens of thousands died. May 6, North Italy. 6.5. hundreds dead, widespread devastation. And later on in the same year, another quake came back to wipe out the few buildings that were still left standing after the first earthquake. May 16, Soviet Central Asia, 7.2. Death rate and damage unknown. The Soviets are reluctant to discuss those things. July 27, Tangshan, 8.2, in which 2/3 of a million died and 3/4 of a million were injured. As this occurred in a densely populated area, large cities like Peking and Tientsin were involved. Then, following month, the far south of the Philippines, 8.0. Widespread devastation. Exact deaths unknown, but running into tens of thousands. This partly due to the earthquake, partly due to the giant tsunami, tidal wave, that followed because the earthquake had occurred under the sea. They had a lesser earthquake in the Philippines some way further north on November 9, 6.8. Well, no precise figures released. In fact, November of that year was quite a month, with yet another earthquake in the Philippines, one in Iran, one in northern Greece, 5 in China, 2 in Japan. Worst of all, Turkey, 5,000 dead. And all those earthquakes, with the exception of the ones in Greece and Italy, were related to the movement of what they call the Pacific Plate, which causes the so-called Ring of Fire around the Pacific. The section that mainly concerns us, as everyone knows, is the San Andreas Fault, where the northeast-moving Pacific Plate rubs against the westward-pressing American Plate. In fact, gentlemen, where we are now is, geologically speaking, not really part of America at all, but part of the Pacific Plate, and it hardly requires an educated guess to know that in the not-too-distant future, we won't physically be part of America either. Oh, someday the Pacific Plate is going to carry the western seaboard of California into the oceanic equivalent of the wide blue yonder. But where we're sitting at the moment lies to the west of the San Andreas Fault. Only a few miles, mind you. It passes under San Bernardino, just a hop, skip, and a jump to the east. For good measure, we're only about the same distance from the Newport Inglewood Fault to the west. Now, that's what caused the Long Beach quake in 1933. And not all that much further from San Fernando Fault to the north, which caused, as you may recall, that very nasty business back in February 72. Seismologically speaking, only a lunatic would choose to live in the county of Los Angeles. It's a comforting thought, isn't it, gentlemen? Benson looked around him. No one seemed to find it a comforting thought at all. Oh, well, little wonder then that people's thoughts started turning inwards. Little wonder that they increasingly wondered, when is our time going to come? We're sitting fair and square astride the Ring of Fire, and our turn might be any time now. That's not a happy thought to live with, and they're not thinking in terms of earthquakes in the past. We've only had 4 major earthquakes in our known past, 2 of them really big ones in the order of 8.3 on the Richter scale. Owens Valley in 1872 and San Francisco in 1906. But I say it's not those they're thinking of. Not in the terms of major earthquakes, but of monster earthquakes, of which there have been only 2 recorded in history. both of the Richter order of 8.9, or about 6 times the destructive force of the San Francisco one.
Benson shook his head.
An earthquake up to 10 on the Richter scale, or even 12, is theoretically possible, but not even the scientific mind cares to contemplate the awfulness of it. Those 2 monster quakes occurred also, perhaps not coincidentally, in the first place in 1906 and 1933. The first in Ecuador, second in Japan. I won't describe the effects to you 2 gentlemen from Washington, or you'd be taking the plane back east. If that is to say, you managed to get to L.A. Airport before the ground opened up beneath you. Both Ecuador and Japan sit astride the Pacific Ring of Fire. So does California. Now, why shouldn't it be our turn next?
Barrow said,
Well, that idea about a plane is beginning to sound good to me. What would happen if one of those struck? Assuming a properly somber tone of voice. I must admit I've given a great deal of thought to this. Say it struck where we're sitting now. You'd wake up in the morning, only of course the dead don't wake, and find the Pacific where Los Angeles is, and Los Angeles buried in what used to be Santa Monica Bay in the San Pedro Channel. The San Gabriel Mountains might well have fallen down smack on top of where we are now. If it happened at sea, well, how could it happen at sea?
Barrow was a degree less jovial than he had been.
The fault runs through California. Easterner. It runs out into the Pacific south of San Francisco, bypasses the Golden Gate, then rejoins the mainland to the north. A monster quake off the Golden Gate would be of interest. For starters, San Francisco would be a goner. Probably the whole of the San Francisco Peninsula. Marin County would go the same way. But the real damage,
Crichton said.
Yeah. The real damage would come from the immense ocean of water that would sweep into San Francisco Bay. When I say immense, I mean just that. Up in Alaska, we have proof. Earthquakes have generated water levels 300 and 400 feet above normal. Richmond, Berkeley, Oakland, all the way down through Palo Alto to San Jose would be drowned. The Santa Cruz Mountains would become an island. And even worse, to anticipate, Mr. Crichton, there is worse. The agricultural heart of California, the 2 great valleys of San Joaquin and Sacramento, would be flooded. The vast part of those valleys lie under an altitude of 300 feet.
Benson became thoughtful.
I hadn't really thought of it before. But come to that, I don't think I'd much care to be living in the capital city either at that time, 'cause it would be dead in line to the first great wall of water rushing up the Sacramento River Valley. Perhaps you're beginning to understand why I and my colleagues prefer to keep people's minds off such things. I think I'm beginning to.
Barrow looked at Dunn.
How do you, as a Californian, of course, feel about this?
Unhappy.
You go along with this way of thinking?
Go along with it?
If anything, I'm even ahead of it. I have the unpleasant feeling that Professor Benson is not only catching me up in my thinking, but passing me by.
Benson said,
Well, that's just maybe. There are, I must admit, another couple of factors. In the past year or so, people have begun delving into records, then wishing they hadn't delved. You take the northern part of the San Andreas Fault. It is known that a great earthquake struck there in 1833, although at the time there was no way of calibrating its strength. Now, the great San Francisco quake of 1906 struck there 68 years later. There was one in Daly City in 1957, but at a magnitude of 5.3, it was geologically insignificant. There has not been, if I may use the term, a proper earthquake up north for 71 years. It may well be overdue. In the southern San Andreas, there has been no major quake since 1857, 120 years ago. Now, triangulation surveys have shown that the Pacific plate, in relation to the American plate, is moving northeast at 2 inches a year. When an earthquake occurs, one plate jerks forward in relation to the other. This is called a lateral slip. In 1906, slips of between 15 and 18 feet have been measured. On the 2 inches a year basis, 120 years could mean an accumulated pressure potential amounting to 20 feet. Now, if we accept this basis, not everyone does, a major earthquake in the Los Angeles area is considerably overdue. As far the central area of San Andreas, no major quake has ever been recorded. Lord only knows how long that one may be overdue. And, of course, the big one may occur in any of the other faults, such as the Garlock, the next biggest in the state, which has been quiet for centuries. Benson smiled. Now that would be something, gentlemen. A monster lurking in the Garlock fault. Now, the third thing that rather tends to preoccupy people's minds is that reputable scientists have begun to talk out loud in print, radio, television about the prospects that lie ahead of us. Whether they should talk out loud or not is a matter for their own principles and consciences. I prefer not to, but I'm not necessarily correct. A physicist, and a highly regarded one, Peter Franken, expects the next earthquake to be of a giant size, and he has openly predicted death toll figures between 20,000 and 1 million. He has also predicted that if it happens in the long, quiescent central section of the San Andreas, well, the severity of the shock waves would rock both Los Angeles and San Francisco. In his own words, quite possibly wiping them out. It is perhaps not surprising that per head of the population, California consumes more tranquilizers and sleeping tablets than any place on earth. Or you take the San Francisco emergency plan. Now, it's known that no fewer than 16 hospitals in kit form are stored in various places around the city, ready to be set up when disaster strikes. A leading scientist commented somewhat gloomily that most of these, should a major earthquake occur, would probably be destroyed anyway. And if the city was inundated or the peninsula cut off, a whole lot would be useless. San Franciscans must find this kind of statement vastly heartening. Other scientists settle a maximum of 5 years' existence for both Los Angeles and San Francisco. Some say 2. One seismologist gives Los Angeles less than a year to live. Crackpot? A Cassandra? No. The one person they should listen to. A James H. Whitcomb of Caltech, the best earthquake forecaster in the business. He has predicted before with an almost uncanny degree of accuracy. Won't necessarily be located in the San Andreas fault, but it's coming very soon.
Barrow said, "You believe him?"
Oh, let me put it this way.
If the roof fell in on us while we're sitting here,
I wouldn't raise an eyebrow.
Provided, that is, I had time to raise an eyebrow.
I personally do not doubt that sooner rather than later, Los Angeles will be razed to the ground.
What were the reactions to this forecast?
Well, he terrified a lot of people. Some scientists just shrugged their shoulders and walked away.
Earthquake prediction is still in its infancy, or at best an inexact science. Most significantly, he was immediately threatened with a lawsuit by a Los Angeles city official on the grounds that such reports undermine property values. This is on record. Benson sighed. All part of the Drawers syndrome, as it has come to be called. Greed, I'd call it. Do you recall the film? No one who had commercial interests at stake wanted to believe in the killer shark. Or take a dozen years ago in Japan, a place called Matsushiro. Local scientists predicted an earthquake there of such and such a magnitude at such and such a time. Local hoteliers were furious, threatened them with God knows what. But at the predicted place, magnitude, and time, along came the earthquake. What happened? The hotels fell down. Commercial interests. Now, say Dr. Whitcomb predicted a quake on the Newport-Inglewood fault. One certain result would be the temporary closing of the Hollywood Park racetrack. It's almost smack on the fault, and you can't have tens of thousands of people jammed into a potential death trap. A week goes by, 2 weeks, and nothing happens. Loss of profits might run into millions. Can you imagine how much Dr. Whitcomb would be sued for? And the jaw syndrome is just first cousin to the ostrich syndrome. Put your head in the sand. Pretend it's not there and it'll go away. But fewer and fewer people are indulging in that, with the result that fear in many areas is reaching a state dangerously close to hysteria. Now let me tell you a story. Not my story, but a very prophetic story. A short one written some 5 years ago by a writer called R.L. Stevens. If I recall correctly, it was called The Forbidden Word. There was a California Enabling Act which prohibited all reference to earthquakes in print or public. Penalty of 5 years. The state apparently has lost by death or flight 50% of its population because of earthquakes. Roadblocks at state lines and people forbidden to leave. A man and a girl were arrested for mentioning the word earthquake in a public place. I wonder when we're going to have a real life-enabling act. When a mounting hysteria will drive us into a 1984 Orwellian situation. Well, what happened? Barrow said. In the story. Well, it's not relevant. But they got to New York, which was crowded by the millions of Californians who'd fled east and were arrested by the Population Control Board for mentioning the word love in public. You can't win. The same as we can't win in this situation. To warn, to cry doom, the end of the world is nigh, or not to warn. Not to frighten them into a state of near panic. For me, there is one crucial factor. How can you evacuate 3 million people?
as in Los Angeles, on a mere prediction. This is a free society. How in God's name can you close down coastal California? 10 millions, maybe more, and hang around for an indeterminate time while you wait for your predictions to come true? Where are you going to go? Where are you going to put them, huh? How can you make them leave when they know there is no place to go? This is where their homes are, their jobs are, their friends are. There are no homes anywhere else, no jobs anywhere else, no friends anywhere else. This is where they live. This is where they'll have to live. And even though it's sooner rather than later, this is where they're going to have to die. And while they're waiting to die, I think they should be allowed to live with as much peace of mind, relative though that may be, as is possible. You're a Christian in the dungeons in Rome, and you know it's only a matter of time before you're driven into the arena where the lions are waiting. It doesn't help a great deal if you're reminded of the prospect every minute. Hope, however irrational, springs eternal. Well, that's my attitude, that's my answer. I have lied in my teeth, and I intend to go on doing so. Any suggestions that we were wrong will be vehemently denied. I am not, gentlemen, committed to a lie. I am committed to a belief. I have, I think, made my position very clear. Do you accept it? Barrow and Crichton looked briefly at each other, and then turned to Benson and nodded in unison. Thank you, gentlemen. As for this maniac Morrow, I can be of no help there. He's all yours, I'm afraid. He paused. Threatening to explode an atomic bomb or such like, I must say that, as a concerned citizen, I'd dear to love to know what he's up to. Do you believe him? Crichton said, We have no idea. No inkling what he's up to? None. Suspense, more nerves, tension. Creating fear, hoping to panic you into precipitate and misguided action? Yeah, very likely, Barrow said. Only we haven't got anything to act against yet. Well, just as long as he doesn't let it off under my seat or in any other inhabited area. If you learn the time and place of this proposed demonstration, may I request a grandstand seat? Your request has already been granted, Barrow said. We were going to ask you anyway. Well, would there be anything else, gentlemen? Yes, Ryder said. Would it be possible to borrow some reading material on earthquakes, especially recent ones? Everyone looked at him in perplexity. Everyone, that is, except Benson. My pleasure, Sergeant. Just give this card to the librarian. Dunn said, Question, Professor. This earthquake preventative slip program, yours, shouldn't that delay or minimize the great quake that everyone seems to think is coming? Had it been started 5 years ago, perhaps. But we're only just beginning. 3, maybe 4 years before we get results. I know in my bones that the monster will strike first. It's out there, crouched on the doorstep, waiting. Chapter 7. At 10:30 that morning, Morrow re-entered his study.
Dubois was no longer at the observation window, but was sitting at Morrow's desk, 2 revolving tape recorders in front of him. He switched them off and looked up. Morrow said, "Deliberations over?"
20 minutes ago. They're deliberating something else now. How to stop us, no doubt. Ah, what else? I gave up listening some time ago. They couldn't stop a retarded 5-year-old. Besides, they can't even speak coherently, far less think rationally.
Morrow crossed to the observation window and switched on the speaker above his head. All 4 scientists were sitting, or more accurately sprawling, round the table, bottles in front of them to save them the labor of having to rise and walk to the drinks trolley. Burnett was speaking, his face suffused with alcohol or anger or both, and every other word was slurred.
"Damn it to hell! All the way to hell! Back again, too! There's 4 of us, look at us! Best brains in the country! That's what we're supposed to be! Best nuclear brains! Is it beyond our capacity, gentlemen? Beyond our intelligence to devise a means whereby to circumvent the devilish machinations of this monster Morrow? Now, what I maintain is..."
Bramwell said, "Oh, shut up. That makes the 4th time we've heard this speech." He poured himself some vodka, leaned back and closed his eyes. Healy had his elbows on the table and his hands covering his eyes. Schmidt was gazing into infinity, riding high on a cloud of gin. Morrow switched off the speaker and turned away. "I don't know either Burnett and Schmidt, but I should imagine they are about par for their own particular courses. I am surprised at Healy and Bramwell, though. They are relatively sober, but you can tell they are not their usual selves. In the 7 weeks they've been here, well, they have been very moderate. In their 7 weeks here, they haven't had such a shock to their nervous system. They probably never had a shock like this. They know? A superfluous question, perhaps. They suspected right away. They knew for certain in 15 minutes. Rest of the time, they've been trying to find a fault. Any fault in the designs. They can't. And all 4 of them know how to make a hydrogen bomb. You are editing, I take it. How much longer? Say 20 minutes. If I give a hand? 10. Then in 15 minutes we'll give them another shock, and one that should have the effect of sobering them up considerably, if not completely. And in 15 minutes the 4 men were escorted into the study. Morrow showed them personally to their deep armchairs, a glass on a table beside each armchair. There were 2 other berobed acolytes in the room. Morrow wasn't sure precisely what kind of reaction the physicists might provoke. The acolytes could have their Ingram submachine guns out from under their robes before any of the scientists could get halfway out of their chairs. Morrow said, "Well now, Glenfiddich for Professor Burnett, gin for Dr. Schmidt, vodka for Dr. Bramwell, bourbon for Dr. Healy." Morrow was a great believer in the undermining of confidence. When they had entered, Burnett and Schmidt had had expressions of scowling anger, Bramwell of thoughtfulness, Healy of something approaching apprehension. Now they all wore looks of suspicion compounded by surprise. Burnett was predictably truculent.
"How the hell did you know what we were drinking?"
"We are observant. We try to please. We are also thoughtful. We thought your favorite restorative might help you over what may come as a shock to you. To business. What did you make of those blueprints?
How would you like to go to hell?
Burnett said. We may all meet there some day. I repeat the question.
And I repeat the answer.
You will tell me, you know.
How do you propose to set about making us talk? Torture?
Burnett's truculence had given way to contempt.
We can't tell you anything we don't know about.
Torture, oh, dear me, no. I might, in fact I shall be needing you later on, but torture, had not occurred to me. You, Abraham? No, Mr. Morrow. Dubois considered. Well, it's a thought. He came to Morrow and whispered something in his ear. Morrow looked shocked. Abraham, you know me. You know I do not wage war on innocence.
You damned hypocrite!
Burnett's voice was a hoarse shout.
Of course that's why you brought the women here.
My dear fellow. Bramwell said in a weary voice, It's a bomb of some sorts, that's obvious. It might well be a blueprint for a nuclear bomb. A thought that immediately occurred to us because of your propensity for stealing nuclear fuel. Whether it's viable, whether it will work, we have just no idea. There are hundreds of nuclear scientists in this country, but the number of those who can actually make a nuclear bomb is severely restricted. We are not among the chosen few. As for those who can actually design a hydrogen bomb, well, I personally have never met one. Our science is devoted to exclusively peaceful nuclear pursuits. Healy and I were kidnapped while working in a laboratory where they produce nothing but electricity. Burnett and Schmidt, as we are all well aware, were taken to the San Rufino nuclear reactor station. God's sake, man, you don't build hydrogen bombs in reactor stations. Very clever. Morrow was almost approving. You do think fast on your feet. In your armchair, rather. Enough. Abraham, that particular excerpt we selected, how long will it take? 30 seconds. Dubois put a tape recorder on a fast rewind, his eye on the counter, slowed, and finally stopped it. He pressed a switch, saying, Healy first. Healy's voice. So we're in no doubt then. Schmidt's voice. 9. I haven't been since the first time I clapped eyes on those hellish blueprints. Bramwell's voice. Circuitry, materials, sheathing, triggering, design, all there. Your final confirmation, Burnett? There was a pause here. Then came Burnett's voice, strangely flat and dead. Sorry, gentlemen. I need that drink. It's the Aunt Sally, all right. Estimated 3.5 megatons. About 400 times the power of the bombs that destroyed Hiroshima and Nagasaki. God, to think that Willie Aachen and I had a champagne party the night we completed the design. Dubois switched off. Morrow said, I'm sure you could even reproduce those plans from your head, Professor Bartlett, if the need arose. A useful man to have around. The 4 physicists sat like men in a dream. They didn't look stunned. They just weren't registering anything. Morrow said, Come here, gentlemen. He led the way to the window, pressed an overhead switch, and illuminated the room in which the scientists had examined the blueprints. He looked at the scientists, but without satisfaction, gratification, or triumph.
Morrow didn't seem to specialize very much in the way of feelings. The expressions on your faces were more than enough to tell us all we wanted to know. If the four men had not been overcome by the enormity of the situation in which they found themselves, the ludicrous ease with which they had been tricked, they would have appreciated that Morrow, who clearly had further use for them, was doing no more than establishing a moral ascendancy, inducing in them a feeling of helplessness and hopelessness. But the recordings helped. That's the first thing I would have expected. Alas, outside your own arcane specialities, men with abnormally gifted minds are no better than little children. Abraham, how long does the entire edited version take? 7.5 minutes, Mr. Morrow. Let them savor it to the full. I'll see about the helicopter. Be back shortly. He was back in 10 minutes. 3 of the scientists were sitting in their chairs, bitter, dejected, and defeated. Burnett, not unexpectedly, was helping himself to some more of the endless supply of Glenfiddich. One further small task, gentlemen. I want each of you to make a brief recording stating that I have in my possession the complete blueprints for the making of a hydrogen bomb in the megaton range. You will make no mention whatsoever of the dimensions, no mention of its code name, Aunt Sally. What puerile names you scientists give those toys. Just another sign of how limited your imagination is outside your own field. And above all, you will make no reference to the fact that Professor Burnett was the co-designer, along with Professor Aachen, of this bomb. Schmidt said, "Why should those damn things be kept so secret when you let the world know everything else? You will understand well enough inside the next 2 days or so. You trapped us, fooled us, humiliated us, and above all used us as pawns." Burnett said all this with his teeth clenched, no mean feat in itself. "But you can't push a man too far, Morrow. We're still men." Morrow sighed, made a small gesture of weariness, opened the door, and beckoned. Susan and Julie came in and looked curiously around them. There was no apprehension nor fear on their faces, just puzzlement. "Give me that damn microphone." Without permission, Burnett snatched it from the table and glared at Dubois. "Ready?" "Ready." Burnett's voice, though charged with emotion, pure black rage, was remarkably clear and steady, without a trace of the fact that he had, since his non-existent breakfast, consumed the better part of a bottle of Glenfiddich, which said a great deal either for Professor Burnett or Glenfiddich. "This is Professor Andrew Burnett of San Diego. It is not someone trying to imitate me. My voice prints are in security in the university. The black-hearted bastard Morrow has in his possession a complete set of plans for the construction of a hydrogen bomb in the megaton range. You had better believe me. Also, you had better believe Dr. Schmidt and Drs. Healy and Bramwell. Drs. Healy and Bramwell have been held captive in this damn place for 7 weeks. I repeat, for God's sake, believe me. This is a step-by-step, fully composited, fully integrated plan, ready to build now." There was a pause. "For all I know, the bastard may already have built one." Morrow nodded to Dubois, who switched off. Dubois said, "The first and last sentences, Mr. Morrow." "No, leave them in." Morrow smiled. "Leave them. Eliminates the need for checking on voice prints. They carry with them the normal characteristic flavor of the professor's colorful speech. You can cope, Abraham? Oh, a ridiculous question. Come, ladies. He ushered them out and closed the door. Susan said, Do you mind enlightening us? I mean, what is going on? Certainly not, my dears. Our learned nuclear physicists have been doing it short for me this morning, not that they were aware of that fact. Unknown to them, I had their conversation recorded. I showed them a set of plans. I proved to them that I am indeed in possession of the secrets of the manufacture of hydrogen bombs. Now they are proving that to the world. Simple. Is that why you brought the scientists here? I still have a further important use for them, but primarily, yes. Why did you bring us into that room, your study? See, you are an inquisitive person. I was just satisfying your curiosity. But Julie here is not an inquisitive person. Julie nodded vigorously. For some reason, she seemed close to tears. I just want out of here. Susan shook her arm. What is it? You know very well what it is. You know why he brought us in there. The men were turning balky. That's why we were brought up here. Now, the thought hadn't escaped me, Susan said. Would you or that dreadful giant have twisted our arms until we screamed? Or do you have dungeons? Castles always have dungeons, don't they? You know, thumbscrews and rats and iron maidens. Do you break people on the wheel, Mr. Morrow? A dreadful giant? Oh, Abraham would be hurt. A kind and gentle giant. As for the rest, oh dear me, direct intimidation, Mrs. Ryder, is less effective than indirect. If people can bring themselves to believe something, it is always more effective than having to prove it to them. Would you have proved it? Morrow was silent. Would you have had us tortured? I wouldn't even contemplate it. Don't believe him, don't believe him. Julie's voice shook. He's a monster and a liar. He's a monster, all right. Susan was very calm, even thoughtful. He may even be a liar. But in this case, I believe him. Odd. In a kind of despair, Julie said, You don't know what you're saying. I think I do. I think Mr. Morrow will have no further use for us. How can you say that? Morrow looked at Julie. Someday you may be as wise and understanding as Mrs. Ryder. But first you will have to meet a great number of people and read a great number of characters. You see, Mrs. Ryder knows that the person who laid a finger on either of you would have to answer to me. She knows that I never would. She will, of course, convince those disbelieving gentlemen we've just left, and they will know I couldn't use this threat again. I do not have to. You are of no more use to me. Morris smiled. Oh dear, that does sound vaguely threatening. Let us say that no harm will come to you. Julie looked at him briefly, the fear and suspicion in her eyes undimmed, and then looked abruptly away. Well, I tried, young lady. I cannot blame you. You cannot have heard what I said at the breakfast table this morning. We do not wage war on women. Even monsters have to live with their monstrous selves, He turned and walked away. Susan watched him go and murmured, And therein lies the seeds of his own destruction. Julie looked at her. I didn't catch that. What did you say? Oh, nothing. I'm just rambling. I think this place is getting to me also. But she knew it wasn't. A complete waste of time. Jeff was in a black mood, and he didn't care who knew it. He had almost to raise his voice, to shout, to make himself heard above the clamorous racket of the helicopter engine. Nothing, just nothing. A lot of academic waffle about earthquakes, and a useless hour in Sassoon's office. Nothing, just nothing. And we didn't learn a thing. Ryder looked up from the sheaf of notes he was studying. He said, as mildly as one could in a necessarily loud voice, "Oh, I don't know. We discovered that even learned academics can tamper with the truth when they see fit. We learned, leastways I did, about earthquakes and this earthquake syndrome. As for Sassoon, nobody expected to learn anything from him. How could we? He knew nothing. How could he? He was learning things from us." He returned his attention to his notes. "Well, my God, they've got Susan, they've got Peggy, and all you can do is sit there and read that load of old rubbish just as if—" Dunn leaned across. No longer as alert and brisk as he had been some hours ago, he was beginning to show the effects of a sleepless night. He said, "Jeff, do me a favor." "Yes?" "Shut up." There was a pile of papers lying on Major Dunn's desk. He looked at them without enthusiasm, placed his briefcase beside them, opened a cupboard, brought out a bottle of Jack Daniels, and looked interrogatively at Ryder and his son. Ryder smiled, but Jeff shook his head. He was still smarting from the effects of Dunn's particular brand of curtness. Glass in hand, Dunn opened a side door. In the tiny cubicle beyond was a ready-made-up camp bed. Dunn said, "I'm not one of your superhuman FBI agents who can go 5 nights and days without sleep. I'll have Delage," Delage was one of his juniors, "man the phones here. I can be reached any time. But the excuse had better be a good one." "Would an earthquake do?" Dunn smiled, sat, and went through the papers on his desk. He pushed them all to one side and lifted a thick envelope which he slit open. He peered at the contents inside and said, "Well, guess what? Cartle's passport." "Damn your eyes. Anyway, nice to see someone's been busy around here." He extracted the passport, flipped through the pages, and passed it to Ryder. "And damn your eyes again. Well, intuition. The hallmark of the better class detective." Ryder went through the pages, more slowly than Dunn. "Well, intriguing. Covers 14 out of the 15 months when he seems to have vanished. Bad case of wonderbug infection. Did get around in that time, didn't he? Los Angeles, London, New Delhi, Singapore, Manila, Hong Kong, Manila again, Singapore, Manila yet again, Tokyo, Los Angeles." He passed the passport to Jeff. "Fallen in love with the mysterious East, it would seem, especially the Philippines." Dunn said, "Oh, you make anything of it?" "No, not a thing." Maybe I did have some sleep, but it wasn't much. Mine seems to have gone to sleep. That's what we need, my mind and myself, sleep. Maybe when I wake, I'll have a flash of inspiration. I wouldn't bet on it, though." He dropped Jeff outside the latter's house. "Sleep?" "Yeah, straight to bed. First one awake calls the other, okay?" Jeff nodded and went inside. But he didn't go straight to bed. He went to the bay-fronted window of his living room and looked up the street. From there he had an excellent view of the short driveway leading to his father's house. Ryder didn't head for bed either. He dialed the station house and asked for Sergeant Parker. He got through at once. "Dave? No ifs, no buts. Meet me at Del Nino's in 10 minutes. He went to the gas fire, tilted it forwards, lifted out a polythene-covered green folder, went to the garage, pushed the folder under the Peugeot back seat, climbed in behind the wheel, and backed the car down the driveway and into the road. Jeff moved as soon as he saw the rear of the car appearing, ran to his garage, started the engine, and waited until Ryder's car had passed by. He followed. Ryder appeared to be in a tearing hurry. Halfway towards the first intersection, he was doing close on 70, a speed normally unacceptable in a 35-mile-per-hour limit. But there wasn't a policeman in town who didn't know that battered machine and its occupant, and would ever have been so incredibly foolish as to detain Sergeant Ryder when he was going about his lawful occasions. Ryder got through the lights on the green, but Jeff caught the red. He was still there when he saw the Peugeot go through the next set of lights. By the time Jeff got to the next set, they too had turned red. When he did cross the intersection, the Peugeot had vanished. Jeff cursed, pulled over, parked, and pondered. Parker was in his usual booth in Del Nino's when Ryder arrived. He was drinking a scotch, and had one ready for Ryder, who remembered that he'd had nothing to eat so far that day. It didn't, however, affect the taste of the scotch. Ryder said, without preamble, "Where's Fatso?" "Well, suffering from the vapors, I'm glad to say, at home with a bad headache." "Well, shouldn't be surprised. Very hard thing, the butt of a .38. Maybe I hit him harder than I thought. Enjoyed it at the time, though. 20 minutes from now, he's going to feel a hell of a sight more fragile." "Thanks. I'm off." Wait a minute. You, Clubber Danaher, tell me." Briefly and impatiently, Ryder told him. Parker was suitably impressed. $10,000, 2 Russian rifles, and this dossier you have on him? "Well, you have the goods on him, all right. Our ex-chief of police. But look, John, there's a limit to how far you can go on taking the law into your own hands." "There's no limit." Ryder put his hand on Parker's. "Dave, they've got Peggy." There was a momentary incomprehension, and then Parker's eyes went very cold. Peggy had first sat on his knees at the age of 4, and had sat there at regular intervals ever since, always with the mischievously disconcerting habit of putting her elbow on his shoulder, her chin on her palm, and peering at him from a distance of 6 inches. 14 years later, dark, lovely, and mischievous as ever, it was a habit she had still not abandoned, especially on those occasions when she wanted to wheedle something from Ryder, labouring under the misapprehension that this made her father jealous. Parker said nothing. His eyes said it for him. Ryder said, "San Diego, during the night. They gunned down the 2 FBI men who were looking after her." Parker stood up. "I'm coming with you." No, you're still an officer of the law." "You'll see what I'm going to do with Fatso, and you'll have to arrest me." "I've just come all over blind." "Please, Dave. I may be breaking the law, but I'm still on the side of the law, and I need at least one person inside the law that I can trust." "There's only you." "Okay. But if any harm comes to her or Susan, I'm out of a job." "You'll be welcome in the ranks of the unemployed." They left. As the door swung to behind them, a lean Mexican youth with a straggling moustache that reached his chin rose from the next booth, inserted his nickel, and dialed. For a full minute the phone rang at the other end without reply. The youth tried again, with the same result. He fumbled in his pockets, went to the counter, changed a bill for loose change, returned and tried another number. Twice he tried. Twice he failed. And his mounting frustration as he kept glancing at his watch was obvious. On the third time, he was lucky. He started to speak in low, hurried, urgent Spanish. There was a certain lack of aesthetic appeal about the way in which Chief of Police Donahue had arranged his sleeping form. Fully clothed, he lay face down on a couch, his left hand on the floor, clutching a half-full glass of bourbon, his hair in disarray and his cheeks glistening with what could have been perspiration, but was in fact water, steadily dripping down from the now melting ice bag that Donahue had strategically placed on the back of his head. It was to be assumed that the loud snoring was caused not by the large lump that undoubtedly lay concealed beneath the ice bag, but from the bourbon. For a man does not recover consciousness from a blow, inform the office that he's sorry but we won't be in today, and then relapse into unconsciousness. Ryder laid down the polythene folder he was carrying, removed Donahue's Colt, and prodded him, far from gently, with its muzzle. Donahue groaned, stirred, displaced the ice bag in turning his head, and managed to open one eye. His original reaction must have been that he was gazing down a long, dark tunnel. When the realization gradually dawned upon his befuddled brain that it was not a tunnel, but the barrel of his own .45, his cyclopean gaze travelled above and beyond the barrel until Ryder's face swam into focus. Two things happened. Both eyes opened wide, and his complexion changed from its normal puce to an even more unpleasant shade of dirty grey. Ryder said, "Sit up." Donahue remained where he was. His jowls were actually quivering. And then he screamed in agony as Ryder grabbed his hair and jerked him into the vertical. Clearly no small amount of that hair had been attached to the bruised bump on his head. A sudden scalp pain predictably produces an effect on the corneal ducts, and Donahue was no exception. His eyes were swimming like bloodshot goldfish in peculiarly murky water. Ryder said, "Now you know how to conduct a cross-examination, fatso." "Yes." He sounded as if he was being garroted. "No, you don't. I'm going to show you. Not in any textbook, and I'm afraid you'll never have the opportunity to use it. But by comparison, the cross-examination you'll get in the accused box in court will seem almost pleasant. Who's your paymaster, Donahue?" "What in God's name?" He broke off with a shout of pain and clapped his hands to his face. He reached finger and thumb inside his mouth, removed a displaced tooth, and dropped it on the floor. His left cheek was cut both inside and out, and blood was trickling down his chin. Ryder had laid the barrel of Donahue's Colt against his face with a heavy hand. Ryder transferred the Colt to his left hand. "Who's your paymaster, Donahue?" "What in the hell?" Another shout, and another hiatus in the conversation, while Donahue attended to the right-hand side of his face. The blood was now flowing freely from his mouth and dripping onto his shirt front. Ryder transferred the revolver back into his right hand. "Who's your paymaster, Donahue?" "Hello, Winter." A strangely gurgling sound. He must have been swallowing blood. Ryder regarded him without compassion. "What for?" Donahue gurgled again. The ensuing croak was unintelligible.
For looking the other way?
A nod. There was no hate in Donahue's face, just plain fear.
For destroying evidence against guilty parties? Faking evidence against innocent parties?
Another nod.
How much did you make, Donaher? Over the years, I mean. Blackmail on the side, of course. I don't know.
Ryder lifted his gun again.
20,000. Maybe 30.
Once more he screamed. His nose had gone the same way as Raminoff's. Ryder said,
I won't say I'm not enjoying this any more than you are, because I am. I'm more than prepared to keep this up for hours yet. Not that you'll last more than 20 minutes. And we don't want your face smashed into such a bloody pulp that you can't talk. Before it comes to that, I'll start breaking your fingers one by one.
Ryder meant it. And the abject terror on what was left of Donahue's face showed that he knew Ryder meant it.
How much? I don't know.
He cowered behind raised hands.
I don't know how much. Hundreds.
Of thousands? A nod. Ryder picked up the polythene folder and extracted the papers, which he showed to Donahue.
Total of just over $550,000 in 7 banks under 7 different names. That'll be about right.
Another nod. Ryder returned the papers to the polythene folder. If this represented only Donahue's rake-off, how much did Lawinter have safe and sound in Zurich?
The last payoff. $10,000. What was that for?
Donahue was now so befuddled with pain and fright that it never occurred to him to ask how Ryder knew about it.
Cops.
Bribes to do what?
Cut all the public phones between here and Ferguson's house. Cut Ferguson's phone. Wreck his police band radio. Clear the roads.
Clear the roads? No patrols on the hijack van's escape route? Donahue nodded. He obviously felt this easier than talking.
Jesus, you are a sweet bunch. I'll have their names later. Who gave you those Russian rifles? Rifles?
A frown appeared in the negligible clearance between Donahue's hairline and eyebrows, sure indication that at least part of his mind was working again.
You took them? And the money?
You... He touched the back of his head.
I asked a question. Who gave you the rifles? I don't know.
Donahue raised defensive hands just as Ryder lifted his gun.
Smashed my face to pieces and I still don't know. Found them in the house when I came back one night. Voice over the phone said I was to keep them.
Ryder believed him.
Did this voice have a name? No.
Ryder believed that also. No intelligent man would be crazy enough to give his name to a man like Donahue.
This is the voice that told you to tap Lawinter's phone? How in God's name?
Donahue broke off, not because of another blow or impending blow, but because, swallowing blood from both mouth and nose, he was beginning to have some difficulty with his breathing. Finally he coughed and spoke in a gasp.
Yes. The name Morrow mean anything to you? Morrow? Morrow who? Never mind.
If Donahue didn't know the name of Morrow's intermediary, he most certainly didn't know Morrow. Jeff had first tried the Redox in Bay Street, the unsavory bar restaurant where his father had had his rendezvous with Dunn. No one answering to either of their descriptions had been there, or if they had, no one was saying. From there, he went to the FBI office. He'd expected to find DeLarge there, and did. He also found Dunn, who clearly hadn't been to bed. He looked at Jeff in surprise. So soon? What's up? My father been here? No, why? When we got home, he said he was going to bed. He didn't. He left after 2 or 3 minutes. I followed him. I don't know why. I had the feeling he was going to meet someone, that he was stepping into danger, and I lost him at the lights. Well, worry about the other guy. Dunn hesitated. Some news for you and your father. Not all that good. Both shot FBI men were under heavy sedation during the night, but one's clear now. He says that the first person shot last night was neither him nor his partner, but Peggy. She got it through the left shoulder. No. I'm afraid so, boy. I know this agent well. He doesn't make mistakes. But if she's wounded, I mean medical attention, hospital, she must have... No, sorry, Jeff, that's all we know. The kidnappers took her away, remember? Jeff made to speak, turned and ran from the office. He went to Del Nino's, the station officer's favorite hangout. Yes, Sergeants Ryder and Parker had been there. No, the barman didn't know where they'd gone. Jeff drove the short distance to the station house. Parker was there, along with Sergeant Dixon. Jeff said, "Seen my father?" "Well, yes, why? You know where he is?" "Yes. Again, why?" "Just tell me." "Well, I'm not rightly sure I should." He looked at Jeff, saw the urgency and intensity, and was not to know it was because of the news Jeff had just heard. He said reluctantly, "He's at Chief Donaher's, but I'm not sure—" He stopped. Jeff had already gone. Parker looked at Dixon and shrugged. Ryder said, almost conversationally, "Heard that my daughter has been kidnapped?" "No. I swear to God." "All right. Any idea how anyone might have got hold of her address in San Diego?" Donaher shook his head, but his eyes had flickered just once. Ryder broke open the revolver. The hammer was lined up against an empty cylinder, one of 2. He closed the gun, shoved the stubby finger of Donaher's right hand through the trigger guard, held the Colt by the barrel and butt, and said, "On the count of 3, I twist both hands. 1. I did. How did you get it?" A week or 2 ago. You were out for lunch and I'd left my address book in my drawer, so you kind of naturally wrote down a few names and addresses. I really should break your finger for this. But you can't sign a statement if I break your writing forefinger, can you? A statement? I'm not a law officer anymore. It's a citizen's arrest, just as legal. I arrest you, Donaher, for larceny, corruption, bribery, the acceptance of bribes, and for murder in the 1st degree. Donaher said nothing. His face, grayer than ever, had slumped between his sagging shoulders. Ryder sniffed the muzzle. Fired recently. He broke open the gun. 2 bullets gone. We only carry 5 in a cylinder, so one's been fired recently. He eased out one cartridge and scraped the tip with a nail. A soft-nosed, just like the one that took off Sheriff Hartman's head. A perfect match for this barrel, I'll be bound. He knew that a match-up was impossible, but Donohoe either didn't know, or was too far gone to think. And you left your fingerprints on the door handle, which was a very careless thing to do. Donohoe said dully, "It was the man on the phone. Save it for the judge." "Freeze!" a high-pitched voice behind Ryder said. Ryder had survived to his present age by knowing exactly the right thing to do at the right time, and at the moment the right thing appeared to be to do what he was told. He froze. "Drop that gun." Ryder obediently dropped the gun, a decision which was made all the easier for him by the fact that he was holding the gun by the barrel anyway and the cylinder was hinged out. "Now, turn around, nice and slow." Brought up on a strict diet of B-movies, Ryder reflected. But that didn't make him any the less dangerous. He turned round, nice and slow. The visitor had a black handkerchief tied below his eyes, wore a dark suit, dark shirt, white tie, and of all things a black fedora. B-movies, late 1930s. "Donohoe ain't gonna meet no judge." Well, he had the dialogue right, too. "But you're gonna meet your maker. No time for prayers, mister." "You drop that gun," said a voice from the doorway. Obviously the masked man was considerably younger than Ryder, for he didn't know the right thing to do. He whipped round and loosed off a snapshot at the figure in the doorway. In the circumstances, it was a pretty good effort, ripping the cloth on the upper right sleeve of Jeff's coat. Jeff's reply was considerably more effective. The man in the mask folded in the middle like a collapsing hinge and crumpled to the floor. Ryder dropped to one knee beside him. "I tried for his gun hand," Jeff said uncertainly. "Reckon I missed." "You did. Didn't miss his heart, though." Ryder plucked off the handkerchief mask. "Well, the shame of it all. Lenny the Linnet has gone riding off across the Great Divide." "Lenny the Linnet?" Jeff was visibly shaken. "Yeah, Linnet. A songbird. Well, wherever Lenny's singing now, you can take long odds it won't be to the accompaniment of a harp." Ryder glanced sideways, straightened, took the gun from Jeff's lax hand and fired, all in seemingly slow motion. For the 5th time that night, Donohoe cried out in pain. The Colt he'd picked up from the floor spun across the room. Ryder said, "Do be quiet. You can still sign the statement. And the charge of murder will now add one of attempted murder." Jeff said, "One easy lesson, is that it?" Ryder touched his shoulder. "Well, thanks anyway. I didn't mean to kill him. Shed no sad tears for Lenny, a heroin pusher. You followed me?" "No, I tried to. Sergeant Parker told me where you were." "How did he get here?" "Ah. Now, if you want Detective Sergeant Ryder at his brilliant best, ask him after the event. I thought our line was tapped, so I phoned Parker to meet me at Delmino's. Never occurred to me they'd put a stake out there." Jeff looked at Donohoe. "So that's why you didn't want me along. You ran into a truck?" "Nah, self-inflicted injuries. Now on, you're welcome along any time. Get a couple of towels from the bathroom. Don't want him to bleed to death before his trial." Jeff hesitated. He had to tell his father and actively feared for Donohoe's life. "Some bad news, Dad. Peggy was shot last night. Shot. The lips compressed whitely. Ryder's eyes switched to Donahue. The grip on Jeff's gun tightened. But he was still under his iron control. He looked back at Jeff. Bad? I don't know. Well, bad enough, I should think. Left shoulder. Get the towels. Ryder lifted the phone and got through to Sergeant Parker. Come out here, will you, Dave? Bring an ambulance. Doc Hinckley. Hinckley was the police surgeon. And young Kramer to take a statement. Ask Major Dunn to come. And Dave? Peggy was shot last night. Through the shoulder. He hung up. Parker passed on the request to Kramer and then went up to see Marla. Marla viewed him as he was viewing life at the moment with a harassed and jaundiced eye. Parker said, I'm going out to Chief Donahue's place. Some trouble out there. What trouble? Well, something that calls for an ambulance. Who said so? Ryder. Ryder? Marla pushed back his chair and rose. What the hell is Ryder doing out there? Well, he didn't say. I think he wanted to talk with him. I'll have him behind bars for this. I'll take charge of this personally. Well, I'd like to come, Lieutenant. You stay here. That's an order, Sergeant Parker. Well, nothing personal, Lieutenant. Parker put his badge on the desk. I'm not taking orders anymore. All five of them arrived together. The two ambulance men, Kramer, Major Dunn, and Dr. Hinckley. As befitted the occasion, Dr. Hinckley was in the lead. A small, wiry man with darting eyes, he was, if not exactly soured by life, at least possessed of a profoundly cynical resignation. He looked at the recumbent figure on the floor. Good Lord, Lenny the Linnet. Well, a black day for America. He peered more closely at the white tie with the red-rimmed hole through it. Heart damage of some kind. Gets him younger every day. And Chief of Police Donahue. He crossed to where a moaning Donahue was sitting on his couch, his left hand tenderly cradling the blood-soaked towel round his right hand. None too gently, Hinckley unwrapped the towel. Dear me! Where's the rest of those two fingers? Ryder said, He tried to shoot me. Through the back, of course. Ryder? Lieutenant Marla had a pair of handcuffs ready. I'm placing you under arrest. Put those things away. Don't make more of a fool of yourself than you can help it if you don't want to be charged with obstructing the course of justice. I have made, a perfectly legal citizen's arrest. The charges are larceny, corruption, bribery, the acceptance of bribes, attempted murder, and murder in the first degree. Donahue will admit to all of them, and I can prove all of them. Also, he's an accessory to the wounding of my daughter. Your daughter shot? Oddly, this seemed to affect Marla more than the murder accusation. He had put his handcuffs away. A disciplinary martinet, he was nonetheless a fair man. Ryder looked at Kramer. He has a statement to make. But as he's suffering from a minor speech impairment, right now I'll make it for him and he'll sign it. Give the usual warnings, of course, about legal rights, that his statement can be used in evidence. You know the form. It took Ryder only 4 minutes to make the statement on Donahue's behalf, and by the time he'd finished the damning indictment, there wasn't a man in that room, Marla included, who wouldn't have testified that the statement had been voluntary. Major Dunn took Ryder aside. So, fine. So you've cooked Donahue's goose. It won't have escaped your attention that you've also cooked your own goose. You can't imprison a man without preferring charges, and the law of the land says those charges must be made in public. There are times when I admire the Russian legal system. Yeah, quite. So, Morrow will know in a couple of hours. And he's got Susan and Peggy. I don't seem to have many options open. Somebody has to do something. I haven't noticed that the police or the FBI or the CIA have been particularly active. Miracles take a little time. Dunn was impatient. Meantime, they still have your family. Yes. I'm beginning to wonder about that. If they are in danger, I mean. Jesus, danger? Of course they are. God's sake, man, look at what happened to Peggy. No, an accident. They could have killed her if they came that close. And the dad, the hostage, is no good to anyone. Well, I suppose I could call you a cold-blooded bastard, but I don't believe you are. You know something I don't? Nope. You have all the facts that I have. Only I have this feeling that we're being conned, that we're following a line that they want us to follow. I told Jablonski last night that I didn't think the scientists had been taken in order to force them to make a bomb of some kind. No, they've been taken for some other purpose. And if I don't think that, then I no longer think that the women were taken to force them to build a bomb. And not for a lever on me either. Why should they worry about me in advance? What's bugging you, Ryder? I'd like to know why Donaher has had those Kalashnikovs in his possession. He doesn't seem to know either. I don't follow you. Unfortunately, I don't follow myself. Dunn remained in silent thought for some time, and then he looked at Donaher, winced at the sight of the battered face, and said, "Who's next in line for your kind administrations, the Winter?" "No, not yet. We have enough to pull him in for questioning, but not enough to hold him on the uncorroborated word of an unconvicted man. And unlike Donaher, he's a wily bird who'll give away nothing. I think I'll call on his secretary after an hour or two's sleep." The phone rang. Jeff answered and held it out to Dunn, who listened briefly, hung up, and said to Ryder, "I think you'll have to postpone your sleep for a little. Another message from our friends."